Hello everybody, how are we doing? It is another day of the UTHERMAL 2v2 tournament. I'm Wardy. Good to see you guys. We are going to get ready to kick off into a few more best of 3 2v2s. I actually got some fun matches today. We're going to be watching Skillless Jumi versus SERRAL and GG Machine. Then we're going to watch UTHERMAL Wayne play against SERRAL Trigger. I think that one could be very cool. Then we're going to watch Trigger versus Milky Cow, battling against GG Machine and Jumi. Then we're going to hop into Group B and do a Laser Yakov versus Nicorakt Lambo, Goblin Seamus versus Nicorakt Showtime, Showtime's Zhuge Liang against Lambo and Yakov. So, pretty fun day coming up. Should be some good fun. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. All right. Waiting for our players to be done vetoing. We have had, I think, most of the vetoes. We're just waiting for map picks now, so we should be able to get started very shortly here into our first match of the day. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, invites coming down. Get started on Arctic Flowers, it seems. Cool. Alright, we're just on the lobby of the screen then, guys. Should be able to go soon. Thank you, Juvia, for the 16-month resub that started us off today as well. Do I ever smoke tobacco pipe? No, I do not. As we are getting everyone into position, we should be good to go in a moment. It is going to be Protoss versus Zerg. We're going to see one mass PvZ right here. It's actually kind of funky. A mega PvZ. You ever want to see what PvZ looks like with 400 supply available? This is it. Alright, we're counting down in game, guys. First match of the day coming up. We got 6 best of 3s of 2v2 coming your way. Thanks for joining us early. I'm getting on in here before we even really begin. See you guys. Let's go in game. Let's cast some StarCraft 2 at the top. Right hand corner, we have the blue Zergs. It is going to be GG Machine in the darker blue and SERRAL in the lighter blue. Initial pings to notify which bases will be taken by who early as we enter day 3 of the group stage here for the UTHERMAL $15,000 2v2 circuit finale. Playoffs next weekend, of course. In the bottom left, the 2 pros players will be Jumi and Skillless. No one opting to off race. Everyone going to decide to play main race here, even though off racing could give them a potentially a better unit, or not unit, but team composition. So typically 2 people playing the same race is generally seen as a weaker option than, you know, 2 players playing different races in 2v2. Especially for double Zerg. Double Zerg does seem to be the weakest of all. We'll see what happens. Wardy Dad with the 101-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it, and thank you so much for the Prime button. My dad can find the Prime button, guys, for 101 months in a row. You guys can find the Prime button as well. Click it today. Prime up. We appreciate it. Hatch, gas, and pool on the way in. On both sides of the map, going to be seeing the single gateways initially here from the Protoss players as well. Nothing too crazy about what they want to do in the early few moments. As the couple probes will get to the low ground, and having set up a wall off, we will just begin to see them going into their expansions. So, expanding across the board. Obviously, Zerg's doing the same thing as each other just for now as well. No divergence just yet in the first few moments. What's up, mentality in the chat? YouTube over there saying, hoping for some proxy, love the chaos. I actually feel like there's been way less cheesing and just overly aggressive builds than what I was expecting coming into this, to be honest. So, yeah, kind of crazy we've not seen as much of that. As you just see, the probe is going to patrol for a little bit. Link speed's coming up on both sides. Queens and Lings on the way. Drones as well. All getting set for the moment. Lings help to chase the probe back the other way. Drone going to go back and forth. Still seeing that link speed and the drones continuing to produce for the moment, as well as the whole gate will start. The Stargate's coming up. It really is funny, because I guess it is kind of rare that you see the double kind of race on either side. So I do wonder, do you just genuinely play this like regular PvZ? You just sync up whatever build you're going to do? Is it worth mixing and matching what you do? And kind of one guy does a bit of this, one guy does a bit of that? Or do you just think there's an optimal way to play? Because again, the thing is, it's like if you were playing against two races in opposition, two different races in opposition, then I think you always want to try and mix it up a little bit. But because they're both Zerg, surely you just see an optimal way to play against Zerg, and in that case you both just do the same thing. That's what I would kind of guess at. Why is one adept of each player shaded into each mineral line? Why doesn't one guy take two adepts one way and one guy take two adepts the other way? This makes sense. Surely this is more complicated. These adepts do okay, but will get taken down in the next few moments. There's the double oracle flying across the map, so we'll bring that out. And, yep, just gonna continue to fly in as two. Yo, okay, so what I'm noticing here is that actually Skillus is the one controlling both oracles. So it seems like the double Protoss are sharing control and are just making the same units, and then one person is currently controlling those units across the map. So rather than trying to work together to navigate the attacks, one person is playing the defense just with twice as many units as what they would typically have. So we're actually seeing shared control here, and you can tell who's selecting things by the ring around the unit when they're selected. So if it's an orange ring, it's Skillet. If it's a red ring, it's Jumi. But you can see when those adepts are selected there, 3 adepts all have orange rings underneath them. So shared control here. As you can see, yep, Skillet has all 4 oracles in his command. And yeah, we have shared control. I love it. We're almost playing like a little bit of Archon mode. Does that work? Can you just macro? Can Jumi just like macro for both players as well? That'd be wild, no? Archon ended up in the 2v2. A new strategy. But you see a little difference coming in already as GG Machine goes melee upgrade. And SERRAL is just going to start up the Rotron. Both players heading to, or both Zergs heading to their les. So getting that first real kind of tier of tech established and ready to play from that point. As a few oracles will come gather together, and like I said, they've been kind of gathering up and looking for some opportunity for a while. There's a good amount of them right now. I don't know if we can jump onto those queens at all, but honestly, wouldn't hate the idea of them at least testing the water there. We're going to see the oracles dive onto this spore. That will go down. What do you want to do? Do you want to go after queens? Do you want to chase drones? This Skillet's making the choice, diving through, actually going after queens. A few more queens showing up. The pullbacks, though, so far has been pretty good. Extra queens will arrive from GG Machine and SERRAL, and that will be a defense, including 2 oracles going down. We stuck around way too long as extra queens showed up. We did not continue to pull away. Mistakes were made. Unfortunately, at the end of that one, Adept is going to fight through. A couple of Lings get pushed the other way. Can't spend your partner's money, but you can inject Chrono. Well, move workers. Yeah, okay, that's so. Yeah, I mean, so basically, it's not quite a fully Archon mode, but definitely skill is kind of obviously going to warp in here and there, start some unit production, so but otherwise can focus a lot more on the micro aspect. As Jimmy takes over the macro, kind of macro format of this right now. It's going to start going. They are going into different units now as well. That is probably going to be where the sharing control is going to end a little bit, as we see carriers on the way up. I mean, I guess you could still kind of share control of a massive army and just one guy uses everything. I think there's a point where you're just going to benefit from the second guy adding to the fight with their own control, though. Killing's going to come run across, going to head down to that bottom left-hand side, see what's up. Plus on missiles, Roach Speed, Burrow, all building through. The Overseer is about to finish up the Hive and the Hydra Den on the way as well, so we continue to bring that online. Queen going to push back the Oracles. A little attempt to push those Roaches away too, keeping them at bay. Trying not to let too much develop just yet as the Oracles continue to fly about. The Stargates continue to crank out the carriers. +1 air weapons on the way up as well. Roaches out down to that bottom right-hand side. We'll collect up a couple cannons and depths in position immediately. Those Roaches going to get turned away. They have a double Spire on the way up from SERRAL. He's getting his own melee upgrade with Carapace, Tunneling Claws, Overlord Speed, so he's actually really building into a whole lot of everything right now, so a lot of investment coming online at the moment. And the Immortals coming up, +2 attack is on the way, add those carriers, add that other air weapon up as well. Those Roaches still going to go running in underneath. See those Hydras wobbling back over to the top side as the Oracle's just going to fly straight in. Bad play from Skiller is going to lose 2 of them, and that is just, you know, stasis wards that you lose out on. That is extra revelations you're going to lose out on. So definitely just some sad moments involved there as the Zealots want to try and go after the hatchery. Will be able to get it. Hatchery goes down. And again, the Ultra Cavern, the Spire, continue to build up at the moment too. So we're bringing all of that on the way. 12 additional Hydras coming online. And then the Nidus networks will place into the top side as well. 5 more lurkers building up then, so we are going to be seeing GG Machine with that ground army. SERRAL even going to start the Greater Spire. So as he adds some Flyer Carapace, he'll also set up for the real late game army with the... I don't imagine we're going to want to mass broods, but obviously a few broods can still go a long way. They can do a lot to complement the army and be something that you kind of want to see kind of added on a lot of the time, so... Now he is moving up, everything joins into the middle. Two upgrades coming in, Adrenal Glands popping. Burrow coming out as well here currently, as you just see. Force ready to push the Hydra Lurker away for a little bit, so Army getting pushed into the center. You know that you're going to run down over here. First Storm is decent. We are going to see the Interceptors mostly focusing Hydra straight away. The Lurker's going to be forced to unburrow and relocate as well. Obviously, SERRAL has got a lot of Corruptors. They're going to be looking for their opportunity. Jumi, the Zealot man, honestly. When hasn't he just been hitting with a great run by throughout this entire tournament so far? He's always there. Right now, these Corruptors do not seem like they want to come on in, as SERRAL and GG Machine may actually just be in trouble already. Let's see, the Mothership is obviously low, will go down. We have actually lost a lot of the Interceptors already. There's not too many left. The carriers want to stand and fight. For the moment they will. They're going to get rid of the Lurkers there. The couple of Queens going down. We're actually going to continue to overwhelm the Corruptors now. Supply is dropping. A few Archons and a Stalker or 2 on the ground as well. The problem is if you're building more Corruptors as an answer, it's not going to go very far. The Graniums that pop out get overwhelmed immediately as well. And so Jumi and Skillers will continue to shred through anything that spawns. We need to kind of collect the Corruptors up and get them to all come at once. We're building 5 additional Queens. There's a bunch more Hydras too, so there is anti-air coming up as well. So those Hydras are the kind of units which need to then contest on the ground. We're going to drop the recall. Uh-oh. Skills does not drop the recall, so his carrier is going to be in trouble. He recalls the 2 in the back, but does lose a lot in the end. The defense is made by Machine and SERRAL, so the Zergs find their defense. Still under attack from Zealot. They are still causing trouble for the Zerg players in this game. Again, good job by Jumi once more across the map and finding an opportunity with the run-bys. I wouldn't say that that's super crazy, but what is super crazy to me is that it's always Jumi. Like, more times than for anybody else in this event, I've called out Zealot in the mineral line. It's Jumi that sent them in there. He is constantly throwing Zealot at his opponent. It's crazy. Lynx continue to go to work. A couple cannons will get come into factor as well. Some Hydras will hit the bottom right-hand side. The carriers will try and fight also. We're going to see one carrier again very low. GG Machine nearly justifying being here with these Hydras. Now they're going to start melting away, though. And this is where you kind of regret your choice of trying to fight those carriers off. It worked for a very few short moments. You're going to see Viper. Corruptor's going to give chase. Actually, carriers do get caught, so never mind even the abduct. We can just jump in. We're going to get 2. Loses the Viper, but 3 carriers, a Void Ray, and make it a 4th carrier at the end of it all as well. Very nicely done. So yeah, Skills' supply is down in the gutter. He's lost so many of those expensive air units. Rebuilding those en masse is just kind of, coming at a high cost and taking him a little while. Jumi is maxed out, however. It's just, can they withstand a double maxed out Zerg at this point in time? So a little further back on some upgrades. Flings all over the place though, running through, hitting that next on the left side. Nidus in the main of Jumi is going to be a problem too. It's not going to be easily cleaned up. There's going to be a Sky Army that responds to it. Anytime a Sky Army responds though, I always look at this and think, man, that's a massive unit that's just not in position anywhere else. Jumi is in position though, and he's hitting the top left bases. SERRAL will lose multiple locations here as this army strikes, and it strikes hard. Coming straight through, not afraid of those Broodlords that are slightly out of position. When they do arrive, he steps away from them, and that makes it much more playable. However, Jumi is losing his base over here, so this little bit of a base trade really was just that, a base trade, but he's losing significantly more bases, and more important bases, than what he's taken out from his opponents. The Zealot warping into the main again will try and get something extra done. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that much. Fortress continue active, Knight's going down, Lurker or Lurker going down. Hydra's going to get blasted by those Archons again. A few Zealots continue through, the Immortals coming over. Hydra's still pushing up as we will get the Corruptors there, taking out a Prism. Zealots chasing the Hydras. Immortal Archon chasing through. Corruptors. Flying overhead, and the Archon's putting some work in. Void Ray's activating. Corruptors going down immediately. Two Zerglings getting grabbed as the Parasitic Bomb pops, and pull that Void Ray away instantly. Skillis, his army. I mean, this army's still scary, don't get me wrong. You gotta respect it. The Lurkers bow up to try and deal with the ground army. If you get rid of the ground army, the air army becomes significantly weaker. The Hydras lunge on in. They wanted a piece of the action there. They end up backing away, trying to deal with interceptors as we go. GG Machine supply has dropped, but so has Jumi's already. Almost down to 100 and not looking as though he's going to recover much more from there. Recalling reinforcements across the map with the mothership is a play you don't see all the time, but hey, if you feel like this is your kind of last-ditch push that you've got going on, use that recall. Make every little, thing that you've got work out for you. That's a nice Hydra lunge, gets multiple tech units, including a Disruptor that was trying to fire. Cancel on the other side as the Lings put some further pressure up as well. Again, all SERRAL and GG Machine have to do is hold off this army, and it really feels like the game is somewhat in their hands if they can get this defense, but it is a complicated army to fight. It's not a fun army to run on into, and that is the problem they are having. How do you pick and choose the fight that's going to see success here for you rather than, failure and kind of Twitch chat making fun of you afterwards? Like, wow, what was that? Wow, why would they take that? It's difficult right now. And I think that is the problem that the Zergs are having. They can't really pick the fight just yet. That army is genuinely very powerful, very Hydra heavy as well. Storms are going to do very well in those Hydras when given the chance. We do dart forward there. Mothership taking damage, another Storm coming down. Hydra step back once more. Concepts continue through another storm. Broodlords taking some hits. Not going to be seen as Corruptors flying straight back in. Carrier's getting absolutely blasted, by the way. Voidray is going down. Carrier's going down. The Broodlords are going to be showing up. Do we have enough to clean this out? Jumi's supply is pretty much gone. It's going to be this air army only that remains. And yeah, I think the Corruptors, the Queens, the Hydras now obviously going uncontested on the ground especially. Able to add enough into this to clean up and make it a game very soon. Voidray is activating, doing what they can. Jumi even still trying to run some Zealots around the map and cause chaos, but the reality is that this was, for a while, kind of an all-in push from Jumi and Skillers. They'd been held back pretty heavily. They were never quite in the fully comfortable spots. They were pushing and pushing with what felt like a better army, and it was a better army to some extent. But they really got outmassed in size, and that was good tech spread from SERRAL and Machine as well, who both have different tech units available, but slightly different comps. SERRAL building into the Corruptor Brood, the Hydra's coming up from GG Machine, really allowing us to kind of just have all of the answers we needed. And I would say they never really ate a massive storm. There's a couple good storms that came down, but there was a lot of storms that went down that really didn't hit much at the same time, so it's definitely a positive as well. Cannon shooting through the Hydras. The Broodlords show up, and we start to kind of choke out the Protoss players from this opening game of the best of 3. 18 minutes, a pretty long one as it took a few attempts to obviously break through and to get there on the other side. So Skilda, thank you so much for the 50,000 spend. Woody is the GOAT. Take it, thank you so much. As Machine and SERRAL, though, will take the opening game of this best of 3, so they will be off to the advantage in game 2. Coming up in a few moments' time, as we get a moment for the players to reassess their strats, reassess what they did, and figure out what they want to try and shift and change going into a second game of this series in just a few moments' time. Excuse me. A little yawny. I'm gonna wake up a little bit. It's kind of warm today, but let's open the window. Let's get some air in and try to liven it up a little bit, because man, it's just been a long day for me. I've been out all day, so out all day, come home into the StarCraft stream. Just busy. Just waiting for this game 2 to get hosted, guys. Alrighty, hosting up. Ready to go in a moment. For Jumi to select race. Currently says Zerg. I mean, actually, there's a possibility that could have been purposeful if they want to play ZP, but this worked out for them so far. I put them in a good position. They didn't win the game, but I feel like the position was playable. Has there been anyone that's actually won as Zerg so far, by the way? Lambo played Protoss with a laser yesterday. They did not win that. Zerg lost. Zerg does seem like a Pretty tricky. I see, yeah, Zergs have lost pretty much every single match so far in this event. I might have missed one. But yeah, Zerg does seem to be the worst combo, as we kind of expected as well. We talked a lot about that yesterday already. GG Machine's a new player to you. He's a young player from Russia, I believe. Has actually played a fair bit of 2v2. I remember some other 2v2 events we've run in the past. He's been kind of involved there. One of these up-and-coming players who just hasn't broken into the 1v1 scene quite as heavily. So, yeah, cool to see him playing in the 2v2. Look, good to see him doing well here. The sort of player who I think if you give him 2, 3, 4 years, we still have competitive StarCraft, he's going to be really up there and vying. Like, he's one of the future of Zerg players, you know? SERRAL Machine up a game. Can they be the first Zerg victory of this tournament? As in the top left, Protoss has actually had some pretty decent results. It's not been a bad combo to play with. And now down a game, can Jumi and Skills turn around? Jumi in general as well has been absolutely excellent too, so things to look at. As we get into this game. We have an indie cam, right? Let's throw it on there. I'll throw a little bit while we have someone observing for us, may as well. So let's continue to move about. A little bit of motion here initially. Gonna see the Cybercore and the Nexus continue to come through. A little bit of build up happening. The pylons are on the way. Let me just take a few moments. What do you need a nap? I don't know if I need a nap. You know, I came back too late to have a nap, otherwise I probably would have had to lie down for a bit. I was like, I can't go lie down, because if I lie down right now, I'm going to wake up like 5 minutes before I stream and feel terrible. I'm not sleeping good at the moment. So I keep waking up every morning like super early. But it's not even that I'm going to bed early either, I'm just I keep waking up super early and I'm like awake and I can't get back to sleep, but then I'm not going back to sleep properly, so I'm losing like 3 to 4 hours of like proper sleep, which is replaced with sleep where I'm like waking up every like 20-30 minutes. So yeah, a little lower energy recently, guys. If you're feeling it, then I do apologize. Sometimes it's like that. These last few days I feel like I've been non-stop as well. There's just been so much going on. It's a combination of real life and then also StarCraft streams. We've got a big stream tomorrow. We've got the double Monday Cup, so 2 Monday Cups in one day tomorrow, going to be a banger. And we have Twitch front page as well, so we should have great viewership all day tomorrow, so that should be a ton of fun. And then, yeah. Should be super awesome. And we have Summer Championship starting on Tuesday as well, so we just got a lot going on. And we have sleep apnea. No, I'm just stressed. I know why. I know why I'm waking up. I'm having stressing wedding dreams. I keep waking up being like, oh my god, we didn't organize the entire thing. And I'm like, well, no, we did. But my whole body's on edge. Like, it's like, ugh, what's going on? We're worried about something. Like, there's nothing to be worried about. And then my whole body's just like, no, we're worried. I'm like, oh, great. Love that. Love that. Double Oracle again. It is cool seeing the Protoss players deciding to give control to one of the players, giving control to Skillis initially. Weapons coming up on the Cybernetics core. The Oracle still coming through. Oracles fly straight in. Queen gonna take some damage. Actually gonna dive the Spore. Don't hate it. A little bit of overpowering available here because you've got a bunch of Oracles and that first Queen goes down. Last time we just did well with the Oracles, but we stuck around too long, and I feel like it's the same point now where it's time to just get out of here. We don't need to stick around and lose any more of these Oracles. Well, I say anymore, we actually didn't lose any this time. Oracles stay alive, and it is GG Machine taking the brunt of that damage, so... yeah, we don't lose anything this time. The Oracles stay alive. It's a much better start for the Protoss players. Last game, they really got bullied around, right? Definitely kind of crazy. Oracle's back over to the left. The air weapons coming up, the fleet beacon and a couple of Stargates on the way in. The charge and the +1 continue to be added in as well. Just see the Oracles all gathering up, is still alive and with good energy right now, as they took an energy recharge, one of them, so a little bit of extra energy available for said Oracles. And we're actually going to come back through, pushing around against those links, just stopping them from getting in. Again, one player, Boomy, heading to the ground army. The other, Skillers, heading towards the air army. Is going to be a similar vibe to what we saw in that first game. It didn't work for them, like they didn't win the game. I wouldn't say it was a bad attempt of it, no. Like, I actually feel like they were in some good positions. It was actually kind of, you know, they took a lot of damage earlier on, especially after losing the Oracles and so. I think that's where it kind of went wrong for them initially, as the Oracles fly back over to the right-hand side. Overlord speed coming up, 16 more Lings on the way through, Infestation Pit and Hydrogen being added on as well. So Oracle's just zapping, man. A little bit of lack of target fire there. We will lose one Oracle. We go for as many Queens as we can get. I think we should turn away. We're also not target firing initially. Again, it's another Queen that just got kind of half damage done to it. And another Oracle that goes down, just not pulled away at in time. And again, don't get me wrong, like, it's nice to get this damage done with the Oracles, but the Oracles that are going down are savable. You know, like, they could absolutely stay alive in this. Carriers building from the Stargates. Cannon coming up. We got a bunch of Hydras in the Hive coming through. Mutalisks on the way as well. We continue to get that building. Oracles make their way around the sides again. The melee upgrade, the carapace upgrade continue to come through for the moment. Just going to see +1 missiles and Overlord. I'm sorry, Hydra speed coming up. A Lurker coming through as well for GG Machine as SERRAL heads to the Infestation Pit for the moment. And plenty of upgrades coming online right now as a couple of cannons dropping down. Gonna see the mutas showing up from SERRAL. SERRAL gonna play a few mutas and then just head toward the Hive after. It's just trying to harass, trying to keep the opponents at home, trying to keep them busy for a little while. I just take a moment to just poke at the front and just try and get rid of a base. You continue to see these mutas just on bit of journey around at the moment, so I'm just pulling back. The Muta's actually diving in on the left-hand side. Fight breaking out here as Ling Muta just going to jump onto this Nexus. Not really anything to push that back with at the moment, so that will be a cancel. As Zerg's starting to try and just control the map and take away map control from their opponent so far. Trying that to the best of their abilities. Sitting overhead, a bunch of probes going down. Damage continues to be done for the moment as a couple of Phoenix continue to hit the Mutalisks. Stalkers are going to fire. Phoenix are going to chase. Those Mutas will take some additional damage right now as the shots really do continue to come through. A lot of drones heading to the far bottom left-hand side. SERRAL taking this corner base. If they can keep the Protoss players busy enough, that base maybe just gets to mine. Jumi has been very, very good at moving around and actually kind of jumping on the bases with Zealots and so, but... oh, there we go! Jumi Zealot finds it already, so I expect this is going to be a troublesome base to keep a hold of. There's almost no world in which they don't find some harassment to that bottom left-hand side. to shut down a base of SERRAL, like any way you can make SERRAL a little bit slower, is generally going to be extremely good for you, right? So if you can try and achieve that, that would be absolutely brilliant. The carriers still setting up. The Stalker Archon Immortal gathering as well. Things will run in. Again, finding themselves the chance to get a surround already, so coming straight through. And the Archon Immortal just going at that set of rocks as well. A few more Zerglings still getting active and still going after this, as the Lings will continue to fight also. Is Maru in this tournament? No. Maru is not here in this one. There's actually no Koreans in this 2v2. It was open entry for the 2v2 Cups, although I think a lot of them were a little bit favorable towards European time zones, so that might have a little bit of a factor on who participated, as the carriers abducted in a whole bunch. So again, some decent trades there initially, but obviously has to step away from the storm still, stop the Hydras from taking too much damage there. Additional broods will coming out, Corruptors on the way in, and this army still pushing forward, heading into the rocks and just opening up the map a little bit. Storms up to the top side, Hydra, Lurker, gonna get hit, the army gonna go toward the upper right again. And that army really is just getting chased down for the moment. Broodlords coming through, the Zerglings are coming around. Members really are adding up here currently. And the carriers continue to fight. Storm's coming through, still pushing the Corruptors and the Broodlords away. And this army just keeps pulling through. A few more Zerglings damaged it again. Is this Protoss force going to be stopped right now? Skeleton Juby supplies looking good. They're going to need a Parasitic Bomb though. Our army just staying stacked, not splitting apart. A few Stalkers get underneath to help. The Lurker defense is going down as well, so the ground units are falling. I think SERRAL's air army is kind of dropping down as well. Trying to re-engage through, wants to get the Mothership. It takes a lot of shots, and the Archons putting work onto those Corruptors. The Corruptors all go down. It's the Hydras to save the day maybe, but SERRAL is sub 100 supply. Jumian skill is still looking healthy. And it feels like we are maybe looking at a Game 3 in our opening series of the day. Ducting in some carriers, doing what we can to just get some kills here. The Stalker support is okay, but against the Hydra is not as good. A defense will be made in the end. We just about managed to shove this back and push this back the other way for the moment. We have a hatchery down over here getting picked off also. That will also drop. Some Zerglings running over. Carriers and a Void Ray coming through. Add a Mothership on. Continue to establish for the moment as we just have Hatch Gas still setting up. Carrier, Void Ray, Mothership being added on as well. Plus one air armor going to be in addition to the Templars, Archon, Immortals. The next step of this for now. Now the next is bottom left hand side. A lot of Hydra Lurker pressing forward. Stalker Archon going to be right there. A little storm coming down. Hydra's going to take some hits. Three more Infestors coming up. A couple of Corruptors still in the way. Again, plus 3 melee, plus 1 Carapace. We are alive for the moment. SERRAL still only at 100 supply, but you know, what has he got to help out with? He's still got some Corruptors, he's still got a couple of Vipers, some spellcasting from SERRAL could still make a difference. The problem is both the Protoss players are really at really good supply. And I think that's the issue. I just don't see as, you know, essentially a ZVP going the way of, you know, a Zerg who, if you translate this 1v1 to 1v1 right now, it'd be like 150 supply to like 195, right? And there's no way a Zerg ever really wins that fight, and I don't think the extra numbers here being scaled up really makes much of a difference then. Those Void Rays are going to start chasing through as well. This army is actually very powerful right now as the Voids do nip themselves a Viper in their favor, so Having that flux veins gives them that speed and actually makes them a little scarier than usual. 4 additional carriers being added on too. Hydras are going to go and deal with the run by, but again, anytime you've got to stop for the run by is a little bit of a problem as well. So weird in 2v2, toss keep making carriers rather than Tempests. Well, carriers and Tempests fill very different roles now. Tempests are if you want to play a long game from afar. These are scenarios where the pros players are clearly going to be pushing in, and I think that's kind of part of this scenario as well, where they can push in because they don't just have an air army, they have the ground army too. So carriers really complement this. In the kind of fights that they're taking, Tempests would kind of suck. They would take so long to do damage, and they'd be playing way more slowly, and they just don't really need that right now. Tempests are much more of a sit back and deal with brutes from afar and play it slow, but I just don't think there's any reason to be playing it slowly here. Carriers really do fine as they get involved in the fight. There is a big push in the top right. There's not only that, but there's DTs just kind of shredding us at the moment. We do need some fungal growths on the main armies. I think we're just too far gone for SERRAL and GG Machine to recover. And it looks like we are going to get ourselves game 3 because Zerg is not going to be allowed to win that easily. Too much Protoss sitting on your front doorsteps. We're going to see a few Hydras getting into some carriers there, just trying to make it annoying. Again, it's GG Machine who's trying to find a way with 120 supply remaining, but they're going to agree that it is in fact time to get on out of here. GG gets called, and Jumi and Skillus will tie us up 1-1 in the BO3. 36 seconds before the ads are required. Beautiful timing. Throw those up and we'll resume on through. Alright, alright. Alright, alright. Waiting for this to get hosted into map 3, guys. Obviously ads are running, so we've got a moment or two, no problem. Get ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Colors are being set. We are moments away from getting into game 3. Countdown is on for Emerald City. Fun map to end it on. I actually feel I like this map a lot for Protoss. I feel like Zerg should struggle here. Doesn't have as many run by options. It's not really all that large in terms of there's not a lot of the pathways all generally convene onto 1 or 2 positions in the end, which means that run bys and so the stuff that the Zergs are typically good for is maybe not great. Let's see what we get as in the top left. GG Machine and SERRAL will step up to the table. The other game, base ping is coming down as Skillus and Jumi get to this game 3. Jumi having a pretty excellent event so far. Jumi currently sits 3-2. He was in a bit of a rough day yesterday, I guess, but actually was very good on day 1. And then he plays with Skillus, who's 1-5. Skillus, a loss here might just eliminate him, honestly. Like, he is at the point of maybe no return almost. He needs this win badly. On the other side, GT Machine's 2 and 4. He also needs this win badly. Put him ahead of some of the other players. And SERRAL is 3 and 2. Could also do with the win to get away from the middle of the group. The groups are super tight right now, so a lot matters in this final day of group stage games. Apparently, Max Pack's trigger already took out Wayne Milky Cow 2-0. Let's see where our game 3 takes us. Let's see what we get. Let's see what happens. Nexus come in. Yeah, again, mirrored builds from each teammate at the moment. You have your money on the StarCraft 2 player? Wow. I wish I could make that bet. That seems like free money. That just seems like good money. Smart man, making a smart bet. I'm glad I didn't put the predictions up for this game, because man, we would have lost big on the 40 points to that one. Stargate's building. The Adept's coming through. Link speed building up. Just gonna see the hatchery building through. Get an Oracle on the way, Warp Gate building up. We take a few moments to get settled in for a moment or two. We have our Queens coming up as well. Peaceful few moments. As I'm falling a Vespian gas for some reason. Always bring the best observing to the table. Not much going on though. I mean, we've lost absolutely nothing this game. The first few Lings looking to see if they can draw first blood. The Oracles looking for first blood as well, but finding absolutely zero opportunity. Evo Chamber builds, Spore relocates, and still nothing dies. It's not a bad effort at all so far, honestly. Losing so little so early is not bad. It's not easily done either, so like I say, not a bad little effective opening so far. Bowling's coming through, gonna get blasted the other side, so they take a few moments to step over in that direction. The Oracles all join together. Obviously, yeah, we've seen this many a time. First game, Oracles kind of gave themselves up too easily. Second game, they were a lot better. They still feel like they gave themselves up unnecessarily to some extent. There's one dead Oracle right away there. Now do we really have the damage output to keep fighting? The Queen started to retreat, kind of turned around for a second. Other low HP Oracle comes back in. There's extra Queen show up. It's going to be a pretty quick turnaround. Can't really justify keeping the Oracles here on such low HP. They're going to take a turn, but they are far enough away to be fine for now. Oracle's just going to sit on that top side. The charge and the +1 continuing through. Temple Archives, Robo Facility, Gateways continue to come about. That's a good amount of oracles. That's going to force a cancel on this hatchery, so denying the gold base is genuinely a pretty good positive. Revelation goes down again. Keep track of things. Same idea still from Jumi and Skillus. One man's going air army, the other man's going storm and ground. We're just going to tick along. Obviously, the upgrades coming up as well. This comp has worked well for Skillus and Jumi. Like I say, even feel like in game 1 it was still a fine composition. It was just off of a weirder place and maybe a weaker startup in general. So I like it a lot right now. Plus one charge still coming through. The carriers on the way. The air weapons are being added on. Dropper Lords. I like it from GG Machine. Something a little bit interesting here coming through. Roach Ravager force collecting together and set to move. You see, and all those carriers on the way. This is going to be hitting hard, right? South Roach Ravager in front, going to walk straight into double stasis. I'm going to go ahead and say that's not great, because it's going to A, take a lot of these units out of the fight, and B, block the way for everything else to get toward the stack defense early. Obviously, you don't want to waste too much time here either. The more time you give the Protoss players, the more tech is going to arrive. This is clearly a bust built around doing serious damage now while the unit counts are low. The Dropper Lords with the Lings and are taking a lot of attention toward the main base. That's pretty much all they're doing. Not really any damage there. Going to unload now before the Dropper Lords go down. Zerglings will try and get a few probes. Meanwhile, the Roach Hydra is continuing to hit at the front, and this base at the very least goes down. Storm's coming in from the top side. It's awkward because Skillus and Jumi are struggling to kind of engage from bottom and top at the same time and kind of sync up on that. So the massive stasis will potentially here, because that stasis on that left-hand side of that group of Hydras will be potentially deadly. Prism going down on the other side. Jumi loses control of that. There is that stasis we mentioned. It's going to do a lot of work. But do we just get to a stalemate here where you can't really push in any further on the side of Jumi and Skillus? I think, sorry, on the side of SERRAL and GG Machine, I think so. They're going to relocate and go around this direction instead, so a little bit of a different position to what we were originally working for. Storm coming down, the Roach Ravager taking hits. Archon's going to get jumped on a little bit too, a bit more damage coming back over. The Interceptors are trying to go huge onto a bunch of the Hydras, a bunch of the Roaches and everything else. Again, +2 attack still on the way up. An additional round of Zealots getting warping in right now as well. Fortress still active, the Carrier still active, Interceptors chasing through, Hydra's taking a ton of damage. Feel like we're running out of defense right now from Jumi and Skillus, but maybe just at the right time. I mean, the Carrier army's still huge. GG Machine's army got absolutely slaughtered in the end, so he goes down to very low supply, and SERRAL's supply is not great. I think this bust did not do enough. Killing that low ground base was just not enough to justify the investment of units you threw at your opponents here, so this has not worked out. And our Zergs are in trouble as Jumi and Skillus seeing what they can do. They're going to get surrounded a little bit here. If there's a fight to take for SERRAL and GG Machine, this would probably be it, and yet here we are with that army just getting absolutely smashed. There's going to be a group of units on the bottom side as well. Obviously, they're not working with everything at the same place at the same time. They're trying to do the Zerg thing of just spreading out, splitting up, and putting the attention a little bit all over. Trying to find some value with that, as the Hydra's going to find some transferring probes. Again, you take what you can get right now, but I don't know if it's going to matter, because this army on the other side of the map is going to at the very least shred this gold base, but I don't know what stops this army from continuing to attack on through. You know? One more storm, the Time Warp coming up. We're just going to see the few Hydras here will finally be getting pushed back, and that really is just going to be the end of that aggression, which means that now we've got to find a defense over here. Neural Parasite on the way. It feels like a real kind of stab in the dark right now. We're going to need a bunch of Neurals to make a difference on this army. Can it happen? Is it realistic? Do we even have the Infestors right now? We have 3 of them. Feels unlikely. We do get some good biles off onto the carriers. A few Hydras in the background are getting some damage done as this army retreats into them. They will end up falling, but they were not completely useful. SERRAL and GG Machine actually making a defense for the moment. A lot of the interceptors going down. Hydra Queen are going to be very good. Queen's especially very tanky in comparison to the Hydras, so the interceptors will not cleave through them anywhere near as quickly. Makes a big difference if those Queens are staying alive and taking a lot of that damage, taking a lot of that attention. That really does make yeah, pretty significant difference. That Prism is in a funky place, as you can see. The interceptors launch themselves at an Overlord. Mothership cloaking going through as well. Gonna see the Spire going down. It's a nice grab, removes one of the options to get good units up in response to these carriers. Hydra Queen showing up again, but we need a little bit more support than this. The Prism gonna warp in underneath, so the carriers will be right there, receiving some support. Is it enough? SERRAL is actually continuing to sit in very good supply. Just gonna see the Corruptors flying in right now. These carriers in some trouble. Oh god, are we gonna try and recall? Recall now does not seem fun right now, but the ship goes down as well. A lot of these carriers are low. That's why I don't really love the recall, because I feel like so many would just die. Now everything's gonna die. At least he stood and dealt some damage during it. Skillers the supply gets shredded. Obviously no ground army truly able to come into this main base. Yes, we saw a warping of Zealots, but we weren't able to see like all the other tech units really come in underneath and really support this, because it was in the main rather than an attack at the front. Cancel and kill on the other side of the map. Bases of the Protoss players being denied being killed, and this is absolutely huge. A 3-base Jumi, a 2-base Skillers, at a combination of 205 supply versus the 260 supply of GG Machine and SERRAL. SERRAL leading this game and dominating this game as the carry. And SERRAL puts Team Zerg on his shoulders and looks to get the first 2v2 ZZ combo victory of the weekend in this $15,000 2v2 tournament. Can he close this out? Big match as well. So many players in this game really reliant on a point here to keep their playoff hopes alive or to really secure a playoff position for themselves. I just moved toward the top. Rest of the army moving through the center. Couple of our Hydras taking some damage already. Dark Shrine coming through. The Nexus is halfway done. Nice storm on the ramp. As the interceptors will continue just to fly. The Infestors already burrow up, just going to get out of reach. There's the Neural Parasites, by the way, and uh-oh, we've got no way to deal with the Infestors right now, so the carriers are fighting for Team Zerg, and they are going to start killing each other as they A-click each other. But Neural's actually going to run out before we can actually kill these carriers off, though. Uh-oh. Do we actually have a way to kill these carriers? Some of them are low. Queen's trying to get some damage done. We need to actually kill these. This was a very exciting moment, but like it's not going to matter at all if we have no anti. Yes, Spire on the way back up from SERRAL. He has a bunch of gas, but he does not have minerals. Oh, the Zerg's in trouble. His final shove from the Protoss team is doing work. Pressing through. Hydras and Queens are just not getting rid of enough interceptors. Disruptor here going down. A few Roaches trying to get through and do what they can do. I don't think we can fight this, no? Infestors and Vipers both on the way. Wow, we had so many Neurals go off, but we had just no follow-up to the Neural Parasites, and now all the Infestors are dead. This is actually coming to a close in the favor of the Protoss in the end. Wow, this was a ridiculous game. Absolutely ridiculous. The Protoss force, in the end, maybe just a little bit too good as the Interceptors retreat back into the carriers and then launch once more. It's about 200 supply to the 180, 190 for the Zergs, trailing there. Fungal growth goes down. That'd be great if there was a follow-up. 8 Corruptors are built, and I just don't think that is anywhere near enough. Nowhere near what we need it to be. Some Roach counterattack action. Skillers is still a 2-base Protoss, yet it is his carriers which are standing strong in the skies that are unkillable at the moment and making the difference. Now, we have had a bunch of Corruptors building /build. We're going to be on 18 in total. SERRAL looking for one last-ditched effort to clean out this air army. What I think is a big deal is if this air army sticks around and it doesn't reinforce at all. Because there's an army from Jumi building up at home, but there's a realistic chance that this is going to be, you know, SERRAL jumping on this force and actually getting a bunch of kills. What are we going to do? Going to drop the time warp here. The mothership going to be the target initially. Vipers put the parasitic bombs down. Mothership attempted a recall. It is going to be denied. Here comes some additional corruptors from the production tabs. Damage is split all across these carriers. Can we finish any more of them off? We're kind of getting pretty close. The problem is Jumi's army still looking good, and SERRAL and GG Machine have to type GG. Wow. Skillless and Jumi just clutch it at the end. And that is going to be game number 3. What a great opening series of the day here. A banger of a Zerg versus Protoss. Protoss to start us off. And with that, guys, we are 1 series out of 5. Oh, sorry, 1 series out of 6 down. 1 series done, 5 to go, I should say. As we have got more Group A action coming up next. We are going to jump into, I believe... I want to say we're going to jump into UTHERMAL Wayne versus SERRAL Trigger. Is that correct? UTHERMAL Wayne versus... I don't want to believe that I've got this series. I feel like I've misread. 2, 1, 2. We do. We get UTHERMAL Wayne versus SERRAL Trigger. That's going to be on NA, I believe. As, I believe Trigger's in Korea. So I think we go to NA for that one. And we will go from there. These are so hard in 2v2. Yeah, I really felt they had a good opportunity, honestly, but just didn't happen quite in the end. Alright, we'll take a couple of moments, guys. Run some ads. Thanks for watching. We've got great viewership today. 1,000 plus on Twitch already. 350 people coming up on YouTube as well. Hello, everyone. If you're enjoying the stream, do not forget to like and subscribe if you're on the YouTube. If you're on the Twitch, you can help us on the YouTube as well. I'll throw a little link into the Twitch chat. You can go and give it a sub as well. But also, if you're on Twitch, don't forget to follow. We appreciate you all being here. And of course, if you want to go further and support with a sub or so, like Niven did just 5 minutes ago with the 77th resub, then you can do that as well. The road back to 600 subs is kind of twisting and turning right now, but we'll get there soon, I'm sure. As we'll take a couple moments for some videos to come through, and we'll get back on track. I think I want to go get a drink. I think I'm just gonna get a drink. It's kind of warm today and feeling thirsty, so I'll be back. I'll only be a minute or two though, so I'll just leave the camera up, and I'll see you guys in a sec. Welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you guys being here. We are going to head into this next match in a moment. This one's a banger, man. UTHERMAL Wayne versus SERRAL Trigger. Very, very cool. In this Group A, MaxBax is 5-1, Trigger 4-2, Jumi 4-2, UTHERMAL 4-2, SERRAL 3-3. He could really do with a win. Right now, he's in not the best of places. Then Wayne 2-4, Milky Cow 2-4, GG Machine 2-5, and Skillers 2-5. There are still like there's definitely going to be like a playoff spot grabbed by one of the lower ranked players. Like Skillers needs to get a win now though, because he's going to play with MaxBax against Milky Cow Jumi. He must win that, I think. Otherwise, I think Skillers is getting eliminated. So yeah, Skillers is on a must-win matchup. That's over on the other stream. Steadfast is streaming this as well and bringing you guys the second, the other games that are happening at the same time. Bum 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 bum. Alright, just waiting for a lobby to be made. Let this game start hopefully soon. Get in there. Actually, there is a party already, which I should be trying to get into. Go, go, go soon. Love it. Love it. Alright, I hope everyone's feeling good again. Thanks for joining us today. It's so good to see you guys. Bum 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 ba da dum dum dum. Bum 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 bum. Just waiting then. A couple moments, guys. Like I say, wait for some videos and stuff. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time. Yellow Jacket Arctic Breakwater, some videos so far. We've been seeing a lot of Emerald City, we've been seeing a lot of Undercurrent. These maps have definitely been getting some of the most love, I would say, so far. Wait for those videos as we're waiting. How is everyone doing? Let me know what's up. Always happy to hear from you guys. Let me know how you all doing. Appreciate you all being here. As we'll be obviously kicking off very shortly for this next game. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. It is Sunday already suddenly. Don't know how. It's crazy. Alrighty. Like I say, videos are taking for a while. Obviously, 2v2, different teammates each time. Everyone getting kind of online and figuring out what they want to veto and everything. It is a weekend. Yes, it is in fact a weekend, guys. Just some info for y'all, just in case you didn't know. It is officially a weekend. Right now is a weekend, yes. Heard it here first. It's hot where you live. It's hot here as well, honestly. We went out today and kind of walking around. I was like, man, it's kind of warm, no? It's low-key kind of hot. It really was, so kind of crazy. You want some max packs games? I would love to give you some max packs games, but I don't get to choose the matches. I got the I just do the matches I'm told to cast, and unfortunately, we do not cast any max packs games today. That's why I didn't use them as clickbait in the stream title on YouTube, because we don't have a single max packs match. Over in Australia, it's Monday already? No! The weekend's already gone! Wow, the downsides of living down under, huh? Your weekend's gone before everyone else's. It also comes around before everyone. You're also close to the next weekend, though, you know? It's a bonus. You know, you gotta look on the glass half full side of this, you know? Undercurrent, Rohana, gonna be map 1, map 2. I just didn't see the full veto list. I joined this party a little late, so. But Undercurrent has been getting a lot of love. Reclamation, map 3. Some interesting maps, actually. Some interesting maps. As we'll, that's ready to go. Yes, I don't see a great match as well, to be honest. No, we don't get any max packs today, but we actually have some pretty good matches in this Group A. There's some fun ones in Group B as well. Honestly, exciting stuff. This has been a long stream already, no? We did one best of 3 and somewhere. We're like an hour and 20 minutes in. Today's going to be a long one, apparently, at this rate. Today is going to be one of them long ones. Ready? Ready? Go, go. UTHERMAL / Rain question mark. Ready? GLHF. 3 hours spent waiting on map picks. I know. I think that's what really... That's the one thing that's bringing my energy down a little bit. I'm like, every single time we come out of a match, it's so long to get the next series started. They should have just done like... they should have reduced the map pool for each series or something, because the veto time is crazy. But there's also, you know, you got to think that people are obviously joining into new voice channels and stuff like that as well. This is going to be Zerg Protoss versus Terran Zerg. As the Zerg and Protoss combo will be in the form of SERRAL and Trigger, Basilisk teammates, in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Exciting. Love to see that as we get set to go with these two. In the top right-hand side, the blue Terran, the blue Zerg, going to be UTHERMAL and Wayne. Absolutely love it as a couple of overlords coming through. Drone on the way. Getting settled early. Get ready to see what the plan will become in the next few moments here. What will everyone get up to? Two players having different ideas on best first maps. It's also just like, you know, you get in the call and you're like, hey, so what are we going to do as well, right? Because your map picks are then going to revolve a little bit about like how you want to play. You know, you're going to ask, hey, do you think we want to be like aggressive? Do you want to be like a bit more passive? Like that's a conversation that has to be had before you even get to the point of, you know, kind of actually vetoing the map. So it does make sense that it takes a little while. My complaint is not in that the players take time. My complaint is that we just have to wait. Yeah, if that makes sense. Like, I understand they have to take some time to veto. I'm just eager to get into the next game. I'm not a big talker. I'm not a big yapper. Well, I am if Twitch chat gets me off topic. Okay, maybe that's what we need. Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Next time we finish up a series, we need a topic of conversation to fill us up and to get us all the way through to the next series, okay? You need to get me off. The problem is that's dangerous, right? Because the moment I start talking off tangent, that's it. I'm gone, and then it might even leak into the next series as well. If it's a good topic, you know, that happens a lot. It happens a lot. Lings Queens, link speed on the way up. Let's just see the couple have orbitals on the way through. UTHERMAL with that command center first, a little bit of greed early, but nothing going on that will punish him for that. Obviously, the common denominator between these two teams will be the Zergs, so keep an eye on what the Zergs are up to. Double factory from UTHERMAL is going to be the initial choice, so he's going to instantly start meching it up right here. Obviously, we've seen a lot of UTHERMAL just kind of massing Cyclones super early and using those to support his teammates. They've been very powerful, especially when we've seen the Zerg kind of combined with that, and, you know, Lings tanking for the Cyclones is extremely powerful. Edge had a beautiful attack the other day that was some Lings and 2 Cyclones attacked in and did so much damage because the Lings tanked and the 2 Cyclones were able to help drain the battery of energy. It's been very fun to see some of the combos that have been made. There's definitely been some very cool moments so far. Next week coming up, a couple of Adepts will go after some of those drones. 2 drones going down already, so the Adepts not having a bad time. They will get cleaned up as the units of Trigger go down. The Twilight Council is already building. The Warp Gate about to finish. Baneling Nest on the way up as well. You see the couple of Cyclones building through from UTHERMAL. So 2 Cyclones on the way up. Obviously, again, just using those factories for those straight away. Not going to go into any Hellions or anything to potentially help against Lings of his opponents. Just going to prioritize Cyclones from the get-go. That has cost the Terrans a little bit here and there throughout this event, where I think of Spirit yesterday was only building Cyclones. If he built any amount of Hellions and a couple of tanks, he might have survived. I think I was on this map even, so definitely, you know, something to think on, that going straight to those Cyclones is not always the golden idea. There is, you know, there are absolutely downsides to that and ways in which you can be punished and can go wrong, so again, things to think on. As the Lingbane heads to the bottom left with the Cyclone support. You have Lingbane on the way up from SERRAL and Trigger with the Blink on the way, but this is just going to hit a little bit sooner before the Protoss is really ready to fight. The Oracle may not add too much to this either, which is kind of part of the idea in terms of mixing this up and getting this a little bit feisty as a couple of Banes continue through. Stasis Ward catching, one more Baneling there, the few Cyclones step over. I think it's actually going to get a surround on the Cyclone, but that's going to give the Lings a surround on the Lings. And again, with these Cyclones being protected by the Lings, there's a lot of opportunity to get damage done. That Queen goes down, this Overlord will follow. The Stalkers up on the high ground, they want to be careful too, though. They're pretty weak to Lings and they're pretty weak to Cyclones, so they're kind of weak against everything. As SERRAL's hatchery, his third base, is absolutely dying. We lose the Baneling, but the target fire means you don't kill other things during that time, and this hatchery will go down. Hatchery denied. As the feelings try and threaten forward again. UTHERMAL's not on the same page, though. He's not right there with the Cyclones to get the lock-ons at the same point. The Lings are going to do the same thing for Trigger as they're doing for UTHERMAL. They're going to protect those Stalkers. They're going to absorb some shots. Getting some of the Cyclone lock-ons there is a pretty big deal. As SERRAL and Trigger in a little bit of trouble early. SERRAL losing that third hatchery definitely is a real big shutdown for him, because it really delays his eco as a Zerg. It's not just your eco, it's your production as well. That hatchery is meant to give you the injects and the lava that you need to play the game. And right now you're being pretty much just denied that on every level, so not great, to say the least. As the couple Cyclones are coming up now with Macfield Accelerate on the production tab as well. Feelings running by. Cyclones will get a bit of cleanup, but the drone micro is good to protect for the most part here. Wayne is going to be building roaches now, so it's a lot of roaches that are popping out from Wayne. I wonder if this is a second wave of attack. There's still no left from Wayne, so as this continues through, it definitely seems much more focused on, you know, the here and the now from UTHERMAL and Wayne, rather than looking too deep into the future. Lingbane going to come through again. Can we see those Banelings getting involved? A few roaches are definitely getting involved. Cyclone's going to be able to start locking onto these Stalkers and chasing them back out of here. The last few Banelings will go down. Gives the Lings that remain from Wayne a much better chance to get in. SERRAL's supply not looking pretty. 66, the weakest in the game at the moment. Trigger's supply is pretty good. I'm just not sure how well the Stalkers are going to fare against Cyclones with Magfield, especially you know, Cyclones with Magfield that are protected by Ling Roach. You do have Charge about to finish. There's the opportunity to warp in Zealots, but again, it's not going to be much support from your teammate. The SERRAL supply is low, not in the best of spots just yet. He's still on 45 drones though, so his economy is actually fine. He is up to now 4 bases. So maybe SERRAL is actually going to be okay, because he's the one that's actually set up to, you know, get more done. A couple of Lings diving into that stasis, catches a Cyclone by mistake. Counterattack from SERRAL, and Wayne is not ready for it. They're focusing on this side, and actually this is an opening. Lings are going to go after SCVs now as well, and UTHERMAL and Wayne are ready to attack, and they're going to be stopped in their tracks, responding to the aggression of their opponents. Great run-by timing from SERRAL. It has absolutely disrupted the plan of UTHERMAL to kind of get there with those Cyclones to really start trading on the other side. Lings still running in, Cyclones pulling back. Ravager gets picked off. The Stalker's flicking forward. Feeling's going to be right there as well. Cyclones continue to run through. Phalanx connecting. The Cyclones getting beaten up at the moment as well. We're going to see the few Lings are going to go after that hatchery. Hatchery will go down. A refinery going down as well. The rest of the Zerglings are still right there whacking away at this hatch. It'll fall once more. The Lings turn around. Apparently we are just done as we tap out of this one. Wow, what a turnaround. I really felt as though we had a lot of... I really felt like UTHERMAL and Wayne were onto something, then suddenly it just all snaps the wrong direction. Alright, give us a couple moments. This will get set to continue here. Colors being set, and we'll be off into this in just a moment or two. 1-0 lead for SERRAL and Trigger. And Trigger 4-2, he's really right up at the top of the group at the moment. SERRAL 3-3 could really do with the win. Would really secure his position in this group a little more with one more match to play. Kind of funny, SERRAL's actually going to play against UTHERMAL a second time. He's going to be playing with Wayne against UTHERMAL and Max Packs, which is actually a real fight for the battle on that group as well. So, and Wayne really needs these wins too, because if Wayne loses here, he's going to drop into one of the worst positions in the group, and he might not be in playoff position anymore. So everything is borderline disastrous at the moment for a bunch of players. Let's see what the recoveries look like as we get into game 2. Down a game in the top left is going to be UTHERMAL and Wayne playing Rohani here, which is on the map with main bases separated. We've not seen that be punished as much as I thought. Oftentimes when we have the open cups and teams that are quite coordinated, they really like to try and dive a player early and be super aggressive on these maps. That's not really been the case in the 2v2 circuit here. As SERRAL and Trigger play from the bottom side of the map. Obviously SERRAL the Zerg, Trigger the Protoss. I didn't quite say them in the order they were on screen, but you get the vibe that we're going for. And again, UTHERMAL and Ronin were just really feeling like they were in control, and then the run by, and then everything just comes tumbling on down from that point. Pretty hectic as the hatch gas gathers up. Hatch gas and spawning pool all in the way, a couple drones coming around. get settled in here for the moment. Probably gonna go on just a little bit of a journey up towards the upper left-hand side, gonna scout into the main base. When can send minerals again? Yeah, after 7 minutes. So again, there's played with the mod, everybody, just in case you're not aware. I think we've mentioned it today. So this is played with a mod where the first 7 minutes you cannot send the resources to your teammate like you usually can do in a team game. To prevent a lot of the feeding strategies, which typically do dominate in 2v2. So that is turned off until 7 minutes, at which point you can then send resources more, between each other. Obviously, by then, the phase of the game where feeding is the most kind of valuable and the most notable is kind of past, because both players at that point will have had to set up some amount of infrastructure and some amount of kind of future, army setup, and so by then it's just kind of worth spending your money on your own and helping your teammate out in a bit of a tough position or so, or maybe like, hey, crap, we need like Vipers right now, I'm going to send you the gas. Something like that, more so than, hey, I'm just going to send you all my gas all game long and you can mass Phoenix, and that basically just is the meta in 2v2 without this mod. Multiple barracks from UTHERMAL, so it looks as though he is going to be playing the bio style here for game number 2. He's been very Cyclone heavy as well. There's been a couple bio games we've seen from UTHERMAL. When he does play those bio games, it's typically about hitting a strong timing. There's a lot of strong times actually when, again, it's the Zerg units tank in the front and the Marines just stim in the back and do insane damage output while being completely safe and protected by the Zerg front line. So we have seen a good amount of that. Let's see what this one turns into. It's 3 racks at the moment, no factory, no stop. Oh, sorry, 4 racks at the moment, so it's a lot of units. Okay, this looks like a 4 racks Marine, basically all in, with Roach Ling as the Zerg kind of all in option of it. So they're gonna hit early though. Stalkers and a few Lings already showing up in the 3rd hatchery of Wayne. In trouble right from the get-go. That's just gonna die. These Zerglings of Sal doing very well for themselves. One Ling tries to sneak around the back right there, and it will get picked off by a couple of Lings coming through, so a little bit of countering damage right from the start. Stasis Ward will set up at the front. It's just going to get that in position. The Queen coming through. Stimpak and Combat Shield on the way up as well. A few Lings are going to chase around with some other Lings. The Roach is coming through also. And charge building. Roaches and Lings on the way. Well, Stasis Ward actually going to be pretty effective. Yeah, all of these Marines, it's nothing but Roaches being built on the other side. Stim's not done for a few more moments. Uh-oh, Roaches getting caught on their own by those Zerglings. The Oracle showing up, going to be a distraction right now as well. It starts to get rid of a bunch of drones. Marines step forward and the Roaches of Wayne continue through. They are freed. We're just counterattacking at the moment. SERRAL looking to catch some of the reinforcing units. And UTHERMAL will see this, and his Marines should actually be able to do a lot to help out there. A little bit late to stim. As do we want to attack in UTHERMAL? I mean, yes, they do, because they're pretty much committed to this. And I guess the question is, do they want to attack in right now, or do they wait a few more moments? Good amount of gateway forces here initially from Trigger, although those are unupgraded units as well. Charges on the way, but it's not ready yet. Here are the SCVs try and tank a little further. Roach, Ling, Marine pushing through. The Marines are putting some good damage out. Roach is taking damage as well. I'm afraid that a lot of the units are not really dealing a lot of damage, especially on the side of the Protoss. We have obviously UTHERMAL on the top side putting in some work, but those Roaches are not dying either. SERRAL is coming up with a defense at the moment. Those Marines are going to hit shy of the mark. We pull away to the left-hand side. More Zerg units showing up. Is it enough? I think no. I think these Marines have just not been able to do what they needed to. They were meant to be the power to really fire through this and shred this army, and it is just not working out. One of the faster games we're going to get in this 2v2 event, I think, as Trigger and SERRAL make a very good defense. We've seen a few kind of very aggressive builds, and some of them have worked out, but some of them really have not. This is going to be on the negative end of the aggressors. unfortunately for them. Healing is still going to chase up. Zealots in the center take damage. Stalker's turn around. Roach is going to fight through. A couple of Marines will take some hits as well. And one more Bile going to pop down the force field. Roach is still going across. Roach to be coming through. The Roaches are building. The Marines stepping across as well, as we do see the units continue to pull over that right-hand side. I mean, this is just, at this stage, a push from SERRAL and Trigger that is always going to look somewhat good, because any trades right now is good for them in a world where their economy is so much better established. A little split here. We do eat the Corrosive Bile on 2 of the Stalkers. The Stin Marines will put in some work. Trigger's struggling to kind of keep up and in place with those Roaches, but like I say, I mean, even just trades is good for the players that are up in workers right now. 41 and 44 workers to 34 and 24. Wayne and UTHERMAL are not exactly able to afford too much. Defense is genuinely pretty good. We actually clean up a lot. And SERRAL and Trigger do get turned around and packing. But like I say, the economies are established to give SERRAL and Trigger a very good advantage from here. You see +1 missiles coming up from SERRAL. Trigger is getting Storm. I mean, there is nothing of the sorts on the way on the other side of the map. There's no tech at all from Wayne. UTHERMAL's getting a starport finally, which is hardly like, it's hardly like, hey, he's getting medevacs and the other guy's getting Storm. Like, okay, you kind of just meant to have medevacs, right? UTHERMAL is basically adding on what he cut out from the build to be aggressive, whereas Trigger is adding on the tech that's going to see him through to the next stage and probably to the end of this game. Two very different states of the game on each side of the map right now, as UTHERMAL and Wayne may not die just yet, but they are definitely in dying position if they do not find something to turn it around. I mean, what are we thinking? We're basically looking at maybe like UTHERMAL drops or so to get in and deal some damage and really start slowing down SERRAL and Trigger. You need something along those lines. Like, you're significantly behind. Sitting back probably isn't going to do it. SERRAL and Trigger will be very happy to just out-expand you. I don't think they're going to feel the need to attack on in super early. These are both players who are typically very confident to play a longer game. So I don't think they're going to be like, oh, you're playing super defensive. Let's just try and throw units at you till you die. I think it's going to be a much more sophisticated method than that. Now, obviously, if these units are out in the middle of the map and you can find a good fight as Trigger and SERRAL, then you're going to heck take it. That's exactly what we start to do now. First Storm coming down, a couple of Biles coming through. A little bit of Bio just going to try and jump over this high tempo, but Wayne's army is gone. UTHERMAL is kind of gone too. He gets overwhelmed, and it is going to be SERRAL and Trigger. One of the more convincing 2-0s of the competition. Going to come on through, and they are going to take that one and move into another point for themselves. It was a fast match after the first series of the day. This one definitely put a bit more back on schedule. Trying to see if we can get to Europe in time to maybe jump into the other match that's going on. It looks like they're... It looks like they've just come out of game. I don't know if there's a result on that or what. Looks like there is. Maxpax and Skillis. Wow, just a fast round 8. Maxpax and Skillis. 2-0 Milky Cow and Jumi. Skillis gets the win he needs to stay competitive then. Oh, this group's going to get very interesting. We'll talk a little bit about where the group is at when everything's updated on Wikipedia. I'll bring it across. In fact, I can do that, I think, right now. Yeah, it looks updated. Well, hang on. What am I casting next? This one, this one, this one. Oh, I'm back on NA. So I'll hop back to NA then quickly. Yeah, let's just talk about where the results kind of currently sit here in the Group A of the competition. So they currently sit a little bit like this. Maxpax 6-1. He's going to be safe. In fact, he's safe enough. He will always be top 2. Trigger 5-2. Obviously, if he loses his last matchup, he could still fall down to being in 3rd and 4th place. SERRAL 4-3 should 100% be safe for playoffs. This line here is the difference of starting in the winner bracket and the lower bracket, though. Right? Yeah, only 4 teams. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So two teams start in the lower bracket already, which means that basically you don't really want to be 5th and 6th. You don't want to start in the lower bracket is what it comes down to. So this position right here, Skill is 3 and 5, might have just done enough to net him playoffs because he needs Wayne, Milky Cow, and Machine to lose. Is that possible? Wayne, Machine. Ooh, one of Machine and Milky Cow will get a win. And they're going to have better map score than Skillless. I actually think Skillless is out no matter what because there's no way he maintains a lead over the other guys. There's no way he maintains the lead over the other guys, I think, is what it comes down to. Yeah, so I think Skillless might actually just be out no matter what. It does mean everyone here upwards is safe. They're definitely going to be in the playoffs. So these guys will be in the playoffs 100%. The question will just be seeding. Obviously, SERRAL, Jumi, UTHERMAL all tied. One of these guys will end up in the lower bracket. And that's actually, wow, there's so many important games about to happen right here. A lot of important results coming up. All right. And we'll just take a moment or two. Alright, sorry, you guys just replying. Yeah, interesting stuff, though, in terms of where the group is at. Milky Cow could be even if he wins 2-1. Yeah, that's probably true, actually. Let me have a look. Milky Cow. 2-5. 3-5. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, if Milky Cow only wins 2-1, then it could be a tiebreak between Skillless and Milky Cow. That's true. That's wild. Alright, guys, I'm actually going to BRB just one moment while we get ready to go. And I'll see you guys in just a couple moments, just getting set for this next match. Alrighty guys, hello. Welcome back. We're going to be hopefully resuming here shortly. Got some DT over in the YouTube as well from California. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly the tiebreaker scenario is. I'm going to ask. Because it is kind of important to know that, to kind of know what the result kind of means. Because, yeah, someone mentioned that Milky Cow would have more wins, even though they would be at the same map score. Which sometimes is used as a tiebreaker as well, so... yeah, we'll try and figure this out. A couple of videos are coming through, so I'm getting those up and running. And we should be able to go very soon, guys. Should be able to go very soon. Thank you so much for joining us. So it's for series score, map score, head-to-head, then map wins. I don't know how head-to-head is determined, which is what I guess I'm curious about. I'm just wondering if Skillus played against like Milky Cow in that situation, because Milky Cow is the only player that could tie with Skillus, because Wayne and GG Machine would just overtake on map score. So that's why we're specifically looking at like Milky Cow. Cow, nope, 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 nope. Skillus and Milky Cow would when they played together. Nope, didn't play against each other there. I don't think Skillus has actually played against... oh, no, he did. Skillus does have the head-to-head over Milky Cow as well. Ooh! Oh. That's exciting. If that's what it comes down to, that's pretty nuts. Wow. But, of course, I mean, there's also the world where if Wayne just wins with SERRAL, then none of that even matters anyway. So there's a few different things that are potentially on the line, so... we'll try and keep you up to date with what the possibilities are, but TLDR, these guys kind of just need to win. Everyone needs to win, because even the players who are in the playoffs are still fighting for a better seed in the playoffs as well. There's definitely like some players that are currently on the borderline of going into the lower bracket from the very beginning, so yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting one. What's up, Constantine? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Fresh and new. Appreciate it. Thank you for priming us up. Milky Cow needs to win 2-0. I think so. I think so, yes. But I'm not sure. I mean, if he wins 2-0, yeah, guaranteed. But, like, I think if it's 2-1, then he's tied on map score, and Skillus would have the head-to-head. So, Milky Cow, I think, needs to win 2-0, and then needs Wayne to lose. Now, if Wayne wins 2-1, there's also a world where they are then tied. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't make the rules for this one, so I don't know how exactly it works out. But, TLDR, it's extremely close, basically. So it is extremely close. Like I say, as we get some info, I'll try and let you guys know what the exact deal is in terms of tiebreakers. I mean, like I say, we're getting told it makes sense that it's map score, then how series score, map score, then head-to-head. But I just don't know how head-to-head works. Like, does that mean that, like, because some people will play against some people twice, whereas some people will play against other people just once, for example. So is the head-to-head just like when you play against the guy? Because then that gets very interesting. Then I would actually almost prefer map wins. I don't actually usually like map wins as a tiebreaker factor. Because having more map wins while on the same map score also means you have more map losses. So it's like, yeah, you won more, but you also lost more. So why is your win more important than the loss? So yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the dealio is, but that's what we've been told. We'll just see how it works out. Like I said, I think it's going to be a pretty epic ending, basically, coming through. As we are going to have... this match in general, I think, is actually pretty cool as well. Just Njumi and Machine taking on Trigger and Milky Cow. Obviously, Machine needs a win. Jumi needs a win, because if Jumi loses and UTHERMAL wins, Jumi would be in risk of being in the lower bracket rather than the winner bracket. So Jumi really needs to win. Like, that's the really cool thing about this. Everybody really needs to win. Trigger, if he loses, could maybe not get as good of a seed as well. So it's actually still important for Trigger as well. Like, everyone kind of needs to win this still. As we go into the final matchup of Group A of the $15,000 2v2 circuit from UTHERMAL. It is Trigger and Milky Cow. Bottom left-hand corner, Milky Cow. These are two players in very different places. Milky Cow is fighting for his tournament life. Trigger knows he'll be playing in the playoffs next weekend. It'll just be a question of how strong a seed will he have to help him get a good partner. In the top, we have Machine, we have Jumi, and that is a 12-11. Oh my god, we are actually cheesing. Wow, we're actually going to get feisty early on in this one. Pro comes over, we begin to mine as we get settled in. Maybe they could do win percentage. I think that's just the same as maps won, though. Because if you have the same map score and it goes to maps won, then the player with more maps won will have a better win percentage, no? Or will the player with less maps won have better win percentage? I don't actually know. It'll be one way or the other. 2 gateways here from Jumi. So obviously the aggression coming through as that early link speed's coming up as well. It's double barracks, though, from Milky Cow, so he's already setting up in a way which I think is going to give him a very good defensive opportunity right away in those early stages. Prop going across, SEV will potentially get nibbled, link speed coming up. Tractor coming through. A couple of Reapers coming online as we get those set up and rolling. Stargate will build here from Trigger as well. 6 out of 11 is 35, 7 out of 12 is 36. Yeah, but that's just exactly the same as basically map wins, right? So the whoever's won more maps has a better win percentage. Which is kind of just arbitrary, I think. I mean, if that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. I never really... that is essentially already one of the tiebreakers that's being used, so... But yeah, it's... I guess it means something, it's just... I always feel it's so weird. It's like, you won one more map, but you also lost one more map. Like, you know, like... Yeah, it's interesting. We do see the Reaper's going to try and play defense against those few Lings. It's going to see the Adept kind of shade about, and these Lings obviously able to get through. This other side is feisty, and we do have these Stalkers already poking forward as well, so full on aggression mode right now, and obviously the wall is not really working for much. The double barracks is nice for production. Obviously a few Reapers up. There's the cancel. No expansion allowed. Trigger has to cancel as well, so you're going to get forced down to one base, and now your barracks are in an exposed position too, so this is actually really rough. The Lings run over, and the bunker is going to go down already. The couple Stalkers continue to fight. The Reapers are going to continue to take shots. The Lings will run in, and a few of those SCVs are going to be in trouble as well. Like, the Stalkers are just doing so much damage right now. I love this. Diving on the Stalk on the left. Protoss units are really good to get rid of, because obviously the battery coming online will make Protoss units a lot more difficult to kill soon. So getting rid of the Protoss units is typically going to be very good, because the Terran units don't get much better. I guess they get a bunker up. This has been pretty reasonable. Framing it as percentage makes it more sensible. Yeah, but the reason I don't like it is because the guy with less map wins never got a chance to win an extra map. Well, I guess they probably did. But then, well, I guess they could. For some reason, in my head, I really don't like it. It just annoys me that, like, you know, your extra loss doesn't matter for anything when the extra win does. I suppose is what annoys me. But at the end of the day, it is a tiebreaker, so I'm not that bothered anyway. Like I say, it's not even my tournament. I don't have to worry about it. They're going to figure it out, and they will let us know exactly the decision being made in that regard. As this was obviously very successful here from Jumi Machine. You know, they've got their opponents onto one bases, defensive structures built in the mains, and they're in trouble, man. Like, they can't move to the low ground, so Trigger can't expand for quite a while right now. Milky Cow is expanding in base. It actually does send the Reapers across the map. That might cause some trouble. There's only a Queen here that I can see at the moment, and there's not many units over here at all, so those Reapers will absolutely cause a little bit of a problem. Aussie Machine gave up a lot initially to do this as well, but yeah, he's kind of recovered very nicely because they just did that much damage. Look at Jumi. Took a gold base during all of this as well, so he's working off the gold now. Boosted income in a game where their opponents feel completely contained. I do think that Jumi and Machine are running away with this first game. That is a huge factor as the Lings continue down the bottom left. A little bit of pinging as the Cyclone tank. The units try and poke forward. Jumi is going to just back it up. The Lings, though, are going to threaten. They're going to go. Jumi is going to re-engage as well. Obviously, really just hoping that these Lings take a lot of time and a lot of attention. GG gets called by Milky Cow. And Trigger is not going to be far behind as Machine and Jumi take game one of the best of 3. And that is big for Machine because he is basically playing with playoff life on the line. Machine has the best map score of the 2 and 5 players, by the way. So if he wins 2-0, he advances no matter the result on the other matchup. So no matter what happens on Max Max UTHERMAL versus SERRAL Wayne, that will not matter if Machine and Jumi win 2-0. Then Wayne cannot possibly advance even if he wins. So also a factor to think on, things to look at. I'm just going to sneak some ads in, guys, just in case we get a long game. We'll be in trouble if we don't, so just going to get that going. What's up, Pyramid? How you doing? 24-month resub using the Prime for the 2 years. Love it. Love the cast and this TV tourney. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the resub, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Going to Crimson Research Lab. We've not seen this map much at all. It's one of the lesser played maps of the competition so far. It's going to make it into this 2v2. I do think there's another kind of cool factor of all these kind of different combinations of players in the group stage is that you're seeing all of these maps which, you know, you don't just have a team which are like, yep, these are our maps, we play well on these maps, we keep playing these maps. Like, everyone kind of maneuvers and manipulates the map pool a little bit to their favor based on the matchup and who they're playing with and against. So I actually think that's kind of cool as well. Just in general, this format has provided a lot of variety, as we do not see an early gas pool this time around. So we're going to move away from that cheese, and we are going to go into maybe a bit more of a standard opening as Trigger and Milky Cow in the bottom right-hand corner will be down a game in this best of 3, giving Jumi Machine the 1-0 advantage. Machine looking to make a guaranteed playoff appearance if he wins this 2-0. Jumi looking to get himself guaranteed winner bracket appearance if he wins this 2-0, I believe, as well. A lot on the line as the racks and the extra gases come through for the moment. Assembly is coming up. Hatchery will build onto the low ground. The Overlord begins to make a move out onto the map. Heading to the bottom right-hand side. A couple of gases continue into play for the moment. SCV's jumping in the refinery. The probe will move to the low ground. Nexus and Hatch both coming up. Everyone basically looking to expand. It is going to be factory first here from Milky Cow. Still has 5 workers on gas. Starting to pull out of there now, though, so should be looking toward an expansion sooner rather than later. if your teammates expanding, it doesn't really make much sense to kind of go super heavy tech as the Terran before expanding. Probably just want to expand yourself, unless your role is to, specifically be making techier units to help you, help both of you survive. So unless that's your role and you're kind of given stand here, I think it makes sense just to, see him kind of expand as well in the near future. Gonna be that early tech lab that the barracks can move off of and give to the factory. So very early cyclone availability. That's maybe why you keep 2 workers on each gas so you can afford the cyclone. But yeah, generally you are looking towards the minerals to get the command center started. We're at 400 now. If he starts the cyclone first, the CC will be a little bit later, but is still going to be coming up soon, and there it is. Command center down onto the low ground here, so we get that started immediately. As this adept currently moving out toward the upper left-hand side as well, so adept going to try and see a little bit of what's going on. Shading right across to the upper left side, little ping coming through. The adept is going to shoot at the other adept. Rose is going to pull, and you actually do start to see one single worker going down. Adept getting a little kill. The Overlord going for the scout in is going to see the double factory, so you're playing against mech. So GG Machine is going to get the info that they need to just be aware of, like I say, what they are playing against here. The factory there will stop over the reactor. The barracks is going to move off to the side also. And the Cyclone continues to come across and is going to lock on to that Overlord. So Ovi going to take a couple shots of damage. Stalkers and the Adept continue to move about as well. Hellions are still building. Twilight Council and Gateways on the way up also. And we get that all rolling for a moment. Blink building on the Twilight. You see the Oracle going out over to the left. Stalkers in position. The Oracle turned around again. Taking a few more shots of damage. Still got the melee upgrade coming through. Again, gateways, probes. A little bit of everything coming online for the moment as we continue to settle in a little further along. Cyclone going to have the 2 Hellions moving back up to the top side as well. So, just in general, obviously, this mech army setting up, we see a melee upgrade out of GG Machine. Obviously, playing against mech, roaches would typically be the better option, and I feel like in general, I'd still like to see roaches overall. You're playing against Protoss and mech. I feel like roach is just going to be the more kind of cover it all, but yeah, melee upgrade for the moment. We'll see what he can do with that as these few Hellions break into the main. Stalker warpins from Jumi as he looks to play the defense against this. Gonna be a couple Cyclones at the front, gonna get rid of a few probes. There's gonna be an Oracle pulling back the other way. Another few Stalkers showing up. And this Nexus is going to get jumped on as well. So Nexus gets taken down. The Lings are going to surround that Hellion. That will also get picked away at here. Blink halfway done. Magfield Accelerator on the way. Oracle heading down to the bottom side. And again, the Cyclones and the Stalkers are going to pull back down to the bottom of the map as well for the moment. +1 and Blink still building through. The Stalker coming up. Dark Shrine already coming online from Jumi in the natural, so we build that straight away. Let's have a couple pings around. Cyclones actually going to get the lock on to the Overlord there as well. Just going to push that down. That gets killed. And another few Stalkers gathering up. I'm always going to be scared when these Cyclones start threatening the lock-ons. I mean, this is where the Lings should be good. But, of course, they're scared of the Hellions as well. Using the Lings to pop the Stasis Ward, so I do like what GG Machine is doing. Using his units well so far. Jimmy obviously has to have a lot of the damage output here to help as these Stalkers start to take damage. Actually doing a great job. Those Lings are actually causing so much trouble because they're also stopping the retreat, allowing Jumi's Stalkers to be in range for so much longer as well. Great initial defense by Machine and Jumi who pushed this away. I do feel like it's going to get tougher for them because Blue Flame is on the way and you're still just going to be, Zergling focused here as GG Machines. So that doesn't feel great if I'm going to be honest. Overlord will get shot down. The Stalker's able to make a grab. Extra Stalkers up through the center. On the left-hand side, Hellions running through. Stalkers in position. They're going to play cleanup as well. Catalyst God, thank you so much, by the way, as well, for the 82-month resub. Appreciate it. Queens going to shoot. The Lings are going to fire. The Cyclones, the Hellions coming up this ramp as we are going to start to make a trade. Extra Lings running to the front there. The Stalkers taking a whole lot more shots. As you can see, the Cyclones not pulling back while the Stalkers were out of there. Trigger abandoning Milky Cow. I don't disagree necessarily, but obviously that means there's a lot of Cyclones going down. DTs are showing up as well. We are not really set to play much against the DTs right now. This mineral line's already empty. We do scan for this Archon that does. Wait, did that recall? Oh my goodness! The Archon got away on 2 HP. It survived. The recall was good, so an Archon lives. Honestly, not a bad defense against the DTs in general, though, so pretty good going in that regard. You can see the +2 attack and the charge continue to come online at the moment. Some Stalkers online as well. Get those continue to come across toward the upper left-hand side. Lings and Hydras will come forward. Hydra's obviously a big upgrade to this army now. From Machine is Jumi. Steps back, a couple of Zelds in the front. Infest are going to find the Fungal. It's a few dead units. Not a bad Fungal to find. That Archon regenerated on its shield, so it's basically back to full HP. Because Archons don't have a lot of health, so the 8 hit points it lost are not going to be missed. It's another nice Fungal growth, but do we have the follow-up? It's allowing a lot of the Hydras to be in reach, but honestly, a second Fungal would have been amazing. Just a little bit more time to take advantage of that would have been great compared to what we got. Oracle pulls back the supplies right now. I think it was very fun to look at. And you take a second here. You know, Jumi's down a little bit compared to Trigger if we compare the Protoss players, but it's going to change here and there, shift a little bit based on each warping that comes through. And then you've got the Zerg GG Machine up at 155 to Milky Cow's 109. And he's now building Lurkers. It's not even like this is a bad army either. 73 and 61 workers to the 67 and 60. The 67 and 60 being on the side. TLDR is pretty even. It's a slight advantage maybe for Trigger over Jumi, a good worker count for Machine over Milky Cow. Very comparable right now, but this is a one-man fight. We need the Stalkers coming from the other side. The Lurkers burrow up, going to scare us away. Oh, we're just going to walk into those Lurkers, not really aware. If you walk backwards, you're going to walk into the Stalkers, and that's going to be a problem as well. Stalkers blinking across. We're going to get outnumbered a little bit. The problem is that GG Machine's Lurkers take a long time to join the fight. They're not even on seismic spines yet. They definitely don't have adaptive talons. And that's a problem too, that they're just not able to get involved as much as they'd like to. They're going to be great if they can get in position, but again, they're not in position yet, and that's going to be the big problem in the next few minutes. Just going to see the Stalkers keep pushing through. Cyclones taking damage. Lurkers are doing a lot of work here. We're going to cancel a bunch of Lurkers for extra Hydra damage output. The Lurkers in the front are getting overwhelmed. They will go down, but at what cost? Because to be honest, they did a lot of work. The Stalkers of Trigger are absolutely bleeding dry. And now, the Machine can just warp in more Lurkers. He's going to have that opportunity. Reinforcements are still streaming through. We take down the Oracle. The Stalkers are going to try and hold out from Trigger as he reinforces this position. A lot more Lings and Hydras on the way up. As this game is not done yet, but definitely took a shift, I feel like, in favor of Machine and Jumi. I think they maybe pushed in a little bit too long. Jumi lost a little bit more supply toward the end. And obviously we were out of Lurkers, so we lost the efficiency that was available there as well. Lurkers get burrowed, and again, those Lurkers have definitely gotten some upgrades, which are going to make them that much better right now. Should help a lot. It's mostly just our Zerg player who's attacking forward here. Lurkers are burrowed. I just do not think we've got any good anti-Lurker play at the moment. Apart from just sheer number of units. Where the hell is Jumi at? Machine is taking this fight on his own, and I mean, he's winning this fight on his own. If Jumi is out doing anything useful, we'll check on him in a second, then this is going to be great. I mean, he's just over here with half portion of an army. Like, Jumi doesn't have a lot, but like, Machine just won this fight on his own terms. He just 1v2'd this army. Jumi, do something! Bro, what are we doing? He has a warping of Zealots and DTs over here, so he is set it up, but this main army needs to get in there and do something. He's going to let the Zerg forces die. He's finally going to show up. A little late to the party, buddy. Give Machine his moment perhaps, but man, this could have been so much simpler. Now GD Machine lost pretty much everything. Don't get me wrong, obviously the Zealots are still causing chaos over here. So Jumi has had some value. It's just seeing that main army inactive when it could have helped here, a little frustrating. It's not going to come back to bite them though. This is still going to be good as Trigger says GG. Milky Cow is apparently going to fight a few more moments, but not long enough. He gets out of there, and that does mean that Milky Cow is eliminated. And Skill is eliminated too, I believe, because GG Machine That 2-0 should put him ahead in this matchup. So that should just be a guaranteed lead right there for GG Machine. MaxPax and UTHERMAL up 1-0 against SERRAL and Wayne. That's a big match as well. That is a big match as well. That is currently ongoing. They're about 4 minutes in, so let's just jump into that from one of the other streams, guys. Let's have a look at this from Indy's point of view. So this is game 2 currently ongoing of the other series. Let's jump in and see what's going to happen here as we get some final results. So again, thank you, Catalyst God, for the 82-month resub. That's a huge one. I want to say thanks for that. Appreciate the support. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, and everything else. All right. So this is going to be some Game 2 action. So not sure what happened in Game 1 between these teams. UTHERMAL and MaxPax on that 1-0 lead. MaxPax looking to guarantee himself winner bracket. Well, basically the highest seed of this group with a win. And UTHERMAL with a win would go up into... UTHERMAL with a win would guarantee himself a winner bracket. SERRAL with a... Basically, okay, plain and simple, because Jumi won, plain and simple, the winner of this series between UTHERMAL and SERRAL, the winner of the series starts in the winner bracket. The loser will start in the lower bracket. So that's actually very exciting. It's actually very exciting. I like it. I like it a lot. So yeah, this match has a lot of value. Like I say, MaxPax doesn't matter to him. He's first place no matter what. Wayne, doesn't matter to him. He's eliminated no matter what, although he may not know that just yet. But for UTHERMAL and SERRAL, this is a very important series to get their hands on. So let's see who can get the grab and advance into killer position. Like I say, a winning bracket start would be so nice. Being able to avoid that lower bracket, give yourself a little bit of extra opportunity would be huge. No revelation going down. A couple of queens. Obviously, after this game, or after this series, guys, we will have Group B action starting up as well, and we'll do the exact same thing. The final three rounds from Group B as we figure out who will be placing where, and we figure out how that's going to look and who will be making a grab for the playoffs. The winner bracket and lower bracket from the other group. Shameless looking great there so far. He's 5-0. Lambo 4-2. Spirit 3-2. Yakov and Showtime 3-2 as well. Nikarak 2-3. While Goblin and Laser sit 2-4. And Zhuge Liang a bit too far behind the pack, I think, at 0-5 is going to make that a nigh on impossible advance for him. Obviously, in this matchup right now, we're talking about the double Zerg setup, which has been an issue. It definitely is the weakest combination of matches that we've seen in the tournament so far. So, wondering if that's going to be kind of impactful here, as we just see a little revelation going down. Those oracles coming across, zapping a few of the drones. Again, obviously, watching from a stream right now, guys. There'll be no game sound until we get into either Game 3 or our next series, because this was already ongoing. So, yeah. Is Skiller's out? Yeah, Skiller should be out. He's 3-5 with the worst map score. There is pretty much no way you can advance at that point. Yeah, he's 3-5 worst map score. He can't gain any more points, so Skiller should be eliminated from Group A. A little bit of a rough event for Skillers, man. He did not have he had some rough games just all around when we saw him play, and it was not always super pretty. Those Hellions, by the way, onto those Lings, getting some good damage done. Some Lings going the other way. Temple Archives and the charge coming through as well. You see the Stalkers coming about the front. Creep Team are going down. The Ravager Roach getting picked away at also currently. Just going to be seeing those Stalkers blinking back. Hellion Tank coming through as well. Still got the +2 attack, the charge, the Templar Archives, and Stalkers. A little bit of everything building up for the moment. A couple of Corrosive Biles onto the Siege Tank right there as well. Just going to be able to grab that, and this army's still trying to press through. This is a lot of Zerg in defense, and I don't think this MaxPax UTHERMAL push has anything going for it at all. MaxPax is going to set up the defensive stasis wards to help you retreat. Pretty much all he's got. Some Hellions trying to catch some Lings on the other side. A lot of units did get caught in the first stasis, so Maybe SERRAL and Wayne can't punch through, but yeah, UTHERMAL and MaxPax not getting done what they wanted there. They tried to set up to apply some pressure, and they got shut down almost immediately. Now, this is two Zergs that are playing kind of roachy, Hydery styles. I don't feel like we need to be super aggressive right now as UTHERMAL and MaxPax. If they sit back, let Storm come online, Macfield and more Cyclones on the map. I actually think they started getting into very good army compositions here against what the Zergs are playing, so I do imagine that will be a little bit of a factor. Hellions pulling down to the bottom. Storm and +2 coming through. Hellions will actually get a little bit of fire going onto the Hydras as well, so a little bit extra coming through on there. It's going to be a couple more units dropping down for the moment, and still to see now Storm and a +2 and a charge all coming online. The Hellions pull back over to the left-hand side. See the Storm about to finish. The +2 attack is very far along already. Roach Ravager will push. The Stalkers get chased. Hellions up the right-hand side. Sorry, the left-hand side, but the right side of the left side, if that makes sense. Gonna get a couple shots on Hydras, which is always gonna be some nice value. UTHERMAL and MaxPax's supply. Currently totaling about 164. Up against the 320. Sorry, 264 against like 320 of the opponents. So you're definitely seeing that kind of Zerg number high. That's kind of expected as well. That's not super crazy. Like, yeah, the Zergs aren't just like massing roaches, but they're also still not exactly massing super late game tech. At least on the side of Wayne, he's a little bit more roach heavy, while SERRAL does invest into Vipers, does invest into Lurkers. Those additions are coming through. And just see what the next step is going to be from MaxPax. He's adding on cannons. I'm wondering if he maybe thinks of a Stargate and Fleet Beacon play. And if that's something he wants to head into here. SERRAL was like, I don't want that fight. Wayne takes a moment or two longer to realize that that is the case. Pulls back a few seconds later as the Nexus on the right side will take some damage. Nexus gets jumped on again and just gets a cancel, which is nice. Slowing MaxPax down from getting towards, I mean, that would have been a 5th base, so pretty nice just to make sure he doesn't get a little bit out of reach early and that economy doesn't kick off into too crazy of a situation. Additional Lurkers still coming online with the Nidus network, going to be an option for SERRAL to harass with as well, and that's also very fun, getting the Nidus introduced, because yeah, that does obviously provide a lot more options for the Zergs to maybe actually get away from their side of the map. They're kind of being bullied to stay on their side of the map for the moment. And Burrowed Roach is trying to make a play. MaxPax's army getting caught a little bit. The High Templars all out of energy. UTHERMAL's tanks were not really sieged here either, and they get leapt on. SERRAL and Wayne making a move, and they're going to be able to continue fighting through. There's a lot of the Protoss Terran is going to go down here. SERRAL and Wayne are nigh on maxed out, so it may be that they want to keep pressuring at this point as well and just keep pushing forward. Few Lurkers get caught in a stasis. We're going to Nidus up to help reinforce the position in the center of the map. Create a retreat pathway as well, potentially, as SERRAL decides to go through these rocks and look toward a base on the far right-hand side right at the moment. Hydroling Lurker steps up. The probes will be in trouble. Cannon's going to get jumped on. I mean, that base is probably just going to be gone. I don't think you can really protect it here with what has happened. Just gets denied as well. Just going to get that cleaned up. And yeah, guys, no game sounds. We're watching a stream right now. We're watching the stream of this game. We were not in this game when it started. We were in the other series. So if I put the sounds on, you're going to hear the other casters. So no game sounds. Feeling's going to fight. Honestly, a couple of Cyclones will get some damage out. Obviously locking on and pushing back. UTHERMAL 120 supply right there with MaxPax at 120-ish as well. They honestly just got, I think, too aggressive a couple times over, getting caught on the other side of the map in bad positions, getting caught in fights they were not ready to take. Tanks on siege. Armies honestly somewhat outpositioned in general. As you can see, SERRAL is still max. We just lost a little bit of supply right here. MaxPax trying to get into those Tempests to be a bit of an answer. And SERRAL going to start the double spire. Preparations for this later stage of the game are going to begin being made right now. Another few Cyclones going down. By the time you're getting catches like this, you're just weakening one of the guys in this game. And then you're basically 2v1ing MaxPax if UTHERMAL's lost too much mech. I do think he's lost a significant amount. The map is going to give you defensive options. It is going to make it difficult to end the game. That's what you're kind of seeing as SERRAL wants to push through, but the choke points onto these bases make it difficult. So they're being very pragmatic about just going one way then the other, finding the most external bases they can and trying to punish that. Defense is in place against the Warp Prism, so MaxPax finds nothing there at all. And again, SERRAL and Wayne have played a pretty great game. Just absolutely solid stuff. Great defense. Capitalizing on open opportunities and moments from their opponents. And just making the absolute most of these situations. Abducting the Tempest here, get rid of one of the bigger threats that remain in this game. They're the one thing that can maybe make some real progress against lurkers at the moment. And get rid of those, and that's going to be huge. Lizards will jump onto a hatchery. Things jump in, siege tanks jump through as well. And Ling Lurker gathers up. Just going to see the Tempest and the +1 air weapons coming through. It's a lot of units heading down to that bottom right prism. Right up at the top. The Hellion's going to grab a few Lings as well. Tempest shooting. Overseer's taking damage. MaxPax trying to pull off the most incredible. I mean, even if he got maxed here, UTHERMAL is in trouble. And UTHERMAL's not really being allowed bases. Neither of them are really being allowed extra bases at all. MaxPax has at least stabilized on 3 bases. That right side through 3rd base has been a little bit more defendable for him, so he's been able to keep it online. Where UTHERMAL's low ground 3rd has been the target caught in rotation. When the army units can't get in on the right, they rotate to the center, and boom, UTHERMAL's 3rd has been taken down. And that lack of economy means that UTHERMAL is just not stepping back into this game anytime soon. So MaxPax is playing 1v2 PvZ. And that's not the kind of fight you want to see for MaxPax. Right off the bat there, just a bunch of units already getting caught. There wasn't even, both Zerg armies. The second Zerg army being used to flank right now. So MaxPax going to get caught from both sides. I mean, there's no retreating from this one. The ground army going to get absolutely capitalized on. The air army should get taken out by the Corruptors. If it doesn't go down, then I think reinforcement waves of Corruptors are going to be more than enough, and MaxPax is going to agree by saying GG. SERRAL and Wayne tie it up, and Group A will have one final map to be played. Like I say, the importance of this right now is for the winner of SERRAL/UTHERMAL to basically take a winner bracket slot in the playoffs of this tournament. So, actually quite a lot on the line as we get to a Game 3, and we'll be able to join that one in-game, so we'll have some game sounds, guys, for you guys as well. So I'll come up in just a moment. And we are going to be going to Rohana for Game 3 of the series. Thanks for making SC2 vids, no worries. Thank you so much for watching them. We appreciate it. It's time for players to swap colors, and we will be able to go into Game 3. Sure who we're waiting on changing to what. There we go. Colors get set, and we'll be going into Rohana here in just a second. So Rohana, one of these maps that has that kind of separated main bases. We still have not really seen that abused. I keep bringing it up. I mean, just in case this is the time they abuse it. Maybe they don't, but like I say, just gotta keep bringing it up just in case, right? You can't take the chance that the one time I don't mention it, I regret it. Let's get into the loading screen. Let's take us in game. In the bottom right, SERRAL and Wayne, the red and orange Zerg. Tying it up. With some great defense in that last one against UTHERMAL and MaxPax. Is UTHERMAL in the running for his own prize pool? Is he just playing for fun? Yeah, I imagine he's in the run for his own prize pool. Make the event as cheap as possible to run. And UTHERMAL's going to be losing money on this. Unless he has some insane sponsor who's giving him all the cash, then he's either looking to basically save some of his own money by winning it back, or he's looking to win some of the sponsor's money that he can make some extra money himself. So, yeah, it's he's definitely in the running. he's gonna take whatever he can get, obviously. Extra little bit of prize money is always nice, right? Overlord heading to the upper left side. The probe is going to head down to the south. The main base right off the bat here just has a scout around hatch. Gas pool from both Zergs, so no surprises on the Zerg build orders just yet. There's the second barracks from UTHERMAL already, so a little bit. Oh, barracks 3. Okay, MaxPax is expanding, but UTHERMAL will apply some big pressure. 3 Racks Reaper, and he will obviously have a good set of ledges to jump up and down to protect his Reapers and try and get the most out of this, so I like it. He's playing against 2 Zergs, so they can only really both have kind of slow lings initially as well. I wouldn't say having more slow lings is going to help overly much against the Reapers. Like, if they're very well coordinated and one player is like working on trapping the Reapers in their jump out position and the other player just tries to stop the Reapers from doing much in the main, then yeah, maybe obviously more lings are still going to be useful, but they're not going to be the most... I don't think it's going to be to the point where UTHERMAL can't find anything here. And I think that's obviously the idea behind the build. We'll be interested to see what MaxPax does. Just instantly a Stargate from him. So he goes Stargate right off the bat. Couple things move about. Reaper moving through as well. More shots going through. Queen's trying to help. Pull back across for the moment. The Adept gonna try and shade down over there as well. Gonna make a little bit of progress as the Reapers gather up. Again, Oracle coming through. Extra Reapers in production right now. Keep the pressure up here from UTHERMAL. Adept's going to get there. A couple drones will begin to go down. We will see the Lings going after those Reapers. Reapers will be getting jumped on. The couple Lings going to be there. Adept's dropping. Reapers around the back going after a few more drones as well. So damage still being done. I mean, these Reapers now in a little bit of trouble. No. Obviously now Link speed is available. Those Reapers get completely trapped. And that is going to be the cleanup on them. Now the Oracle shows up and starts to try and capitalize on some of the chaos that the Reapers caused. Being killed overall. 12 drones died across the 2 players for 3 Adepts and 4 Reapers. A few Zerglings as well. It's not bad. Obviously, don't forget MaxPax didn't kind of commit too much to this. It's UTHERMAL's expansion that is delayed. As UTHERMAL is building more Reapers, by the way, so he's going for more Reapers. Plus 1 attack coming up. There's going to be a ton of... He's just going to mass Reaper, which is obviously very, very fun. I feel Lings continue to move back out down to the bottom side. The Zerglings still gathering. Will be there. Oracle taking shots. Couple hits coming through already as the additional Reapers and the attack upgrade coming online. Continue to come through for the moment. And like I said, just waiting to see what these Reapers end up being able to do. Actually see Hydras on the way. Can't usually go Hydras against the Reapers, I don't think, but it'll be interesting to see what happens in a world where you can get some Hydras up against those Reapers. Did MaxPax and SERRAL play together yet? Yeah, they played in the first series of the group. That was on Friday. the opening match. As the Reaper comes through, just seeing the other few Reapers gathering up. Roaches joining, Hydra's joining. 5 more Reapers in production at the moment. The Oracle's still whacking away. Got a little bit more damage done. Brings back up to the top. Oracle's moving through. Ling's going to hang out in the top. The Hydra's coming through. A couple Stalkers going down. Ling's going to get blasted. A little Reaper Grenade going to land on a few Reapers there as well. Some more Zerglings getting caught. A few of those Reapers still getting bopped about for the moment. Hydra's Groove Spines coming through. Stalkers pushing around to the bottom as the Reaper's actually going to get rid of a lot of the Lings. Can the Reapers actually fight Hydras? I have no idea. Scans up. The Queen will go down. Reapers are very scary in these kind of numbers, honestly. Obviously, it's the bigger fights where those Reapers are going to struggle a bit. You see MaxPax trying to be aggressive with the Stalkers on the other side. I'm genuinely intrigued as to what these Reapers can do overall, as that's going to be a nice stasis, getting a good catch in here. A few Lings going down, the Roach is taking hits. A lot more of the Hydras still trying to come across currently, as we see the Lings, the Hydras, the Ravages, and the rest trying to poke on through for the moment. Extra Ravages morphing in, a couple of Zerglings going down. Stasis Ward going to catch on a couple of Lings as well. Another grenade. I mean, the Reapers kiting back nicely so far. Ravages are great against the Reapers. That extra bit of range does a lot for them. But for the moment, they will not be able to get too many catches, and we still settle ourselves here as the Hydras come back through. Reaper's going to go after a hatchery. UTHERMAL's going to cause chaos, but Wayne and SERRAL are pushing across the map. They're saying ignore the Reaper threat. Let's force that straight-up fight where we don't think the Reapers are going to be as good. And obviously right now, the Reapers are just not here to be part of the straight-up fight either. MaxPax blinks across, trying to get into a defensive place. UTHERMAL is coming back with the Reapers. They are getting caught by a few Zerglings, so here's a lot of the Reapers showing up. The damage output from the Reapers is insane, and there's a lot of grenades that can interrupt the shooting and the firing of the opposing units as well, as UTHERMAL is going to have the best supply of all, but that's maybe not a great sign when he's playing the Reapers. It looked kind of hopeful, like the first bits of damage coming through were huge, as MaxPax has to pull back a little bit. SERRAL and Wayne, I mean, Wayne's supply is actually the one that's killing it right now. Those Hydras are going untouched. UTHERMAL commits the Reapers down, but they start dying so quickly once the Hydras start to commit onto them. Nexus goes down as well. I think UTHERMAL and MaxPax are probably in a little bit too much trouble. Maybe, maybe not, honestly. MaxPax loses the base, but he is going to survive through, and if you can get enough Stalkers up, he's always going to have value to be gained with those. So for the moment, MaxPax is still going to be alive and kicking. UTHERMAL building 8 Reapers at once. And even a few Zealots showing up, which is so nice as well. Having those Zealots to just kind of get up in front and tank and just kind of protect these Stalkers a little bit. Very annoying to get rid of Zealots because they just take a long time to kill, right? You have to fire at them a whole bunch. They take a long time to be getting rid of. But a huge factor there in general as the Hydras pull back. A few Zealots charging in, going to get a little bit of a surround. The Stalkers looking to get a grab. A few Zerglings are being picked off as well. There's a lot of Lings going down already as the Hydras continue to push through. Should we have stopped attacking here with SERRAL and Wayne, or is this still going to be okay? It's kind of a difficult question. I feel like we're starting to, with a few more Zealots, actually push this back. These few Zerglings going to go down. Reapers are going to have the speed to chase down some of these Hydras as well, and on their own, they're not exactly going to be able to do much, so Hydras are dying. Well, so do the Reapers once the Hydras turn around with some extra numbers there, but man, you can see the issue that is coming about across the board. UTHERMAL and MaxPax will be on higher supply than SERRAL and Wayne. The defense has been made, but UTHERMAL is still on the Reapers. I mean, where does MaxPax go from here? He's got a base on the right. I mean, he's actually good base-wise for the moment as well, and he's got the Zealots to help out now too. The Hydra's getting jumped on again by those Reapers. The Zealots will now get in front, and that gives the Reapers a little bit more freedom. I love that they're still throwing the grenades in there, bopping the units around, and just giving you some better opportunities to grab those units. You can't micro them back when those units are flying around in the grenade. And it does allow UTHERMAL and MaxPax to push for a little bit further. MaxPax's supply is only at 70. He does not have a lot. SERRAL's supply bounding back up as he continues to build the Roaches here. Roach speed being added. A lot of upgrades that help out a lot. Like having Roach speed is going to make his Roaches so much better. A significant increase in quality of army right there. Uh-oh, Reaper's actually going to get a jump on this. A few drones will get pulled in to try and help fight. We actually recall home as MaxPax afraid of the counterattack and are prepped for that, as there's a lot of SERRAL roaches going to the other side. MaxPax will greet those roaches straight away, but does he have enough? Good force fields. Buys him some time initially and gets him a few roach kills right off the bat, so SERRAL will not break up that ramp. MaxPax will defend for the moment. He's getting ever closer to a storm. Meanwhile, UTHERMAL is now building 9 Reapers at a time. Is there a world where it's worth UTHERMAL getting the armory and going +2 attack? I mean, surely there is, right? Because eventually he could just switch into SOP. I wouldn't hate if he built like 2 tech labs, got some upgrades, and just opened the door to potentially start playing some like more standard bio after this at some stage. It doesn't have to be right now. Just give yourself the choice, because he's got enough barracks that he could just add on a ton of Marines out of nowhere. Maybe that's not exactly ideal, right? But right now, UTHERMAL is waiting for the MaxPax support to come through. He does have storms available. A couple more grenades helping out, as we do see the storms coming down and definitely helping to chase this away. SERRAL and Wayne will respect those storms. Now MaxPax pushing on the bottom side. Look at MaxPax's supply really rebounding after that defense on the other side, and he's going to start picking off a few units here and a few units there. Damage being done. Getting chased now by a lot. I mean, he's getting chased by both players, but it gives UTHERMAL the opportunity to make a play on the right side. MaxPax as well showing up with a bunch of the Zealots there. Storm forcing the Hydras back. We've got more storms available. These Hydras are going to take big hits. Wayne's supply is low-key plummeting as the roaches are going down from SERRAL as well. These Hydras are just not doing enough. Extra Zealots about to show up. UTHERMAL is going to realize the opportunity to take down all of the Hydras, running in with the Reapers, and that's going to be GG from Wayne. He doesn't have anything left. Does SERRAL continue? No, he's getting outmaxed as well. And it is going to be UTHERMAL and MaxPax to take game number 3. Which means that UTHERMAL will snag himself a winner bracket position in the playoffs. And it will be SERRAL who will have to start from the lower bracket. That's actually kind of a wild result, obviously. SERRAL ends up 4-4 in the 2v2s. So it's fun to see SERRAL in a tournament in a group. Especially because these aren't listed as like 2v2 teams. He's listed individually. It's like, you see SERRAL in a group and he's 5th place out of 9. Like, whoa. This is where you take the screenshot and be like, man, SERRAL's so washed. You just take a screenshot of this group, you post on all StarCraft, be like, finally, Zerg is finally balanced. You know, this is a screenshot that can do so much. Wow, that was a fun game. The Reapers absolutely ended up doing enough in the end. And yeah, Reapers beating SERRAL. Sure, that's a YouTube video in the making at some point. Obviously, it was more than just the Reapers. MaxPax played very well also. Their defense on the other side was actually pretty insane. And the Reapers really sitting behind the charge lots eventually was super useful, because the Reapers are obviously super frail and fragile. But if you have those Reapers able to just stand there and deal damage, they do crazy DPS. That's why this style can work in the first place, as we saw. GG. GG. Right, we are going to be waiting for Group B to start up for the day, guys. I think I'm doing 2-1-2. Let me double check. 2-1-2. Yes, so we are doing Eliza Yakov versus Nikorakt Lambo to begin with. Perfect. Get that going. Alright, guys. Obviously a few minutes to get this ready to go. And we'll be off and away. Thank you for a little bit of patience. Obviously, between the games does take a little while. Videos do take a while in this format and everything, so just working through that essentially. Alright, videos are going to start. Players are going to get ready. Obviously, the nice thing about at least going into Group B is that none of these guys have just been playing. So in theory, they should just be ready to go. Theory. In theory. Let's see how true that turns out to be. Hello, everyone getting some calls in. Obviously, we've got another Zerg comment. I'm becoming an expert at casting the Zerg games, man. I'm becoming a Zerg expert lately. I swear. This match, this group going in, I guess I can show you guys the group standings maybe for a moment. So first we have the confirmed group standings from Group A. MaxPax and Jumi will get the better seeds, then Trigger and UTHERMAL and SERRAL and Machine will be starting in the lower bracket. And then Group B right now, the way it starts out today is Shameless is 5-0, Lambo 4-2, Spirit 3-2, Yakov 3-2, Showtime 3-2, Nikorak 2-3, Goblin 2-4 with a Laser at 2-4, and Zhuge Liang 0-5 is where we are at right now. So this is the lineup, this is the setup. And of course, at the end of the day, we'll be eliminating 3 more players from Group B. And I guess the pairings will be made for the playoffs as well. So that's what this tournament looks like at the moment. You can obviously hear some party invites still going on behind us as we are halfway through today's games. And yeah, second half coming up in the very near future. Some of these Group B players are ready to start us off. What's up, Said? How you doing? Good to see you. Bring us away from the brackets here. And we'll just get ready. I just want to see what's going on in the party chat. Not much just yet, though, to be honest. Take a couple of moments. Yeah, Lazy Yakov versus Nikorak Lambo. Lots of Zerg in this one. There are as many Zergs in this 2v2 match that we're about to see as we have in the entirety of the WardiTV Summer Championship. 24 players, by the way. Only got 3 Zergs. Well, I have 1 invite left, but every Zerg I've asked so far doesn't want to play. Pain. Bring back Dark. He would play in everything. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out a little bit. A little confusing how they move to brackets next week. So basically, this is just, I'm just going to read from the Wikipedia page. The playoff teams are decided by matching everyone with the highest placing available player from the other group that plays a different race, brackets if possible. So, for example, if you just pretend, just for the sake of the example, if we just pretend that these are the final standings, okay, MaxPax would be paired with Lambo, because Lambo would be the highest ranking player from the other group that is of the opposite race, right? And then Jumi, I think Jumi would be paired with Spirit. And then I think it goes Shameless to UTHERMAL and Trigger to Yakov, I think would be the combo. I'm not sure exactly what they use specifically. Like, I don't know if they say, like, MaxPax gets paired with Lambo. And it's like, okay, then we look who Shameless gets paired with. And it's like, no, Protoss, Terran. So then it's like Shameless, UTHERMAL, and then it's like Jumi, Spirit, Trigger, Yakov. I think that would be the order they go in. They sort the first place finishes out first, and they just go down from there. Because I guess one of the disadvantages is if you finish down here, you're more likely to get paired with a same race player. And then SERRAL would pair with SERRAL would pair with Showtime, and GG Machine would pair with Nikorak as the lower bracket teams. So that is kind of how it will work for making the teams next week. So, like I say, that's just an example based on how this would be right now. It is explained here, like I say, playoff teams are decided by matching everyone with the highest placing available player from the other group that plays a different race if possible. So yes, the bracket will be fixed teams. If Yakov ends in 5-6, he's going to be in a ZZ team. Yes, there's definitely potential for that ZZ in the bottom side, because obviously both SERRAL and Machine are going to be starting in that lower bracket. So yeah, hopefully that helps explain how the playoffs will work. Videos are underway for this series, by the way, so we will be into games soon. 7 showtime together. Well, that's not guaranteed. That's just if Group B was finalized in the order that's in now. But obviously Group B still has to play their last 3 rounds. Do the pairings change every round? No. The pairings change every round in the group stage, but in the playoffs, it's you get set a teammate, and that's your teammate for the playoffs. And that, again, that teammate is still kind of a random teammate, because it's kind of based on how you played in the groups, and obviously you can't completely control who ends up where in the groups, right? So yeah, there's still that kind of element of being paired with someone. You don't just get to pick your partner, it is decided for you based on how the groups have played out. And then that is your partner for the entirety of the playoffs. So the tournament format does shift a little bit from being like having to play with all sorts of different people to all of a sudden you actually get a few days to prep with your partner, to figure out how you play, to kind of get some communication going, figure out some strats maybe if you want to, all that kind of stuff. That kind of gets put into place basically. So are players forced to play their main? No. You can play off race if you would like to. So if you get paired Zerg, like for example yesterday Lambo and Laser played together, Lambo played Protoss, while Laser played Zerg. So you are allowed to off race, just obviously players will feel typically more comfortable in their main race. Obviously makes a big difference. You like the shift in style in the tourney? Yeah, it's kind of cool. I'm a little bit sad because I thought the group stage format's so cool, but you gotta have some way to kind of knock people out and have like a playoff bracket in the end anyway, right? So Emerald City going to be our opening game. Hopefully that answers all your questions, guys, as we get ready for game number 1 of this best of 3 as we get into the last matches in Group B. Final 3 rounds. It is a Laser and Yakov taking on Lambo and Nikorat. Does the matchmaking assume main race? Yes. So obviously it assumes main race in the sense that it's going to try and pair you with someone else who mains a different race than you. The whole idea, the whole concept is that you're essentially trying to make as many non-mirror matchups as possible in the playoffs or mirrored teammates. Obviously, if you do end up with a teammate of the same race as you, maybe you could off race to offset that disadvantage. That is going to be something you can decide to do if you want to. That is part of the, the way that, that's just part of how the tournament works. Like, that can happen, That's just something you accept coming into this event. The best thing, and in a way, it's under your control, because you don't get paired with someone that's the same race as you, unless, if you just win the group. Because if you win the group, you're guaranteed to get an opponent or a teammate that's not the same race, unless I guess, say, Maxpex gets first, and then 1st through 4th of Group B are all Protoss, in which case it's just like, well, you were screwed no matter what, right? But it is kind of in your control. By getting a better seed, you're more likely to get that non-kind of same race partner. So thank you, Ledgelot, for the 6-month resub. Appreciate it. We get into this then, the Zerg combo. They are going to go with the double Zerg. We have seen double Zerg have a little bit more success today in Group A, so we'll see what happens here. It is going to be the red and orange Yakov and a Laser. While in the bottom right side is going to be Lambo and Nicorakt. Put some Zerg Terran action. Let's see what we get out of this. Is the Zhuge Liang match happening at the same time? Yes, there are 2 matches happening at once. Who is streaming it? Steadfast? I do not know if he's live on YouTube. I have absolutely no idea. I don't think Steadfast streams on YouTube. So probably not. But I could be mistaken. So don't take my word as law. There's a huge element of randomness as to who you're paired with. Well, not really. If you win your group... I mean, the thing is, like, if you win your group, you're going to get paired with the other guy that won the most games in the other group. So in theory, you're getting the best possible teammate. Because they were the other guy that was able to come through and be like, yo, you know, we were super good. Like, the whole point of the tournament is that you're not necessarily meant to come in as a prepared team and be the best as a prepared team. You're meant to come in as the best player who can adapt to multiple different 2v2 scenarios, matchups, and matchup versus matchups, you know? And so in theory, the 2 players who are the absolute best of that are the 2 players at the top of the group. So you get rewarded by winning your group by being paired with the other guy who's very good at that. So there's definitely a factor there for sure. It's very different being paired to SERRAL than with Jumi. Yeah, but SERRAL has a... I mean, SERRAL didn't even win enough matches to go and... SERRAL didn't even win enough... You say that, but then... That's just not true. That's true from the point of view that SERRAL is the GOAT, because he's the GOAT in 1v1. But if SERRAL was so good, he wouldn't be starting in the lower bracket of the playoffs. Right? So Jumi was able to win more matches than SERRAL. So then in this tournament, Jumi is the better player to be paired with. Because being paired with SERRAL was not an instant win. Being paired with... You were more likely to win a series if you got paired with Jumi in this tournament than if you got paired with SERRAL. So the logic doesn't really stand up. Right? That's because it's based on how you finish in the group. It is balanced based on the format that we're playing, no? I also think we may be thinking about it too much. It's a 2v2 tournament that has an aspect of fun to it. I think we can probably stop hype analyzing it all. Just gonna see a couple of Hellions are gonna get through, some Zerglings getting picked away at. Blue Flame is on the way as we're gonna see Mech from Nicorakt. Mech Zerg, I think, is a very powerful combo, but I also love that he's actually just playing Blue Flame first. Obviously, this is going to be, you know, double Zerg, so you're expecting a lot of Lings, but it's actually going to be Spire quickly out of a laser, and Yakov is going into the fast Roaches. So 2-base Spire with the Roaches coming up off 2 bases as well. Yakov and a laser with a little bit of a build in their kind of hands. Interesting to see neither of them going into the 3rd base. And as you get some scout information here, obviously as the Terran and Zerg, it would be nice to see some anti-air ready in for the mutas. That's what the 2 Cyclones coming up are going to do. But right now, we do have these Hellions pushing forward, but I think Roaches are going to be out to defend this in time. There is not going to be a wall off of Evo Chambers here, but we don't really need it. The Roaches are in the wall as well. Feelings still moving around. A few Hellions gather up. We do have that Blue Flame is about to finish. The Mag Field is going to be on the way soon, as you have the land, the drone still building as well. A little Cyclone going to get rid of that Ovi. It's going to be a nice pickoff, as we still have Roach Speed coming through. The Overlords are on the way. The Cyclone continues to go after this Overlord as well, by the way. So that Overlord taking some big damage. It's going to go down in the next few moments. Get that cleaned up. The few Roaches are going to be there. Hellions getting chased away. The only issue with the best of best matchmaking is that it might create very strong, very weak teams. Yeah, I do agree with that. I think that is obviously maybe one aspect of a problem, but I think it then just makes the group stage ever more important, right? Like, I think it is genuinely rewarding to get paired with who you're going to get paired with for the most part. You know? So, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree. Like, that might make it less interesting in the playoffs. It'll be interesting to see how much of an impact it has. I'm genuinely very excited to see how it plays out. I'm not going to be casting the playoffs, but we'll probably get to tune in and watch some games. If you guys have enjoyed the 2v2, let us know. UTHERMAL was asking me about maybe partnering up to run some 2v2 stuff after this. If that's something you guys would like to see, then be heard in the chat. I'd love to put out what you guys... I mean, especially the YouTube viewership for this has actually been really good. It's been more consistent than our 1v1 tournament viewership lately, so... YouTube has been enjoying the 2v2, I can see that much. It's those Cyclones, oh my god, the mutas are just going to dive in. The Cyclones got a bunch of those mutas, obviously cost them a few Cyclones as well. A little bit crazy. There's one muta going down as well. As well, look to try and jump onto the Extractor there. Extractor going to take some damage already. Queen will be firing. And we just have a couple of spores already set up, obviously trying to play as defensive as we can, knowing that these mutas are coming in. Lambo and Nicorak just want to hold on. And if you can deal with these mutas effectively, then great. But the follow-up is going to be Lurkers from a laser. So a laser using this map control that Yakov has given him to basically just tech straight on up into those Lurkers. And that's coming through from Yakov. He's still building mutas too, so he's going heavy on the mutalisks. Wonder if it's going to be worth building a couple of Thors here from Nicorak, just because there is going to be so many mutas. A couple of Thors mixed in with some AoE splash can be very deadly to those mutas if they just find the wrong fight. Cyclone locks, and it does get the Mutalisk kill. Picks that off. Muta's going to go around the bottom side. Missile turret in position, going to turn the mutas away. And like I say, a lot of the static defense really is in place now to help keep these mutas back. That doesn't mean it guarantees a defense, it just means that it does help push this in the other direction a lot of the time. And a few more Lurkers coming through. The Hydras are coming online as well. Plus more missiles coming up. The Groove Spines on the way. The Cyclone's going to get into the center. What's up, Shemzy? The Shemzy WardiTV team. Legendary. Was that also at like 4 AM in the morning or something? Some real late night 2v2 action? Oh, the good old days, huh? Maybe the 85 months made us. Our Cyclones locking and chasing those mutas away. Again, you're getting rid of the missile turrets, but that's fine. Like, the missile turrets are almost like attacks. So you'll just rebuild them and just make sure that you have that constant kind of thing that the mutas will want to focus on first to save your workers and so on. Just going to see those few roaches still burrowed up, and the Lings are going to go moving around. Yakov and a laser will be... Still a pretty good supply. Lambo is maxing out, but Lambo is maxing out into Vipers now. I mean, what's Lambo got otherwise? Just a lot of Vipers and then Roaches. Obviously trying to do some burrowed Roach harass, but his opponents have been on top of it, and Lambo going to lose the upper right base. It's a cancel against those Lings. The mutas come in. Parasitic Bomb from the Vipers. Going to get a lot of these Mutalisks low. Do we have a follow-up on any of them? Oh my goodness! Oh, we just run out! This scan from Nicorak is nothing but like a oh my god scan. Like, are they going to die? He had no reason to scan there other than to potentially see the justification of mutas dying from the parasitic bombs. That's terrifying here. It does mean those mutas are going to consistently be a problem. By the way, sorry, I've said a laser. I've had the colors mixed up. A laser is the one with the mutas, and Yakov is the one teching up otherwise. Sorry, I said Yakov was playing the mutas at some point. I've mixed myself up and stuck with it without rechecking the colors, so... A laser getting away with a lot of those there. That's going to be hold position Lurkers. Kaboom! Oh my goodness. Nicorak getting annihilated a little bit. Get some lock-ons as he retreats as the mutas try to chase. But that was a great play from Yakov as well to get some value. And that means that Nicorak has to... both the players are going to have to be much more careful about moving around now that those Lurkers are on the map. Detection will be necessary at every step of this game. Scanning to know if they die or not is important to know. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, I guess that's true, knowing if they die or not. Well, okay. Counter argument is Lambo should know no matter what, because most pros play with the XP pop-up on, so that they can see if stuff dies in the Fog of War. Because if stuff dies in the Fog of War, the XP pops up, right? Is that still a thing, actually? Did they get rid of that? I haven't talked about this in years. I feel like that might almost not be true. But, that used to be a thing, at least. Maybe it's not anymore. I guess the mutas actually overhead here. This is a chaotic fight because we're kind of getting stuck. and the mutas are able to just sit overhead. There's no parasitic bomb, but the split away is good. The Cyclone's doing what they can on the mutas, but the ground army of Yakov is putting in work. Lambo and Nikarak supply is dropping. Banelings are hitting them at the same time, and it looks like the Zerg combo is powering through the muta distraction with the ground army of Yakov putting work in. And that fight felt like actually a very desperate fight, and it might have been because Yakov and Alaze have just expanded because of the help of the mutas. And because they've just been able to expand, they've taken control, and I do think that Lambo and Nikarak looked at this as a pretty kind of desperate situation, and that's why they committed so heavily. GG's got called. Yakov and Alaze will take game number 1 of this best of 3. And, wow. Really cool start with the mutas, and then the ground army doing work. The lurkers on the whole position was a cool little play as well. Everything of this was actually just really, really fun to see. Very cool. Very, very cool. Alright guys, just waiting for the invite into game 2. It's going to be Yellow Jacket as our next map. Just jumping in, just going to need some swapping of players and swapping of colors, and we can go. If 2 Vipers abduct each other at the same time, do they switch places? Yeah, they kind of do a crossover yoink. Because the abduct goes off, and the abduct registers on the other Viper before your Viper moves, essentially, right? So then they both get pulled in at the same time. So yeah. You actually see it quite a lot in, like, late game ZVZ, where the Vipers, like, abduct... Well, obviously, I guess that's always when you're going to see Vipers abducting each other. But, like, late game ZVZ, because everyone's trying to prioritize abducting Vipers almost always, you'll see it a lot where you just go... and a lot of that obviously is just some Vipers are still here that are yonking these ones, but sometimes you can still see the same Vipers kind of crossing paths with each other, so... Taking that first game in the bottom left of Yellow Jacket will be the red and orange team of Yakov and Alaze. Lambo and Nikarak. Felt like their defense against the mutas was fine, but the game did get a little bit away from them, right? Like, it did get to this point where there was just so much economy being set from Yakov and Alaze. Yakov was just teching freely, and Alaze, the mutas really did their job. They did a fantastic job of it. Some years back when every final was a ZVZ, so a Viper Yonk and a lot. Yeah, there was a phase where we saw a lot more ZVZ, a lot of Raynor SERRAL finals and stuff as well, right? Raynor, SERRAL Rogue too, Dark. A lot of these guys really at that top level consistently, and yeah, you saw it a lot more in those kind of games. No score update just yet, by the way, on the other match going on. Shameless Zhuge Liang playing Spirit and Showtime. Obviously, I'll try and keep you up to date with all the scores, because it's kind of important right now. How is that game going? Let's have a little peek. Right now, the Zhuge Liang Shameless combo is actually up a bit of supply, but... yeah, I'll just say at a glance. I think it's looking a little bit good for Zhuge Liang and Shameless, but it's far from over, so... We'll see. We'll keep a track and update with you guys again later. That's still game 1 over there. Is the abductor projectile... Yeah, like, once you fire it, it's essentially just like, it will hit the opposing unit, and it will drag them to where it was fired from, right? I'm pretty sure is how it almost always works. Wouldn't know how that game would have turned out if all the mutas blew up the parasitic bomb. I think you instantly counterattack, and you probably do have a very good time, because Yakov was not fully set up just yet. And obviously, Alaze just loses a ton of units. So the counterattack is probably extremely powerful. So if you just go instantly, you probably have a lot of... you probably, like, reap the benefits, basically. Queen inject for the moment. Rotron continuing up. Failing Nest coming down. Bulling's getting chased about. Overlord gonna do some popping. As the Overlord set up for the moment as well. You have a fraction of a second. Yeah. I mean, if something abducts a unit, you can avoid the abduct by lifting something into a prism / medevac. Like, this happens a reasonable amount, I want to say. And I think it looks like the abduct then hits the medevac but doesn't pull anything. The moment as Yakov gets sorted here. See, important moment because you see a laser and Yakov are setting up into a very aggressive attack here for the moment. So looking to fire up some aggression. Trying to dodge EMPs and abducts. Well, EMPs are like instant cast, right? So dodging EMPs is essentially just predicting where the EMP is going to go and pre-lifting units. It's just that's very difficult to do. I mean, dodging abducts does happen. It's just it's very rare that it's worth the micro to save. Like, if they're abducting siege tanks, you're probably already sieged. If you're abducting other things that are unsieged and so on, I'm thinking of it from ZVT because obviously, I guess like ZVP, like the problem is it's so difficult because a lot of the time the Vipers will try and abduct in. The medevacs or like the prism a lot of the time too. So the scenario is very rare. But yeah, there's sometimes times where maybe like say a retreating army and a couple tanks are at the tail end, they're about to be abducted. Maybe the medevac can like pick them up and dodge them. It's just so rare that it's worth the micro in the larger fight. And especially because a lot of the time it's on units that will not be something... The units that would be worth saving in that way are not savable in that way, if that makes sense, right? Like, you can't just lift a Tempest into a prism, right? And those are the sort of abduct targets you'd really want to try and dodge. It's like I say, the only thing I can really think of is maybe in like a ZVP fight where like the prism's still around and then you maybe try and save an Immortal and an Archon. But then there's also so many of those units, you don't know which ones get abducted, and there's just like a mass spam across them as well, so it's very difficult. It's very tough to do because it's just so hard to know when your opponent is going to abduct which certain unit, you know? So there's not really a reaction you can have to it, apart from it being a prediction, so... Does cloaking work? If abduct acts as a projectile, then something cloaking before the abduct hits it should work, yes. If the detection is not there. I think it's weird because a lot of the time, like, these are very hypothetical questions where it's like, a lot of the time the Vipers have like 10 overseers with them. You know, a lot of the time the Vipers want to abduct the medevac / prism first anyway because those are great units to get rid of to remove micro potential, so... These are very, like, hypothetical questions which you just don't really see the outcomes of a lot because those situations just don't arise a lot in the first place, to be honest. Obviously, Vipers are typically at a stage of the game where micro in a single unit to save from an abduct is going to be way less worthwhile because your maxed out armies, like, there's usually other micro to be done versus trying to, like, perfect that, so... But in theory, yes. In theory, yes. If you had infinite APM and infinite wisdom as to what was about to be abducted at one point, then kind of cool. They're gonna call with BattleNet. A classic. Alright, the BattleNet call for game number 2 here. I mean, they might not need the BattleNet voice for long because they are getting aggressive. They're going to be very feisty in the next few moments as the roaches are coming up. The lings are about to have ling speed. And this attack is about to happen. Lair finishing already soon from Lambo. There's just not really much of anything out right now. There's 2 queens, 4 lings, and a couple of hellions. Spinecaller starts. Okay, they've realized what's up. They've seen it, the Overlord sword. So Lambo pinged it. He starts spines. And already drones on the way behind this from a laser. He's building the roaches, so his reinforcements do not arrive as quickly. But he's just going to drone immediately. So he's looking for the future after this attack. There's a very good chance this attack does a lot of work as well. The 4 hellions are really the only defense right now. Lambo is making some lings. There's not a lot that really does well against the roaches, especially if the roaches get protected by lings as well. Spines on the low ground taking damage. Remember, we do have Banes coming in as well. They're going to absolutely fire up a storm. These roaches are going to wander into the main. Banes crash through. There's a lot of Banes left. Honestly, this is a concern. You see the Zerglings running about, and the Banes, what do they want to connect onto? I love that. Turns around and hits the lings trying to come up the ramp to play defense. This is a big problem. These roaches are going absolutely untouched. There's just no answer to them. Lambo has a Spire on the way. I think these Banes should run into, I was going to say Lambo's mineral line and try and just stop him from setting up. Obviously, we can see that he's on the way to a Spire. Right now, obviously, you can also see that Nicorect is just absolutely dying. He's taking a ton of damage. A laser is on his way to a lair. The Spire and potential mutas would be huge, but Lambo's not exactly rich. He lost a lot of drones on the low ground as well. Well, he actually only lost 5. 24 SCVs lost, though, from Nicorect. So his economy is in tatters. Actually, continue to build Ling Bane here from Yakov. He's going to find more drones of Lambo as he's busy trying to defend in the main base. The drones pull in. These last few roaches are still going, which is going to be the problem. And they're finally going to get cleaned up. But what, it was like 5 and 24 workers killed before? Now it's 18 and 24. So Lambo lost 13 additional workers. These Banelings will find a little extra. The Hellions are going to make it difficult. Oh, we're going to turn into the Hellions. We do have a, yeah, that orbital kind of moving about a little as well. Hellions come through, Zerglings get chased away. Game will settle down. Lambo 33 supply, Nicorect 34 supply, a laser. I mean, they basically just need an answer to the Mutalisks. If they have any amount of anti-air, queens, and spores set up, these mutas will not do a lot, and then I think they're going to be in a ton of trouble. Lambo and Nicorect, but I think they didn't really see, they saw the mutas kind of late. So at least this forward hatchery will be in a little bit of a problem. There are some units, some Lings of Yakov still attacking on the other side. Worker count at this stage, 37 and 59 versus 22 and 22. Oh god. But Lambo's going to start trying to re-drone, but again, he is not rich in this process, so... There's also not too many mutas to the point where you could maybe even see roaches just running across to the other side of the map still. I think that could absolutely still just be kind of a plan, because I don't think the muta damage output is going to deny those roaches super easily. 10 more roaches build, and roach speed done soon. I think a laser could A-click across the map with the roaches. It's going to be very hard to stop them from doing some amount of significant damage, right? Yakov also running across the map with the Lings is also just difficult to deal with right now. Yes, there are a few Hellions, but not really enough. As Lings pull back, mutas pull back to deal with this. If the mutas are back over here, you could absolutely start running the roaches across the map as well. Lair on the way from Yakov. He's obviously not teched up yet. That's maybe the saving grace, but a laser supply is just popping. Remember, he started droning as those units were running across the map, and he kept droning throughout the fight. His roaches lasted so long in the main of his opponent that, yeah, he was just able to establish an absolutely incredible economy. They just come through, just going to be seeing them going after the hatch. Cyclones, and from the pre-igniter. Obviously all the mech stuff coming through, but these roaches have made it to the other side. That's going to be very tough to stop. He's going to try and hit the hatchery for a few moments. You're going to see the roaches going to start running up in towards the main base. Supply depot there will get taken down. The other few roaches coming over. Hatch taking a little bit more damage. Cyclone will get jumped on. So those roaches continue to come through. A few more drones taking hits. A little bit more damage being done. Roaches continue to go after those drones, so damage being dealt. A lot of drones going down. The Hellions coming back the other way. We are still overhead. We are going to see this hatchery dropping. I mean, this is going to be a cleanup, but again, the damage done is absolutely nuts. You've done so much over here, and this is going to give you time to get... Obviously, it looks as though Infestors are going to be the choice. Just basically an answer to the mutas. I'd still like to see a more solid answer to the meters, but Lambo's also on 9 drones. So his economy's gone. 40 SCVs on Nicorakt. We are past the 7-minute marker. Nicorakt could send Lambo some money to try and get back on track. But yeah, this roach attack did exactly what I thought it would. It would take a long time to get cleaned up, and by the time it got cleaned up, the damage had been done. Isn't this game mega over? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the mutas were going to make it complicated. Like, this game would have been super done if Lambo wasn't making mutas originally. Mutas is the only reason that this game didn't really end before now. You've got to respect them a little bit, but a laser just masked up to such an extent that it doesn't really matter. And as he comes across the map again, the Cyclones will get a few kills, but it's not like there's a lot of Cyclones. The Lings are going to take a chance to jump on that hatchery. And again, the mutas just have to pull back. And if the mutas are over here killing roaches, they're not on the other side of the map dealing damage. And obviously, we are just going to get more SCVs. This position is generally just fine. You're trading supply for workers and units that just can't really be remade on the side of Lambo and Nicorakt because they're hecking poor. They have no money. And a lot of those roaches do die, but Laser's already building 20 more because his economy is through the roof in this scenario. He actually has 4 bases. It's that forward base of Yakov that's been denied a couple times, so it's a Laser that's really still throughout the entire thing. Being absolutely A-okay. And with Vipers and Infestors all building, Hydra's on the way too. We truly have an answer to the mutas, and those mutas are the only thing that are really making this complicated. After that, we're going to have more than enough spellcasters to accompany everything else and to knock down the Cyclone force. So it's not like I say that Cyclone or Mech force is going to be super large at all. It's going to be pretty minimal. We're just going to try and be as annoying as we can until then. Try and give ourselves a chance, give ourselves an opportunity still. But it's just going to be GG. They recognize that that's going to be it. GG. Alrighty, that's going to be Yakov and a laser. Taking a big win. 2-0 with the Zerg coming in with a great set of builds, actually. And getting themselves a big win. Apparently, Shameless and Zerg Liang did close out game 1. Oh, they're only a couple minutes in game as well, so we might have to go and hop onto the other stream and just cast from that point of view for a bit. Yeah, they're 2 minutes into game 2, so we're going to have to take a second to figure that out. Alright, let's throw it up. So, this is the other match going on. As you can see, only a couple minutes in, so we'll sit here and cast this from Steadfast stream. If you do want the game sound, guys, you can find that on Steadfast's channel. You can find him obviously casting as well. How much do I think the resource sharing has or hasn't affected the results? I think it's affected them massively. I think the resource sharing would have made certain compositions even more powerful. I think the thing about resource sharing is that, if nothing else, a lot of the 2v2 experience that a lot of these players have is in the form of resource sharing 2v2, because that's just the baseline, right? So pretty much all players know, like, oh, I can play, you know, I can just, like, feed my Protoss teammate and play mech behind it, and he can make Phoenix. Like, so I think a lot of people, I think it would have really benefited certain kind of combinations of teams a lot more. So I think the result would have looked different. I couldn't tell you who would do better or worse. But I do think it has an impact, for sure, because I think now it's a much more open field because you're playing a version of 2v2 that is way less explored. 2v2, like, you know, feeding your teammate in 2v2 is such a well figured out meta in the 2v2 scene. Like, this is 100% something that is, you know, much more figured out, much more easy to execute as well, I would say. You know, people kind of understand how it works a bit more. So by doing this, you have a much fresher meta that everyone's playing into, which makes it even more exciting when they're all teamed up with different players on every different round, right? They're not allowed to share resources. They're playing with a mod that turns resource sharing off for the first 7 minutes. After 7 minutes, they are able to trade resources. And specifically because 2v2 is very broken and heavily favors anybody just shoving gas into their teammate. So, Yeah, if you've not watched 2v2 before, usually like mass Phoenix is a thing, and you can see Shameless like building a lot of Phoenix here. But like imagine this guy has all of the gas that the Zerg is mining as well, right? Then you can mass Phoenix, and the other guy's basically just like a, you know, a gas farm. And eventually they start to do a little bit of something, but it's just very difficult to stop the mass Phoenix without just going into some kind of, you know, feeding kind of scenario yourself. So it's a pretty toxic way. I don't know if it's toxic per se, but it's to me it's a much more stale meta simply because we know about it and it's been explored heavily in the past. Whereas this is much fresher, and to be honest, I would say the games are of better quality based on this as well. So yeah, certain styles just super heavily snowball and run into more and more favors when you have the feeding enabled. So I'm freaking leaving the party in the background. He's making me do a double take. Oh, if you hear that, it's just my own StarCraft sounds obviously in the background still. That's why we have some sound but no game sound, because we're watching the stream of Steadfast stream right now showing the other games that are going on. I feel like the worst player would feel obliged to feed the better player. There is a little bit of that, but there's also, I mean, certain races just get fed better as well. Like feeding Phoenix is just super good. Phoenix are already super good in 2v2, as we've seen a little bit where double Stargate Phoenix is just, it's not super punishable like it would be in 1v1, and so heavy Phoenix counts can do so much. Like, we already know this from like PvP and so on. It's just unrealistic to get those amount of Phoenix up in other matchups. But like, heavy Phoenix and then having a supporting army behind it is already very good. So having even more Phoenix that can absolutely control the game and just spam kill workers and control the skies, and then just lift everything if you get attacked is super powerful. So it's not even about the better player getting fed by the worst, it's just whoever's race favors getting fed more, gets fed more, you know? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I've been really loving seeing the mod. Actually, to me, it's kept the 2v2s very exciting. I don't know if that's the mod or just the format in general, but either way, the entirety of the event has been very exciting, because every single match has felt a little bit different. It's been fun. We've had some genuinely great games, so shout out to UTHERMAL. Obviously, today is our last day covering the event. They'll be covering the rest of it next weekend. Let's see that's kind of coming about. We do see the Phoenix and the air weapon upgrade coming through. Fleet picking coming online. A few infestors on the way up as well currently. Those Phoenix moving about. Marines and tanks setting up. Big army here from Spirit and Showtime. They're down a game in this series. A little worried that Shameless is down on supply. You always think that Zerg army, which looks a lot more kind of support focused with the Vipers build and then just Roaches as a buffer. If that's the leading supply in your game, it's a little scary. The carriers are coming up, but they're not ready yet. But that's a mega fungal. And Zhuge Liang actually going to be able to take a decent fight, but he doesn't get the infestors out of range. They absolutely could have pulled further back. All four of those infestors get shelled down by the siege tank, and that is absolutely brutal in the end. Stalker's trying to play some shutdown on those Phoenix. Shameless and Zhuge Liang will stay around here. Yeah, those infestors going down was absolutely brutal, no doubt. That was tough. Phoenix gathering, we see a few more carriers on the way, but currently halted by a little bit of an unfortunate circumstances. They will get resumed now, so carriers back into production. As, I don't know, I mean, Spirit and Showtime hold in the middle of the map. Can they actually push on in? Those infestors have definitely made you think twice. Killing them off obviously opens the door a little bit, but there have been a couple extra made anyway. can see the Stalkers stepping through. The Marines are going to push forward. The Roaches, the Ravagers have to pull back. Infestors are gathering. We are going to see the Zealots still trying to charge on through. I mean, I think the problem that Showtime and Spirit have here is it's just genuinely difficult for them to both run through the choke at the same time. So it's hard for two of them to get involved at once. Nice abducts on a couple of the Archons. Phoenix going to find an Immortal off to the side as well, so it can still be useful. They don't want to fly overhead on the Marines. Zhuge supply still holding out. The carriers starting to put some work in, even if the interceptors are currently dying pretty quickly. Don't really have an answer to the Marines apart from maybe just getting them caught in a fungal or so. Marines is going to summon Neva. Oh, the carriers are unprotected. They're going to get jumped on. We're going to pop cloaking. We scan. 2 carriers died. Spirit grabbing the opportunity. Top left army is from Showtime taking off those hatcheries of Zhuge Liang. So that's one way you can take advantage here a little bit, but we do commit to the fight a little bit from Spirit. A little surprised to see he stuck around so long. Tried to get the mothership, but that turned out to be a little greedy. He loses every single medevac. Those infestors are looking hungrily upon those Marines. The Stalkers top left are going uncontested, so they're going to kill 2 bases down. Zhuge Liang is going to be losing out on bases suddenly, but Shameless still has a good amount of bases and a good army himself. I mean, both sides, both players on each team are going to be nigh on maxed out right now, so feeling good there. Entries will come online. Get those back up and running, or at least try to. You drop a fungal here, those infestors. See what they can do. Zhuge Liang looking for his first win of the competition, remember. Has not won... Yeah, actually hadn't won a game before this series, and now has won 1 map. For their first series win. The tank setting up, just going to be seeing the Ravager Hydra pushing through a little bit. Stalkers in some trouble. As you see the rest of the army showing up. Fungal lands on a few of the Marines, and Interceptors are going to get involved. Mothership Cloaking helping out too. I guess not too much with the scan coming down, but this army looks kind of scary. Shameless and Zhuge Liang pushing forward. Shameless is undefeated in this tournament, by the way. You've got the undefeated player teamed up with the player who has not won a match yet, and it seems like Shameless is turning Zhuge Liang's luck around in the 2v2. This is obviously not done yet, but I actually kind of like where they're at right now. Kind of like where they're at. More shots, a few Marines going down, some more damage being done. More hits coming about for the moment. Next trying to fight, Tempest going the other way. 10+3 armor coming through, the extra Ghost Marines coming about. Roach Hydra, my force man, absolutely going. The Stalkers taking some shots right there. I mean, Spirit's army's been kind of decimated. His numbers are way down, losing the Ghost there as well. Showtime's army is being caught up by the Zerg, and that means that right now Shameless is just shoving in with a Sky Toss force. Pushing straight through and looking kind of like he's just going to go and kill everything, to be honest. Looking like he's just going to go and kill absolutely everything. Wow. I mean, we still got Zhuge Liang just trying to hold off the Stalkers of Showtime on the other side, but this is a huge result. Shameless going to really dig his heels in deep. Zhuge Liang going to get on the board. And Spirit and Showtime probably looking at this as a matchup they felt probably fairly good about, I'd imagine, going in. Neither of them going to get a point from it. It's crazy. Let's see the mothership. Still setting up. Starport going down. The orbital going down. I mean, this army just doesn't look compatible with. You know, what do you do with this against this right now? There's nothing. There's 4 Stalkers warping in. The barracks are having to rebuild from Spirit. He's got a Ghost in this corner that's likely in trouble. Mothership recalled extra carriers here, so we just have a carrier fleet that actually looks unkillable. Given the state of the game, it actually looks unkillable, I think. Love it. Love it. Damn, cool result. Shameless and Zhuge Liang, and Shameless again staying undefeated. Can he actually complete an undefeated run? Got a couple matches left to go after this one. Very cool. Zhuge Liang showing up on the other side. Zhuge Liang's supply obviously dropped heavily, but he was put in charge of defending the final units on the other side, and as long as he cleaned that up, which he mostly did, then Shameless's army was always going to be good enough in the end, I think. So, yep, just going through base after base. I mean, a little bit of Showtime's army shows up on the right, but there's really not much of anything here. Spirit has 27 supply, Showtime has 91. Shameless is maxed out and just working his way through the bases. It is inevitable that this carrier army will arrive and clean up. A couple of zealots trying to warp in. Showtime and Spirit apparently will not give up until the last dying moments, despite this carrier force approaching the final bases. GG gets called. Spirit's not been on a good scoreline before now either, so I actually think Spirit's going to be in maybe a little bit of trouble in this group, actually, following this result. Shameless will go to 6-0. Spirit will go to 3-3. Showtime will go to 3-3. That puts them right in the mix for kind of the lower bracket area. Gives Lambo, Yakov, and Shameless at the top of the group a little bit of space right now. Zhuge Liang to 1-5. Crazy things happening there. Alright, we're going to go Goblin, Shameless. We're actually going to follow the undefeated man into a matchup against Nicorakt and Showtime, I believe, is what's up next for us. So we're going to be getting into that PvP, or Protoss versus Terran Protoss. We'll be taking a moment to figure out which party we need to be in and stuff, but we'll get that underway very soon, guys. The games continue here in UTHERMAL's 2v2 group stage. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. So right now there's going to be a triple Zerg match and a triple Protoss match going on at the same time. I love it. Boom 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 boom. I'm on the Goblin match, right? 1, 2. Yes. Coolio. Alrighty. Few moments and we'll get ready to rumble. Obviously, you gotta have vetoes and stuff, so it'll take a little bit of time. But general idea is we're moving through. Do, do, do. Alright, guys, a couple moments. Get set up. Guess I'm just waiting a few moments for some vetoes. Everyone's just recovering from that last series still. Waiting for Shameless. He obviously just came out, so there's a little bit of time. Ba, 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 ba. Alright guys, take a couple moments. And everyone in here, like I say. How's everyone feeling? Hope you're all doing good. If you're enjoying, don't forget again, hit that like and subscribe button, especially if you're on YouTube. Like and subscribe. It's a powerful thing. It's actually been a couple days on the YouTube, so again, if you're enjoying, like I say, if you like what you see, subscribe. Come and find more of it in the future. We are on the slow journey towards 50,000 YouTube subs, so like I say, if you like it, support it. We appreciate it. We will take a second to head into this next round. Will that be final today? No, today is the last few matches of the group stage. The entirety of the playoffs are next weekend on UTHERMAL stream. Let's shut the window. Bum 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 bum. Yo, thanks so much, Nephirin, for the 4-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting. Waiting for everyone's just joined us now, so we should be able to get the video started, and we should be able to get a bit of a move on. Alright guys, like I said, I don't have much to say. If you guys got anything fun to ask, it would be a great time to ask away. Got probably another minute or two for videos to come in still. Boom, 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 boom. It's tough when every single match has like a bit of downtime to it, and just like you're always waiting. I don't have enough ways to keep buying us time, you know. What would be the most terrifying unit to give stim to in Archon? Ooh, great question. I mean, Archon would be kind of scary, like Archons, but Archon still would spend a lot of time running at the opponent because they're short range. Oh, you just give it to Immortals. Can you imagine Immortals on stim? Pow, 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 pow. They're always in reach. I just don't know if the speed boost would be enough to keep the Archon in range as much as it would want to be for shooting, you know. What about a Zealot? Give Zealot stim. They never lose reach on anything. Basically, they may as well just cling to the opponent units and just stab them consistently at that point, you know. That's my favorite unit. Probably, I actually really like the Stalker. I like Blink Stalkers. I think they're very fun units. Why was my haircut so short at EWC? Yeah, I didn't even have a haircut before EWC. So... I don't know, like, it just looked like this, only it's 2 weeks further on right now. Was my hair short? Really not. I don't think it was. What KC will you get your enhanced crystal weapon seed at? What KC are you already at? Changes my point of view of what to say. 61. Feel like you're gonna spoon it at 179, but you're only gonna have 2 armor seeds, and you're still gonna do 400 to get the armor seeds. How about that? A win-loss. What pros and casters am I most friendly with? I don't know. Austin. Pretty good friends with Austin, I would say. Yeah, I get on well with all the casters. Joke's on me, you already have 3 armor seeds? Oh. You'll go and drive for the enhanced then, I'm sorry. I was trying to be nice. I was going to try and give you the rare drop early, but like, you know, if you want to go dry on the rare drop and spoon the common drop, then go wild, you know? What I would, for McDonald's, would I consider the most like a sentry? Chicken nugget? I don't know. It's a great question, but I have no idea how I meant to answer that. Undercurrent gonna be map 1. Fun questions though. I will take the fun questions rather than just sitting in silence. What pros and casters are most funny? If I used to be very good friends with UTHERMAL actually, as well. Yeah, UTHERMAL and Harston maybe for pros. Casters. Yeah, I got on well with all the casters. CG, Loco, Roddy, Ravi. I mean, I got on well with the casters who I've been to the most events with, probably. So, CG, Ravi, Roddy, Loco. Like, there's just some people I haven't spent as much time with, but if you're asking me who I'm most friendly with, then probably those guys. What's Ellie's favorite toy? Right now, it's a lemon. She got a lemon toy yesterday when she went to the groomers. That was a good girl reward, so she's currently walking around the house with this massive lemon toy in her mouth. She's kind of moving around the house with it everywhere. So overall, honestly, overall she likes she likes a lot of different toys, to be honest. If I was allowed to pick one gameplay or stat change in SE2, what would I pick? That's a very difficult question to think of something on the spot for, no? A gameplay or stat change? I actually have no idea. Yeah, I actually have no idea. Everyone's ready, by the way, so we can get underway with this other matchup. Thank you for your little bit of patience. Obviously, we've been waiting around a little bit to get this one started. A couple best of 3s left this evening. It's Shameless and Goblin. Again, we keep talking about the positions in these groups. Shameless is 6-0. I mean, he's on track. Even if he goes loss, it's very likely he gets first place in the group still. Goblin needs a win. He's 2-4, currently in elimination position in the group. And then you're playing against Nikaract and Showtime. Nikaract's also 2-4, so if a Goblin a win here would not only give him like the extra leg up, it would also knock someone else he's really competing with for elimination down. And Showtime would also drop down to 3-4. Goblin would overtake Showtime in the standings. So it's actually a very important matchup where Shameless and Goblin with a win could really disrupt the lives of Nikaract and Showtime, who are the blue team in the top right-hand side of the map. Taking on the red and orange, Shameless and Goblin in the bottom left. Double Protoss versus Terran Protoss. Let's see what we get. Whose camera can I steal? Let's see how good of an observer UTHERMAL is. And when he inevitably has the pro player observer cam, we will move over to someone else. Have ourselves the gateway coming through. The Nexus setting up. Gets settled in for a few moments. Nothing really too crazy just yet. As you have ourselves a little bit of build-up coming along. Gate in the barracks coming up. The SCV coming through. Probe still on the way as well. So just a little bit of everything for now. Have the Nexus building, the Cybercore continue to come through. Just to see what we'll get into in the end, or what the plan kind of becomes. Again, those couple of gates coming about. Cybercores, Nexus, bit of everything on the way in. And waiting to see what our next part of the plan is. Obviously, the double Protoss team. I think it's going to be fun to see what they come up with. We've seen a lot of the double Protoss guys playing Phoenix. At least one player kind of playing Phoenix, and the other guy kind of playing the ground army. And Nicarak and Showtime. Don't really know what to expect from Nicarak and Showtime, actually. So yeah, the Group B in general, I feel like for some reason I have a much better idea of what to expect from the players in Group A. In Group B, I'm like, I've got no idea what's about to happen in any of these matches. I'm just like along for the ride, man. Like, I've got no idea what's gonna happen. I don't know what's coming up, but like, let's do it, you know. There is the Stargate over here, so actually Showtime gonna get a little feisty early. Proxying up the Stargate on the left, and maybe some opportunity from that as the Reaper dives in. There is a battery already coming up in at the mineral line there, so you do actually have a bit of an idea already that there's maybe not a reason to go in with one Oracle. Maybe you will then wait for 2 as Showtime and use that as a bit of a surprise factor and try and get a bunch of probes a bit later down the line. Alpha actually goes to the low ground, which is actually a perfect place to be initially, and gets a bunch of workers. 6 kill Oracle, very successful in these early stages. So 6 Oracle kills can add up a little bit. And it is Shameless that gets hit by that as well. Been talking about Shameless obviously being the carry in that last match and undefeated in the tournament so far. Can he keep up that undefeated streak? They are targeting him early. That may very well just be the side he spawned on. It may not be specifically looking to go after Shameless, right? But you know, that's behind the, you know, that's besides the point. We get to make our own storylines here. Is that Oracle now of Shameless? Sorry, is that still Showtime's Oracle? No, there it is. The Oracle of Shameless does show up into the main base and is going to go looking around for some opportunity, but there's a battery in each mineral line. Stalker gets some pings off. Actually going to recall the Oracle, maybe afraid of some anti-air that can just take it down already. Just going to move on through. Units gathered together. We do see the engineering base, the barracks coming up for the moment. Orbital command still building as the barracks will swap over. One barracks to the tech lab right there. Gonna go straight over with this as the blink builds on both sides. +1 attack coming through. The upgrade still building online as well. Just having the Oracle still chilling for a moment or two. Stalker's going to ping at that pylon as well, by the way. So just going to see that coming straight on in. See those 3 Stalkers still pinging away. Pylon going down. Stimpack combat shield +1. +1. Continuing to come up for the moment. Marine Marauder, Starport building as well. So we get a little bit of everything coming about. The mules are coming through as well. Again, +1 blink still coming over. Robobay halfway done. +1 attack and the charge coming online also. Just have again the attack and the blink upgrades will be next on the list. Orbital command going to lift off. Going to go Out down to the low ground here. Orbital just floating up to the front. Again, +1 attack. A few Stalkers building into play right now. We have all of our upgrades finishing shortly from Nicorak. Will give us some power on the map. Showtime showing back up again. Probes again. It's been a pretty devastating economy loss for Shameless early. We'll see his supply in this game compared to the others is definitely just trailing down, and that's because he really has been the target of the attacks. 14 of his probes have died. Only one probe of Goblin went down. So Shameless is again hit hard so far. Goblin shows up on the other side of the map with some Stalkers, but uh-oh, he's going to end up in a little bit of trouble. He is surrounded. Blinks to the bottom right, which actually will get him out of trouble. He will still lose some Stalkers as he gets blinked upon by Showtime. But that could have been bad, because obviously that was looking like a full surround, and that obviously doesn't turn out to be the case. Crazy. That's one attack charge coming through. Extended Thermal Lance and charge coming up on the other side in comparison. Stalker stepping forward again, trying to see what else we can do. Pulling back with that Colossus, just stepping away a little tiny bit. Marauder Medevac still coming online. Stalkers gonna get a Marauder there as well. A little bit more bio pulls back too. Oracle sets up the Stasis Ward. And just get that going in the middle of the map. So again, get that established for now. Our units still moving around. +2 attack on both sides. Extended Thermal Lance coming up. Stalkers really want to go after, and they will get rid of a Stalker. The rest of the army coming through as well. A little bit more bio being chased. Showtime supply is good. Goblin is hanging on in there. With the Colossus coming up, his army's definitely taking a good step forward in terms of the tech units involved as well. A lot more bio into the center of the map. A lot more Stalkers in the center of the map as well here. Zealot very nearly going down. We actually see a few more Stalkers going to head across to the top, trying to move around for the moment. Bio going to stim in. Stasis catches a whole bunch of bio. A few Stalkers going down as well. Just going to see a couple of units getting picked away at right off the bat. That Stalker army in the upper left-hand side. Fought heavily in the Stasis. +2 attack and charge coming up as you get underway. Nexus building. Stalkers and Colossus gather. You actually see both those Colossus actually going to hit the bio units a little bit. They are going to get chased though, and those Colossus get jumped on by Stalkers. That's why the Colossus may not look as good, but they do get away. They live for the moment. And we just got too much from Nicorak and Showtime combined. They will cancel the forward base. Some harassment on the other side being matched, as Zealots are going to be able to deal with that run by, so that doesn't go very far. I mean, our concern is going to be that Showtime's obviously very low tech. He's just playing Stalkers and Zealots. Whereas obviously he's up against someone that's truly building into Colossus, and Shameless is even getting a Dark Shrine up and Shadow Stride available, so the DTs have a huge opportunity to swing this game as well. That's also going to be a possibility in the near future. Zealots and Stalkers step through. A couple of Zealots up to the high ground. Stalkers blink underneath. Medevac gets killed. A couple of Vikings begin to get killed. One fighting, a little bit of bio going to stim on forward. Stalkers taking heavy hits. Ton of damage being done. 2-2 upgrades about to finish up on the side of Nicorak. T goes down. Stalker's going to fire. The cancels coming through. Keep on trying to fight. That Nexus still taking some shots. It's going to go down. Shameless and Goblin getting right to the other side of the map, but I feel like we just need... If Showtime can... It sounds crazy. I think if Showtime can blink on the Colossus, then Nicorak gets free to really run into this fight and just stim in and have a great time. DTs are finding some pylons and so on, so clearing those out. We only lose the low ground base as well. We've got other bases available still from Showtime and Nicorak, although Showtime will find himself supply blocked in this moment. Well, caught up in this game. Stalker's going to fight. Zealot going down. Everything else still gathering here. Stalkers blink through again. A couple more Stalkers going down. Army still gathering up. +3 attack on both sides of the map. All the Pros players getting that upgrade. Nicorak with a few Vikings in play, obviously trying to find an answer to those Colossus. If we can knock those Colossus down, I really feel like they've been a major part of the problem here. If we can just find the solution to those Colossus, I think a lot of the rest of this really starts to slip into place much more comfortably. The Zealots come pushing through, the other Stalkers coming about. We'll have ourselves the few Stalkers on the top side, going to take some damage as well. Fire stemming through, we're going to take a bit of a fight right here, damage being done. Zealot going down, the Stalker's in trouble. I mean, can we just get rid of the Colossus though? There's still 4 Colossus and I've already seen one of them go down. Colossus, if they can turn and just stop and deal damage during that period, will do amazingly. Couple of Zealots, couple of DTs continue to swing away. 3 upgrade building from Nicoract as well. And still gather. Getting joined up Disruptors. Bang bang, and Showtime not watching. Gets punished hard. The tech of Goblin is really starting to shine here. And Showtime is the player who's a little bit down in supply. Can Nicoract's army bring in what it needs to? Showtime goes diving. He does look for the Colossus again. If they go down, it does feel like the Terran Force has a much better time. The Colossus are all going to drop here, and Nicoract's supply has barely moved. Meanwhile, Goblin and Shameless are absolutely struggling. You guys told me TVP wasn't okay for the Terran players. Yeah, I mean, there's no Storm in this game. The Goblin's just like, the Terran's a problem. Let's start Storm. Oh, love it. Alright, so Storm actually does come up here. As Showtime obviously is in a mode of attempted recovery right now. Nicoract still maxed out. And we do see some DTs spreading around. As Nicoract gets maxed, I wonder if he just feeds Showtime a little bit of money just to get that supply back up and running quickly. Obviously, you know, right now, banking, money as Nicoract doesn't make sense if you could give it to Showtime and have overall more supply on the map for your team at any single point. DT is going to walk by each other. Ooh, Shameless' army getting a little caught in that top left side. That might be interesting. DTs are going to wander through, looking for the planetary fortress on the right side, perhaps, in comparison. Let's gather up. DTs move in. Gonna blink straight onto that. That planetary's dead. It's gone. Bye-bye. See you later. That gets beaten up. We'll see the few Zealots and jumped on as well. Nexus will take some more damage. 3/3 upgrades coming through. The ship weapons coming up. Marine Marauder Medevac still building through here as missile turrets. So continue through. And a couple of Dog Temple continue to come around. It's going to be seeing the couple of those. We'll continue by as well. It's going to be seeing the Zealot Stalker still pushing up. Oh, wild fight. Nicoract loses a lot this time, and supplies are actually going to level out a little bit. Showtime's back in the lead of the supply. This is what I love about the 2v2s a little bit, right? It's like one player can be kind of leading, the other guy on the team can be struggling, and then one fight comes around, suddenly like the other guy that was struggling is now the guy that's actually built back up a little bit. Is going to be the contender again. Oh, the Disruptor hits friendly fire there, hitting a few friendly Zealots. Next Disruptor misses. Obviously, again, it's really this battle of tech versus no tech. The Stalkers try and get in. Oh, it does turn around and eats a shot from the Disruptor there. Showtime still trying to approach, trying to chase. A few more Stalkers warp in on the other side of the map. Probes are going to get to mining over here as well. A lot of Stalkers joined up as we have more Disruptors coming through, plus 2 armor coming in, plus 3 armor on the other side. Zealots charge straight in at the moment. The DT coming forward as well. Advanced ballistics building on the side of Nicoract. So having that liberated range, something just helps zone a lot of this, Protoss opposition away with. Actually could do a lot for him here as we're actually going to see maxed out armies from Nicoract and Showtime again. Goblin and Shameless are still working on getting maxed, so you can just see the advantage to blue team, but again, it's definitely just a numbers advantage. Again, you look at the actual tech units involved, and you could definitely argue that Shameless and Goblin maybe have the better army on the map, even if it's a tad bit small. And I think as they get maxed out, they absolutely can just say they have the better army. Showtime is adding Disruptors too, though, and I do like that because Disruptors can always have a big impact. And against these core compositions, I think having a few Disruptors in is generally a very good idea. Disruptors obviously want to get those ghosts There's Goblin. Forces Nikarak to pull off a nice little split there. Nikarak just can't get involved at all, though. He needs to kill that Disruptor. Ah, it gets messy. He should have just committed on the Disruptor on the left, and then he would have naturally dodged the one on the right. He could have killed that easily. He just panicked straight up. He just wasn't quite ready for it, and took a moment of indecision. Disruptor shot zones and does force the Proteran army back, giving you the chance to pull that Protoss army back once more. Shameless going to reappear from the top. Again, both players playing from different directions right now. Goblin and Shameless trying to find different openings to play with. Shameless is a bit less tech heavy, kind of very similar to where Showtime is at right now. Colossus goes down. The Disruptor shot initially is completely whiffed. Now we're going to go diving through. That's a very scary blink when there's a lot of Disruptors still available to fire. We do start target firing correctly, though, and Goblin's army is going to get messed up. Shameless will now dive to the top because he must do something. The Storm comes in. The Terran army takes a hit. That will not do much against the Stalkers, though. Goblin taking heavy damage. Shameless on the other side, we're going to start pulling back to go and deal with. Showtime obviously looks like he will lose this base at the very least. So this base goes down. Shameless turns away. Goblin is really hurt after that. He took a 1v2 fight. Showtime's supply is also hurt because he lost so many Stalkers. That Disruptor shot onto the Stalkers was an absolute banger. This Disruptor shot does get denied, and now Goblin doesn't have enough splash. That's the problem. If you don't have the Disruptor count high enough, one or two Disruptors just get dove on and they don't do anything. Gotta respect the High Templars, though, and the Storm is scary. And now Shameless is showing up. Showtime on the top side could sandwich the Shameless force. Nikarak just trying to play the getaway at the moment and does pull back up the right. A little bit of Marine Marauder gets to continue back together. The Stalker on the Watchtower regathers. We scan once again. Still got that DT building. The extra Zealots is going to warp in, run through for the moment here as we have the cannon firing up a little bit more of a Storm. Stalkers on the right side will get rid of some Dark Templar. They will go down very quickly. So DT's getting picked away at. Good job. We do have some Shameless units in the main base of Showtime at the moment as well. A little bit more chaos as Showtime is supply block coming out of all of this harassment. Goblin's still struggling to recover, though, from the supply that he lost previously. So he's got bases, so it's not like Goblin isn't got money coming in. It's just you've still got to turn that money coming in into supply, and he's just not had long enough yet, and he's had to keep on trading. Good EMP hits the High Templar. Energy recharges back into a Storm instantly. Disruptor shots go bang bang on nothing at all. The Bio going to stim up into this position. There's a Storm. We can't turn around into the Disruptor, though. We've got to commit now. Nikarak kind of decided to move on through. You'll see a massive warp in his Zealots. He's got to run. Unless I honestly think I prefer him just backing away right now. I tell you what, Shameless has all of the left-hand side of the map. It's kind of wild looking at the minimap and seeing all the red of Shameless up top, Goblin working through the bottom. Obviously makes sense why Shameless keeps attacking from that top side. We've basically got two 1v1s right now. Shameless and Showtime are bouncing around a PvP. Showtime, I think, just got a massive connection, though, on a Disruptor or so. Shameless lost a lot right there. We've got the other 1v1 of Nikarak versus Goblin on the bottom side. This fight happened in reach of, the Disruptors and also in amongst a whole bunch of cannons. Chaos continues to ensue right now. Just going to see the rest of the Bio jumping back forward. Zealot Stalker taking damage. Another Disruptor shot going to whiff for the moment. Next Disruptor shot not quite going to do much of anything just yet. Stalkers gathering up, moving back over. We are going to be seeing DTs of Showtime coming through in a big way and actually getting some big deliveries. We have to step back here. That Disruptor lands for a Ghost and a Marauder. Yeah, base top left is going to go down. Shameless, though, is going to go hunting Nikarak. He's going to shift away from the top left of the map, and he's going to come jumping in over here, and we're going to dive. Goblin shows up as well. Now Showtime has to get to the bottom right. Already that base of Nikarak will go down, and Showtime just has to get here to support his teammates. Nikarak's done a great job of 1v1 against Goblin. He cannot play the 1v2 game, though. And Showtime will not do too much else with the DTs. The static defenses themselves will push this back. Showtime shows up. Is he going to be the savior that we need? Ah! This fight is happening. Goblin gets caught up as well. Obviously, when these two teammates join together, it becomes very scary because you get very choked up, and units like Disruptors have high opportunities of connecting, and that's why the Disruptors are so good to have in these scenarios as well. Absolute pure chaos as the Nikarak army gets a chance to come back through. Disruptors will force you back, allow a bit of retreating, but Shameless has lost a lot of supply here. Nikarak's supply is being dropped in as well. What we worry about is losing the splash damage The Disruptors of Goblin are the saving grace right now. Meanwhile, there's DTs on one side, there's Zealots on the other. The harassment has continued. 22 minutes of utter chaos in this 2v2. We're going to have to recall from Showtime, which is going to let up on the aggression, and it will give Goblin and Shameless some breathing room, as Goblin is maxed. Shameless sub 100 supply for a moment there. 50 supply difference or so in this game between the two teams, favoring Nicorect and Showtime currently. Now the Disruptor shot will try to land, but it doesn't get there just yet. And another couple of Disruptors looking for the exact same thing, but still not going to make it. +3 ship weapons coming up. Bio Army stepping back once more. Another Disruptor shot that will not quite find the target. There is the armor, or the shield, sorry. Finishing through from Goblin in a moment or so. The Nexus will fall. And with the Nexus down, the DTs continue to work their way toward a Stalker. DTs putting some work in. You can see the... I would have loved to have... Oh, Disruptors! Was that his own Disruptor? Oh my god, all the Disruptors just died in incorrect anyways. I was about to say I would have loved to have seen the time-lapse of the mini-map in this game. That dominant red left-hand side has been whittled down by Showtime's aggression over the last few minutes. That's a big part of the story here, but then utter chaos ensued. I have to take a rewind and see if that was Goblin's own Disruptor that hit his own army. Shameless says GG, Nicorect hits the counter GG, Goblin GG's. Let's just take a little rewind to like 30 seconds ago. Just want to see if that was a Disruptor shot on his own army right there. Because I think it must have been, right? Unless Showtime had a Disruptor still nearby. It might have been a Showtime Disruptor. Ah, no, there was... Oh, no, yes, there was Showtime's Disruptors right there. Okay, I didn't see those. One of them got denied, the other one really blew up a bunch. Not that it mattered. Goblin was being safe with his Disruptors, and then Nicorect dives on them. That's actually a beautiful little bit of teamwork right there. GG's. And we are going to be seeing Showtime and Nicorect taking game number 1. How about that for an absolutely great opening game between these two teams? What's even happening elsewhere? Let's find out. On the other matchup, Zhuge Liang and Yakov are up 1-0 against Spirit and Laser. Zhuge Liang is finding his mojo today. He was 0-5. He's about to be 2-5. Dare I say, there was a one player that advanced at 3-5 out of Group A. If Zhuge Liang wins everything today, that would be a crazy storyline. 0-5 into playoffs would actually be kind of nuts. Yeah, that'd be kind of crazy. Let's have a little peek at what's going on over there. It is looking... Oh, it's looking kind of even, actually. I don't think anyone is particularly leading just yet, so... That's happened on Steadfast Stream right now. Let's hop back into our matchup. I mean, this turned out to be an absolute banger. So far, it's been great. Let's see if it keeps up that way as we head into a game 2 in a moment. Get ready to roll out and go, go, go. Somehow I muted myself while coughing. I forgot to unmute. I'll reset up in a moment or two. Get ready to resume. Let's get back at it. PP versus TP. Still no race switches or anything crazy before game 2 kicks out here. Let's get this underway. We're going to go into the bottom right-hand side. What a hard-fought battle that was for these guys. Nicorect really pulling his own. He 1v1 Goblin for a good long time, gave Showtime multiple chances to get back in the game when he had to. Nicorect carried his weight when it was necessary. Made a couple of dives into storms and stuff that were a bit sketchy, but overall, never lost his whole army all at once and put Showtime at risk. And Showtime was able to work with that. And a beautiful move at the end as well. Nicorect pouncing those disruptors while Showtime took the main force and distracted. It was just really good teamwork. Showtime again working that top left side. Nicorect working that bottom side. They get a 1-0 lead for it. as it is the double Protoss. Shameless and Goblin here in game 2 of this best of 3. Gonna throw us on someone to observe, because that was a pretty crazy previous game. Man, that was genuinely, I think, one of the better games we've had in the tournament so far. Honestly, we've had a lot of good games in the tournament. Cannot say it more, but if you missed out the previous days, you should really go check out the TVTs in the previous days. Like, we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. Typical next is coming through and get ourselves set up for a few moments. What's up, Schmacker? Thank you so much for the 16-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for resubscribing and supporting StarCraft. So we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you. Let's see, the proxy Stargate this time going to be coming in from Goblin, poised to hit Showtime's main base in the near future. Showtime did a lot earlier. Don't forget that last game started off with Showtime and Nicarak combining to get a bunch of damage on Shameless, and Shameless was hurting from early on in the game. It was actually a pretty good bounce back considering Shameless was hurting so much, but they did secure themselves. They survived through the more dangerous moments, and they put themselves in a, you know, much more playable position again. Very cool to see as we get ready to roll out. A couple of depths gonna go moving around. Sentry and the Stalker just going to hit that Oracle. Damage to be done. A little bit of a ping on a bunker right away. Stalker going to fight as well. Good depth, trying to get through. And Hallucination. Keeping track of things. The couple Stalkers going to shoot there for Hallucination as well. Well, the Council will build. The Adepts looking to hit the mineral line. Not quite going to get there just yet as the Starport will continue Stimpack building up. Finding there to try and get an Adept as the units do gather up. Not going to find much early on. The Adept's going to try and shade in again. Obviously, Oracles are poised to strike. Incorrect, having lost his Reaper is about all we have seen thus far as the Oracles get around the back of this mineral line and will activate through for a few SCVs. Cyclone lock on. Looking good to push one Oracle back. Second Oracle chased away. Cyclone locks on. Pushes away again. Scan. Good. Oracle still alive. Good try. Not quite good enough in the end. Still got that blink coming online. Charge building up, Dark Shrine and a couple of gateways coming through also here. Gonna have the Stalkers and the Sentry leveling up at a couple of the Adepts. So damage being dealt, Oracles still joining up, and that Hallucination still flying through as well. CC will drop down, get into position. See the Nexus dropping into place. Again, Blink coming about. Stim is about to finish. Command Center and Engineering Base still coming through. We do see those gates completing as well. As, yeah, Charge, Probes, Gates, Robo, Dark Shrine. Bit of everything coming online from Goblin for the moment. See the +1 on the Blink coming through from Showtime as well. Blink is done. We're going to blink straight across here. Showtime's third. In immediate trouble, and he's out of position too, so he's not in location. He doesn't have blinks, so he doesn't have the ability to get back home quickly, so yeah, that looks like just a cancel, and obviously advantage taken because Shameless already has a third Nexus down. And Shameless is going to start popping off. However, dropping in the main base of Goblin and nothing nearby. Marines will start to shred through a few probes. This went completely undetected across the map. It could kill the Dark Shrine as well. I wouldn't hate it as an option in that corner. Yep, he goes for it, exactly. He's going to get the DT there as well. Going to get the other DT warping in. Love this for Nikarak. He's doing serious damage. Oh, but he lives and leaves via the Stalkers. I guess that was inevitable with the position he put himself in. Stays here from Showtime. Oh, from Shameless, caught a bunch of Showtime's Stalkers. So Nikarak doing some serious damage. Goblin just drops down to like 60 supply right now. So Goblin hurting because that was a bunch of probes lost as well. 8 workers. 2 DTs, Dark Shrine gone as well, so that initial or entire tech investment has just been thrown out the window. No longer, you know, what you would have liked to have seen here. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield building. We continue to try and get set up right now. A few zealots and a couple sentries, or a few zealots and a sentry. Move down the bottom of the map. The Marine's going to stim over the Oracle. Going to get chased. Additional zealots warping in as we have hallucination flying overhead. Stalkers and the Colossus just going to knock through this set of rocks over here. So again, putting some damage out, making some work happen for the moment. Those zealots continue by, just again seeing the 1-1 upgrades coming about, the medevac's coming through. So far so good. Another couple of warp-ins coming about for now. And 1-1 is about a complete charge on the +2 coming through as well. So we see all the upgrades finishing up on the blue team. Shameless, good army. Colossus involved. Remember that last game? The Colossus were actually a major problem for the Nikarak and Showtime combo. Like, they took so long to get rid of the Colossus, it gave them a lot of time to deal damage. It was one of the real reasons why I think actually Shameless and Goblin got back into the game, because Goblin's Colossus created such a big issue. Same question now. What do we do to get rid of these Colossus? Are the Stalkers just going to dive on them? Are they going to blink for it into the Zealots? Doesn't feel good. Right now we just kite away trying to make the Colossus unusable. Io actually breaks through the Zealots on the top side very comfortably. Stalker's still busy on the other side. A few more Zealots showing up. We keep kiting back. I mean, Stalkers are about to be able to come through here from the bottom side, and they would get onto the Colossus. They're just being held up a little bit. Blinks through. Gets an Oracle. Stasis Ward will not be walked into yet. Stalkers will continue to chase, and now we're going to go after the Colossus, and we will just chase in general. Bio has the stim, and so Nikarak and Showtime will come on through. Shameless in trouble as his prism will go down. The Colossus goes down. The army is doomed here. Or will a few Zealots save the day? Goblin and his prism is going to get chased away as well. I'd be surprised if that wasn't a blink forward from Showtime. He's actually going to prioritize the Zealots. 200 supply to the 240, 250 or so. The difference right now favoring Nikarak and Showtime after that fight. Big win for them. And very nicely done. And Showtime's hitting Disruptors much sooner this game. So actually going to get tech online. That was something they didn't find for a very long time in game number 1. So another little kind of difference from that first game too. Stasis going to catch. Few Stalkers get caught. The Robo Facility building. Forge on the way. Going to get some more upgrades out as Shameless and Goblin try to play the recovery. Nikarak and Showtime should feel good about that last fight. We'll see how much they want to try and do getting onto the map. Do they want to push on the map? Are they happy to sit back for a while? Vikings find the Prism of Goblin, so that goes down. That's a denial. Storm going to be the current choice of Goblin. Trying to get something better up against the bio units, perhaps something arguably maybe more reliable than what the Colossus were. When the Colossus can't reach those bio units, then it's tough. And then when you get chased into and the Colossus already getting jumped on, Storm or 2 in that scenario can be huge, but of course it still relies on the High Templar having energy at that stage. More units gather up, a few Zealots down the right-hand side. Continue to move around here as the army of Showtime pushes to the top. I mean, Showtime and Nikarak together just going to get to that top side and Both Protoss players are just out of position to deal with it. So that base, at least of Shameless, goes down. There is going to be a counterattack at Goblin here. We're going to recall home, which means that the Stalkers can just chase this. We are going to instantly blink in. The recall came down too. You can see, obviously, Goblin realizing that was trouble. And forces the units to back away. But I think Nicorach and Showtime were kind of done in that moment anyway. I don't think they were looking for much else anyway at that point. Oh, we're going to find a bunch of Zealots here. That's lovely. That's a bunch of units. Stalkers as well, just going to blink through and just get as many as we possibly can. Uh-oh, Disruptors are going to go off. They actually do collect on the Colossus. One Colossus just about survives. That was a bit of a crazy moment. As now we're actually going to chase forward, though, because those Disruptors also got used from Shameless, so he doesn't have a lot of splash at the moment. Nicorach's going to turn back around, going to actually look towards the Goblin army, which does have High Templar and Storms available. So that is a little scary. Showtime's trying to chase it at the moment. First Storm does nothing. Stasis gets blinked on by a singular Stalker, so very well handled. That will also then not really do what it's looking for here. These units continue to push on upward. Disruptor still coming through. 3-3 upgrades on the way from Shameless. +3 attack, very close to finishing. Same for Showtime, though. Not sure if Showtime has any armor upgrades at all. He does not, so a little bit of a comparison there, but I'm not sure how much of those numbers will come into play. Usually when you talk about PvP, armor upgrades are not the first thing that comes to mind. Stalker's blinking in again, aggressively looking for this fight. Going to be the wall for everything else. The Disruptor hits all of the High Templar. That's a disgusting Disruptor shot. Oh my god, you never see Disruptors versus HTs because who builds HTs in PvP? But that was all of the High Templar gone. Storm no longer existing on this map, and suddenly Nicorach's army can step forward so much more comfortably. Showtime pushing in with confidence as well. They know just what that fight means for them, what that connection means for them, and they are eager to capitalize. 2 more Disruptor shots. Do we have Blinkaways? Yes, they will not connect. 1 more Disruptor shot. This will only hit a couple of Marauders at best, and it's just not enough so far. It is keeping the army back, but it's not really clearing the armies out. Shameless and Goblin barely struggling to stay above the 100 supply marker now, as we see Showtime and Nicorach activating onto the bottom left side base instead. Marines get jumped on. 2 of those go down. Goblin says GG. Shameless says GG, accepting his first loss of the tournament. And when it mattered most for Nicorach and Showtime, who were potentially going to get both overtaken by Goblin with a win in this series, they pull out a win and they give Shameless his first loss of the event. In an absolutely cracking series as well. Great games. Great games. Loved it. Loved it, loved it, loved it. All right, guys. Ooh, that was fun, to say the least. We are going to have one more series coming up. Is the other matchup done? The other matchup is not done. Spirit of Laser and Zhuge Liang Yakov went to 1-1. Let's have a peek over there and see what is happening. They've been in game about 6 minutes, apparently. So let's go and see what's taking place in the other series. Oh, we had such a long game 1 as well. I guess, obviously, we ended up going 2-0 and they went 1-1, so it does even it out a little, but, yeah, kind of crazy. All right, let's have a peek over here. I'll show you guys what we got coming up. So, Spirit and Laser were down a map in this series. Now it's 1-1. Yakov and Zhuge Liang losing their lead. And just have a look to see. Obviously, this is off of a stream, guys, so we are not in game with this, so no game sounds. But yeah, I mean, right now the Zhuge Liang's supply is very low. Oh, he's stacking for 12 meters. They were doing this in the previous games as well when we saw a little bit of what was up. It's gonna be Muta versus Muta as well. A Laser already coming across the map with Mutalisks. But yeah, when I actually checked in on them in the last game, I actually saw Zhuge Liang Mutas running around after a Laser Mutas, but a Laser's had 2 Mutas, had Mutas with 2 Liberators with them, which kind of makes it awkward. Yakov going to take damage there. Spirit dealing damage to a hatchery as well. Actually looks a little bit messy for Zhuge Liang and company right now. The Queens obviously do provide a bit of defense. The Mutas will help to chase away, and that will help this disengage to happen, which obviously is a big part of the success story here. Mutas gather up. Just going to see a few more Mutas joining. Extra Mutas on the way. Libs, Tank, Marines, Combat Shield. All coming through. Those Mutas grab an Overlord. supplies at? 80, 84 for the 2 Zergs, 105 from a laser. And 75 from Spirit is pretty decent as well. Spirit just going into bio behind this. There's the 2 Liberators I was talking about before. It's funny, but 2 Libs adding a bit of splash is going to make a huge world of difference. So, and you can just give control as well. So, a laser is essentially playing with a Muta Lib army, which seems extremely powerful, to be honest. Step straight on forward. And yeah, is looking very good here right off the bat. I'm just going to be able to control the skies with this. So, that really does look awesome. As the Muta Lib gathers, the Muta's going to go out to that far right-hand side. It's going to get a little bit of a catch as well. And again, as soon as those Liberators start to hit, the splash damage adds up. Now, because you're bullying, you're able to knock down the Overlords. Actually going to go after the Queens here, and they go down before they're even able to really help. We're going to try and come in with a spread fight from Zhuge Liang. I don't think he can take this fight at all, to be honest. And I think he's realizing it as well. He starts to back it up. He splits. He turns. He tries to come in. Okay, I mean, the split is actually very good, but you can argue the split also maybe is not great to some extent as well. I'm not sure actually how much splitting affects the Muta versus Muta aspect of it. Now we're going to see the dive in, though. I think a laser is recognizing that he just has so much more, so he wants to keep on fighting, and they're just going to say GG. The Bioforce is showing up. Spirit and Laser get the win there. Yakov and Zhuge Liang. Oh, we were talking about Zhuge Liang maybe turning the whole day around. Because he was 0-5 starting, and he was 1-0 up here after getting a 1-5. I was like, maybe there's still a chance. I think now he'll officially be eliminated. As that does give us, by the way, our final match of the day coming up. We are going to watch Zhuge Liang. He's playing with Showtime, taking on a Zerg combo of Lambo and Yakov. That's actually very weird, because Zhuge Liang goes from playing with Yakov in Zerg, and now plays against Yakov in Zerg. Zhuge Liang also played with Lambo in Zerg, so he's got all the info about his teammate, his opponent's Zerg kind of ideas. And then Zhuge Liang's going to play with Showtime, who just looked very good, and Showtime's basically going to be like, cool, I'm going to build some anti-Zerg units. That sounds great to me. Shameless at the top of this group, 6-1. Young Yakov, 4-2. Showtime and Lambo in 3rd and 4th place, 4-3 currently. In the current position of players that would drop down to the lower bracket of the playoffs is Spirit at 3-3. Oh, I guess he goes to 4-3 now. I guess that's not updated. Yes, so actually, this is crazy. Shameless 6-1. And then Yakov, Spirit, Showtime, and Lambo are 4-3. And a Laser is 4-4. The good news for a Laser is he probably has the map score advantage over some players if they lose. The scary part for a Laser is if Nicorakt wins, Nicorakt will potentially overtake a Laser too. And Nicorakt is playing with Shameless against Goblin and Spirit. Man, that's actually a wild combo as well based on what we've just been seeing. Crazy. Alright, Showtime, Zhuge Liang versus Lambo, Yakov coming up for us. We'll get this ready in a few moments. Let me run some ads, guys, and make some monies as we get set up to go into the final matchup of the 2v2s. Yourself, get this going, and party on. Love it. Love it. Alright. Take a few moments then. Set to rumble. Jimus was the undefeated player in the league till now. Yep. He was looking to maybe get the undefeated run. I actually kind of thought Shameless and Goblin had a really good chance here as well. But man, Goblin has struggled, man. And Goblin is 2-5. Like, Goblin would have to win. I actually don't think Goblin can make it. No, Goblin's out. Goblin is out because he cannot catch. All the other guys have 4 wins already. Nicorakt can get to 4 wins as well. So again, Nicorakt is playing with Shameless in a must-win match for himself. And he's playing against Goblin and Spirit. Spirit loses. It doesn't matter too much. He should still be in. It's close, man, honestly. These final results are going to be very important. This also might not be Zerg, by the way, from Lambo and Yakov, because Lambo has off-raced his Protoss a few times when playing the Zerg combo, so he might play Protoss, but that also hasn't gone well with him. He's been 0-3 since playing Protoss and as an off-race in this event, so 0-3 in maps, so don't know if necessarily that's like a, oh yeah, that's 100% just what we're going to do, that makes a load of sense. But I guess we shall potentially see. Yeah, we should see very shortly. Vetoes will begin very soon. The showtime is Zhuge Liang looking to veto. Yeah, Goblin's out. I do find that surprising. I felt like Goblin was pretty good at 2v2, but this has not been his event. Again, eliminated players so far from Group A. Skill is Wayne and Milky Cow. GG Machine did make it through on map score over Skillis in the end, as we mentioned at the time. And then Goblin and Zhuge Liang are eliminated, and it's going to come down to the final results. He has to see who else is eliminated. If Lambo loses, he could be up for elimination actually as well. Lots of potential drama. And the final round of Group B coming up as soon as vetoes are done. Do 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 bum 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 bada bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Alrighty, the video's coming through, so we are making progress, guys. Shouldn't be too much longer. Again, I appreciate your patience between the games throughout this event, because obviously it does take a little longer than usual for videos to come around. Bum 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 bum. Alright, a couple more videos coming through, guys. We'll get those sorted out, and we'll get ready to go. And we'll be good to rumble. And thanks to your patience, I was just fixing some stuff as well. Thank you for the sub. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm just tapped out. Oh, awesome. Never mind. Shouldn't have looked. Should have just let you sit there and wait for the praise, huh? 116 months is pretty crazy, though. Shout out to the 116. It's a pretty wild number. That's a pretty wild amount. No doubt. Alright, we're gonna take a moment or two, kick off. Like I said, the vetoes have not gotten any faster, guys. They are vetoing very slowly. It's almost 13 years. Yes. Almost 13 years. Also almost 10 years, even. First of all. Isn't that kind of wild? You know, back when Harson first subscribed to me, he didn't even beg for replays every week. He just subbed every now and then. He just subbed out of enjoyment, I think. Or he felt bad for me, one or the other. Crazy. Imagine thinking 10 when 13 exists. Yeah. The stream is so much better without sound. Has Wardy said thank you yet? Oh, you need a visual thank you? Hang on. Ew, light mode paint? Bro, okay, hang on. There you go. It's dark mode now. Just zoom in enough. Alright, enough being dumb. Hopefully we've got a map pick? No, another veto. Undercurrent gets vetoed. Boom, 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 boom. Crimson. And we're on to map picks. That's a big Angron. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Do you reckon kids nowadays complain about light mode like whiteboards in school? Where you're like, whoa, this whiteboard's way too bright. Wanna go back to a blackboard? Actually, when I was first super young, I guess we had blackboards. Because you wrote on them with chalk, and then it turned into whiteboards that you write on with pen. Do you call them blackboards, or do you call them chalkboards? I feel like they changed the name of them at some point. Can't remember. Emerald City gonna be the opening map here of this series. Emerald City, Arctic map 2. Map's getting hosted. We're gonna be in game shortly. It's a big match, actually. So the difference that this really makes is, I think specifically Showtime Lambo. One of those guys will get a win and will break up ahead of the other, guaranteeing them potentially top 2, but also just a better seed in general. That's going to be a pretty big deal. Yeah, that's a big matchup. Losing could absolutely put you into the lower bracket of the playoffs, and obviously cut your playoff chances down quite heavily, so... Did Hossam pull out of this event? I don't know. Did Hossam qualify for this event? He must have played some of these things. No? Didn't play in January. Played in February with Lambo. A round of 8. Actually, I can just look at the standings. Hossam did not have enough points to qualify. Oof. That is brutal. He only had 2 points. 1 point in February, 1 point in April. Brutal. Finally got an acceptation on the invite. Fair point. I mean, yeah, if Harsman had just played in each of the cups, he would have qualified. That's probably the only difference between him and some of the other guys, so... That, you know, he he probably would have picked up 1 point in the final one, he would have just qualified, so... Alright. We were delayed because one of the casters was checking on a fire smell in their building. But apparently their building is not on fire, so we are okay to resume. As we're going to have our last match of the day starting up. Lambo is queued as Protoss. So we're actually going to see Protoss Zerg versus Protoss Zerg here. Big match, because like I say, the other results could... honestly, you could lose this and just be out as well, I think. There is the tiebreaker possibility that goes against you too, so... And obviously, that depends on results in the other match as well, so we can't really say exactly what the scenario will be yet. As we kick off in the top left, the blue Protoss is Showtime. The blue Zerg is Zhuge Liang. In the bottom right, the orange Zerg is Young Yakov, and the red Protoss will be Lambo. So again, he has consistently race switched to play Protoss when teamed with a Zerg teammate. So he truly just believes it is so much better for him to play Protoss Zerg than Zerg Zerg, even if this is his off race. So see if that begs to be true or not as we get into game number 1 on Emerald City. Probe heading across the map, looking to see what's up. Get settled down, hatch, gas, and pool all coming through. Couple gates coming up on the side of Lambo, so he's actually going to be playing a little bit of the more aggressive variety of openings, right? 2 gates going to give you a few more units early than what you might expect otherwise, so it's going to be something for us to look at as the hatch and the pool coming on up. All the Zergs in the game doing the same thing so far, so nothing too crazy just yet on their account. As we just get settled in. There's going to be a pylon up over here as well, so Lambo's got real aggression on the mind. I wonder if they've got something just... So he's going to proxy a Stargate? I wonder if Yakov is going to try and, you know, accompany this with some aggression of his own, because again, it's going to be 2 Adepts plus the Stargate, so... Wondering if there's some opportunity there to maybe, possibly, kind of combo up for some aggression and try and take a quick win in the early stages. We will see very shortly to get up and running. Actually dropping down into position, the sentry in the warp gate coming up for the moment. Take a few moments there to continue over. So we're just going to ping through. Overlord's going to take a little bit of damage for sure, so some good shots coming about. And it's going to be a kill, so Overlord going down, and it's going to give Yakov a little bit of supply issue. Baneling Nest building. Link speed coming up. Lambo is throwing the Nexus down, though. So whatever they do, it's going to be aggression, but there's going to be, you know, a backup plan behind it. This is not just going to be all out, non-stop. Don't look back. We're never going to end. And we're just going to fight, fight, fight. There is, like I say, something of a backup plan coming alongside it. And as the feelings poke across the other side, the Queens are going to gather up. Swinging a fire at that hallucination. The Baneling Nest finishing soon. The feelings and Queens gather together. And a few Banelings start to morph in. Additional Zerglings coming through as well. Still got the Twilight Council building on the side of Lambo. Nexus finishing shortly. Warp Gate about to be done. The units just joining up together and seeing what the plan may be. And as the units are going to run up. Ooh. Had the surround there, but the Banelings would have blown up the Lings. So in the moment, we're just going to go for this base. There is the Oracles in the main base as well that's dealing damage during this. So these Oracles are going huge. One Queen and a couple Stalkers coming across to play defense in the end. How much did we get done? Obviously, killed a hatchery of Zhuge Liang. 6 probes, 5 drones. Oh, we lose an Oracle at the end as well. It just went down. I feel like this is not really enough damage. 12 workers killed. Obviously, it was an investment from Yakov, an investment from Lambo. You come out of this, I mean, we can just straight up compare numbers. So, Zhuge Liang is down about 4 workers. And Showtime is up about 2 workers. That's pretty fine, right, I guess, across the board. I guess it brings us into a fairly even spot. Lambo is ahead on the tech, though, so he's going to be on a much faster Twilight Council, and he's already throwing down the Dark Shrine. And getting Blink on the way, too. So, Lambo's going to hit tech a little sooner than Showtime is. And Yakov is ahead on the tech against Zhuge Liang and has a base advantage. So actually, Lambo and Yakov's attack is effective in the end. It does enough to put them in the lead. It might not be in the drone count, but in other ways, they definitely lead following this onslaught of aggression in the early stages of game number 1. Lambo even positioning the probe, readying to take a 3rd Nexus. Drops that straight down now. Showtime doing the exact same thing, by the way. Blink and a Dark Shrine, so I think both players are kind of very aware of what exactly they want to do in this scenario. They know just how good these things can be. Malaire is building up in the main base, and yeah, missile upgrade coming through. Rotron is still coming up and online. Dark Shrine currently halfway done. The few Stalkers pinging about. The Robo Facility also about halfway done at the moment, so get that completed here. Nexus also finishing right now. The Oracle drops a little Revelation down. Stalkers and Sentry's going to get caught. The single Ling coming about. Stargate is coming through. The other Stalkers join up together. +1 missiles on the Roach speed. To build for now as extra Roaches will produce. We get the extra gates on the way through. The +1 attack upgrade on the Stalker. Continue to build for the moment. Basis, Ward, Wham Bam in the center of the map. The few Stalkers will continue to gather together. Stalkers pull back down, the couple Banes gather, Roach Ravager moving back through, extra Roaches producing, +1 missiles coming about, Spores coming around as we just continue to get set up, Robo Facility, probes, and the +1 attack upgrade still building by, +2 missiles coming up on the side of Zhuge Liang. As you see, the few Stalkers are still fighting, a few Lings going down, Roach Ravager taking shots, a couple Corrosive Vials coming through as well. Stalkers pulling back over the left-hand side. Another Ravager morphing in. We will just see those units still joined together. See the supplies gathering up and a bit of a push coming. Yakov leading the supply on Zhuge Liang. Obviously going to be combining with Lambo. Here we should look at what units are in these armies as well. It's very Roach Ravagery, obviously on the Zerg sides. Just pure Stalkers on the Protoss side. There is a Sentry or two from Showtime that could be big. Force fields, and also the Guardian Shield could also be a factor here. That's going to be a difference between the two. We try and run in. Zhuge Liang is running right forward, exposing all of his Ravagers. His units are melting. Lambo just needs to kind of micro these Stalkers well, and might just be able to do enough here as Showtime stands in the fight. Showtime's going to be on his own very soon. Yakov is still running reinforcements across. Showtime still has that little bit of a supply lead over Lambo, but Zhuge Liang is nowhere to be seen at the moment. There's an Immortal that pops out, though. It's going to be a nice addition, as I think Lambo is going to have to back away from this alongside Yakov. I do not think they get to break through here. The Overseer will go down. And that is going to be a chase back. So Showtime pulls off the defense. Zhuge Liang did what was needed, threw his units at that army. Really kind of, again, ran the Ravages in, which I did feel like was a little bit crazy of a move for a couple of moments. A little bit wild. But we get out the other side. +2 missiles continuing to produce at the moment as well. So again, that +2 up. Charge on the way. And the Beast Stalker still stepping across. Roach Ravager as well. Wants to be a little careful. Explosive Vials coming through. Edge going to get rid of that Ravager. So both Ravagers go down. Now looking for more. Stalker's trying to run up this ramp. Roach Ravager will be there defensively. They're going to try and play their turnaround on that. But Zhuge Liang has units as well. Lambo's Oracle on the left side gets caught. He is going to try and step up with these Stalkers. Does he have enough? Showtime seemingly having units on both sides to help these battles. And I actually think Lambo is a little bit outnumbered on the left, especially because of the two Immortals. They are going to pack such a punch. I don't know if Lambo really has what he needs to work through this. Continue trying to step forward at the moment. Again, +2 attack coming up. Charge on the way. Rest of the army pulling back on that left side. Showtime just resetting for the moment. Zhuge Liang maxing out in the next few moments, by the way. So just purely roaches, but it's working. The numbers are going to be there, and things definitely looking up for Showtime and Zhuge Liang in this opening game. It was a scary push that they held off. I think what else is kind of well. A couple DTs have gone down on one side, but really not much DT action taking place. Which I did think there might be a little bit more of, honestly, as this fight's awkward. Those Immortals are a little bit exposed. Showtime is actually just going to get those jumped on. I mean, those are good grabs, but you're also then putting your army in a weird place because Zhuge Liang's going to turn back onto you. So Yakov now has to figure this out. Well, it's going to be Lambo that shows up from the right side. Sorry, Showtime shows up from the right side to try and help out. Now Lambo shows up from the bottom. A few Stalkers left to go after that hatchery. A few Corrosive Vials coming down. Lambo and Yakov's supply just doesn't look good at the moment. This is a losing fight, and we're going to see a few Stalkers around the back to punish the retreat a little bit as well. As units try and get away, Stalkers will continue to hit, and this collapse on this army is going to be beautiful. Yakov's supply getting eliminated. Showtime blinking in after. And there's not really much on the way. That's going to be a saving grace as well, right? Like, there's nothing here from... Yeah, there's absolutely nothing here from Lambo or Yakov. Like, there's no disruptors. There's no, like, get out of jail card. There's the Dark Shrine's just building, so Lambo actually cancelled that earlier. So there's nothing that's going to be like, here it is, here's our answer, here's what we saved the day with. Like, that just doesn't exist right now. They just need more units. It's obviously very tough to just crank out of nowhere. Lambo's supply actually looks a little bit stronger suddenly. He's cranking out 2 Mortals at a time. Yakov is on his way to Lurkers. Okay, so there is going to be a tech path in this game that maybe gives them a win. Having a techier army can absolutely work out. Lambo's getting surrounded from 2 sides. Yakov is going to have to stream across here and help him out in the next few moments because this is trouble. Gold base, obviously something you'd like to get rid of as that is under heavy fire. And Stalker's trying to hold out. The Immortal stepping over as well. We're going to try and recall these Stalkers. Yakov is just making units that aren't ready to play yet, is what it comes down to. He's making Lurkers as well, right, which are just... They're just not in position, and so he couldn't come to the savior, you know, he couldn't be the savior of Lambo, basically. That's the real issue here, is that Lambo got sandwiched, and he had no way to kind of create a sandwich on the sandwich, and that really is the problem on this one, and that is going to be, I think, just going to be struggles at this point on still for Lambo. The Lurkers might help you survive for a little bit, but we're at the supply difference where I would say the difference in supply allows you to just send it, to be honest. You know, like, I think the difference in supply lets you just kind of run into these fights. Maybe not with just Zealots and no detection, but if both maxed out armies decide to fight, I just don't know if there's enough Lurkers to turn it around. That said, you could also play this safe, and Showtime's doing that, starting to get additional tech up to help him out here. No reason to take risks that are unnecessary, so... I'm not going to take any of those just for now. Just going to, like I say, play this a little bit carefully for the moment. Roach Ravager Zealot comes through. The Lurk is still gathering up. A couple of Lurk shots coming through. Vials going down. A couple of Roaches getting hit. Hydras and the Carapace upgrade coming in as well. Stalker's still chasing. Actually going to get a little bit of a jump on some of Showtime's army, but then Lambo gets jumped on by the Zealots. He doesn't have a good answer to the zealots right now is going to be the scenario here. There's a lurker on the high ground. Defensive map is going to allow this game to go on, but that's the only reason why. This map is super defendable, and so the defensive positioning is going to let the lurkers do a little bit at the moment. Lurkers, Hydras, Roaches continue down. We are going to be seeing a couple of wolfing units again. Lurker then coming up from Zhuge too. I haven't really seen much of Zhuge army. Just Showtime on the map. Now we're going to see this dive through here. This forward base of Lambo immediately in trouble. Lambo's just not being allowed to recover in this game at all. And Yakov just doesn't have the amount of lurkers he needs to cover all of the locations that Showtime is threatening, and obviously Zhuge can threaten in as well. Retreating away here, Showtime obviously takes a bit of damage and runs out a little bit, but then we've got Zhuge attacking the right side. Gonna dive in. Does have biles that can force the lurkers to reposition, and they do exactly that so far. Yakov pulling that first one back. And Lambo actually going to come in to surround this army. Zhuge forces in trouble. Now Showtime's going to come back on the left-hand side and try and capitalize, but Showtime must have a ton of units elsewhere because that is not all of his supply. There's no way. Zhuge rebuilds 26 roaches instantly. Lurk Den about to be done as we reset from this. A couple of Vipers going to get consuming for the moment. We are going to be seeing the Lurker push is actually going to give us some life. I mean, there's an opportunity if the Lurkers are in good position and they don't get stopped. Like, maybe there's a way. I just don't love Lambo kind of fighting on his own against Showtime, because Lambo's supply is just not good enough to do that. I think Lambo is better off just trying to support this Lurker force and trying to work with one solid kind of directional attack. It's tough. I mean, it's really not ideal. As you can see, these DTs showing up as well, so Showtime's going to cause issues for Yakov as well. Going to start working through those morphing lurkers. That works. It's a fantastic way to do this. And all the drones going down that base as well. Meanwhile, we try and play defense over here. I mean, we get some Vipers, and with their energy, we can abduct the lurkers in, and that really is just an answer to the lurkers. And with that answer to the lurkers available, I think this game really solves itself. As we see Yakov trying to push through, we could just blind cloud as well. We could do whatever we want. Honestly, just something to do with these lurkers, please. Hello? No? Okay. We will just not deal with the lurkers. Sure. I don't know what the idea was there. Oh, now the lurkers kind of run in. He's like, if you don't abduct me, and you should have done, I'll give my lurkers up for you. Oh, well, actually, bad idea. Run away, run away, run away. Yakov and Lambo are absolutely dead in this scenario, no doubt. The lurker's going to burrow again. Immortal Archon takes a bit more damage. Still, Revelation comes down. Some units taking shots. The Stalkers on the bottom taking some hits as well. The Vipers continue to produce at the moment. Hydra speed also being added in. The Roach Hydra Lurker force setting up into the center. Lurkers will burrow. Army will be in some trouble. The Revelation, those Hydra's going to get caught. I mean, hard one to really cast because to me this is kind of decided. I mean, don't like to call games early, but this one has been very difficult for Lambo and Yakov for a while. Like I said, they've kind of stayed alive by lurkers. I really felt like Zhuge had the answer to the lurkers with those Vipers and then just never really did much with them. But still has them, and so still could absolutely just kind of get the Vipers and then just go. And we're going to try and hold on down 70 supply against Showtime on that bottom side. There's Zhuge Liang's lurkers getting into position, and that's not going to be ideal at all, because now he can't, well, you're going to lose that base as Lambo. He can't really fight lurkers. He's not really made for it. Yakov can't really fight into the lurkers. He's not really set up for that either. He actually has 6 Vipers, so there's a possibility, but he is losing a lot of supply himself. I'm going to see some Vipers abducting Vipers there. Lurkers getting abducted too, but there's just too much going down. Nice abducts. As Yakov definitely pulling out some better micro, but the supply differential is just insane. And as Showtime fights on this bottom side, he also just has like 7 Immortals in this army, which is also just pretty nuts right now. Also just pretty OP. Very good to have a bunch of Immortals, who would have guessed. CT and a few Zealots will come through. GG's get called. And that is going to be Showtime and Zhuge Liang taking game number 1 of this best of 3. Like I say, a little bit of an anticlimactic ending, just because we kind of knew that this was going to be kind of going that way for a while. There was not really much of a a return in that game available, to be honest. But there you have it. GG's. Head into game 2 in a few moments. That ready to rumble. Arctic Flowers for map 2. Good time is Zhuge Liang with the 1-0 lead. Big result. I mean, for Zhuge Liang, it doesn't matter for him. He's already eliminated. But for, yeah, Zhuge Liang's already eliminated, but for, the other guys, it's a very important matchup right now. Yakov is maybe in one of the safer positions. Ain't guaranteed yet, though. The other matchup, Spirit and Goblin are up 1 against Nicorakt and Shameless. If Nicorakt loses that, then he is eliminated, but obviously we're still talking about the difference between starting in the lower bracket or winner's bracket of the playoffs. So there's that on the line as well. This Group B is very close right now. There are 4 players at 4-3, and 1 player at 4-4. Obviously, Nicorakt could be 4-4 if he wins as well. Like, there is a lot of just very close score lines in this group. Very, very close. Let's see how it closes out. Actually, let's have a quick peek at what the other game is looking like as well. I wonder how far into game 2 they are. They're 10 minutes into game 2 already. My goodness, they are speeding through. They are speeding through. Goblin and Goblin and Spirit are in good position against Shameless and Nicorakt right now. So, not looking good for Nicorakt as yeah, his chances might be ending. As we are on the lobby, guys, we should just be a moment or so away from getting this going. Again, thank you for your patience. Waiting on these games a little bit here and there. Wait for the colors to swap. Countdown's good. Let's get in game. Arctic Flowers for the map. In the bottom left-hand side, Showtime and Zhuge Liang will be up a game against Yakov and Lambo in the upper right as the orange and red Zergs. Lambo will go to Zerg here. I like it. I think that's the correct decision, honestly. I actually think there's some Zerg strategies that I think Lambo can just pull off better as a Zerg than trying to play his off-race, I think, at the end of the day. I'm very okay with this choice. Run's moving out, getting into position, ready to drop a couple of hatches into position. That goes on the way. So hatches coming up, drones building. Gate in the simulator coming about. Probe moving over. Again, the hatch and the gas coming online. Settle up for a few moments. It was very fun when there's 3 players at the same race in the game. You just watch the early game and the hatch and the pool are all like in sync with each other. Everyone's just like doing the same thing, just vibing early. I like it. It's going to see that link speed continue to come up. Drones coming through, Stargate on the way, get settled down. Link speed coming up across the board at the moment, getting all of that online. Link speed will come through, the Bane Nest coming about. Couple of injects going through. We do have again obviously all the link speed finishing, so we might see some action from that. Very curious what the Zerg plan kind of is then, because obviously Lambo is trying to steer away from playing Zerg. So what does he want to do now that he goes back to it after the Zerg Protoss combo didn't work? Yakov's gonna go Lair. I think honestly one guy going mutas and the other guy kind of playing Roach on the ground is one of the better approaches we've seen from this. But obviously we'll see very shortly as that coming about, a couple of spores coming through, Roach Roaring building just for the moment. Ava coming online, a few drones coming through, the Queen going to be there to push the Oracle about, just going to shove that away for the moment. Phoenix going to hit the Overlord as well, a couple of Adepts still going after the Ling. Other Ling's going to be chased for a few moments too. He's in the Hydrogen coming about, extra drones coming through. A bit of a recall coming back in. Now the Phoenix all gathering up, so we can get joined in. It's going to be seeing the Phoenix count is growing. I like it for showtime. I don't know if there's really a great answer to the Phoenix. Obviously, it completely stops anyone going mutas here. I guess the Infestors, we get the Infestation bit down. Infestors good. I guess we just go for Vipers as well, is probably the goal. But there's going to be a good period of time here where these Phoenix are going to bully. Already see them going after Overlords. Your flying supply depots are getting killed at the moment. It's not ideal. Not great. Couple Phoenix will fire up, get some damage done, firing straight through. I just are building up from Yakov. Lambo just building the Roaches still. Getting that Roach speed started. Again, plenty of Phoenix on the way through from Showtime at the moment. So bringing those all up, getting all those numbers out. Getting this started for now. And that upgrade coming on both sides. There's going to be some spines coming up as well. Queen's going to fire the Spore as well. We get rid of a Phoenix. There's going to be another Overlord going down. So 2 Ovies drop right off the bat. Third Overlord dead as well. I mean, these Phoenix are just having a wild time. As they get up into very good numbers very quickly. Now going to start bullying drone lines. Yakov's worker line here, taking some heavy hits. There's some aggression from Zhuge Liang on the left side as well as the Phoenix take attention to the right side. Just a few Zerglings looking for some opportunity, more than a couple Banes even, defensively to try and ensure that that does not go any further. Oh, we've got a Hydra up for grabs as well. We'll take that. And there's another. Yep, this is why the Phoenix are really good. It's so annoying. They just dive between bases. Showtime misses a Hydra there, but obviously still overall finding good value for his Phoenix money. As the Roach is still building up, plus 2 missiles on the way. Additional Overlords building as well currently, as we just see the +1 missiles going through, additional Vipers building to get everything going. As the Roach Ravager Hydra will step forward, Zerglings coming online. We've seen a few units going to try and fight. A couple of Phoenix overhead. Maybe seen a couple of Vials coming down. The Roach Hydra going to shoot. The Phoenix going to lift up some more of those units as well. Hydras continue to take some hits at the moment. The Ravagers will continue to go down. Shots coming through. +2 missiles, +1 Carapace. Lurker Den, Hive. And a bit of everything just coming online for the moment as the Phoenix continue to join up. The Roach gets picked. Now we're just kind of straight up jumping on this, but there's the Parasitic Bomb. We're going to have to split, or find the Phoenix, or just tank all of the damage. Ah! Oh my god, finally we found the one. But these Phoenix took a lot of damage. You cannot take another set of Parasitic Bombs like that. Lambo going to run through with the Roaches. Yakov obviously the one in a bit of trouble. Another Parasitic Bomb, but there's Hydras underneath protecting the Vipers. Lambo will chase away with the Roaches on the ground. Again, more Hydras on the way up from Yakov at the moment, as we do see the Lurker Den building from Zhuge Liang, going to give him a much better setup in this game. And Lambo is coming up to maxed out. Yakov, 134 supply at the moment. Just seeing the +2 missiles on the way through. The Ravagers are still building. 5 drones need to come out as the Phoenix pull back over to the side. There's the Roaches, the Hydras, the Lurkers coming across the map as well. Can Yakov and Lambo make a solid push for this at the moment? Showtime's army is starting to get into carriers, so it's starting to get to a very good place, but it's not there yet. Can pick up a couple of units in the background, including a Lurk. There's a Lurker I got. Yep, he was indeed, so it's a Lurker. Stasis Ward buys you a little bit of time. First carriers out, but you want them to get full interceptors. Honestly, you want the extra carriers to be done as well, realistically. As we do see the ground army starting to fight here. Lurker's actually ready for Zhuge Liang. He can burrow up a couple of those. That would be huge. The Phoenix trying to split a little bit. Parasitic Bomb does not go on a good Phoenix, honestly. And now the Phoenix that remain can chase those Vipers down as well. Yakov's supply plummeting. I mean, he was already kind of a little bit on the lower end of things. It's going to stay that way. And Lambo obviously recognizing the need to get the hell out of there, was not going to stick around in that one. With some protection, there's a couple of Lurkers that get left behind. And honestly, this is where the Phoenix are extremely powerful. If you don't have the anti-air, you're going to lose so much just retreating away. The Overseer going down too, just something else you have to spend money on. Just value being found by the Phoenix once more. Resources lost in this game going to be disgusting. It's what, 8.4k to what, 18.5k? 10k resource loss difference between the teams is absolutely insane. That is going to put you in a very difficult place as the Roof Spine's coming up. Carapace upgrade building. Still some Vipers on the way through as well. Phoenix pulled back down the left. Roach Hydra setting up in the center. It's going to be seeing a couple of drones in some trouble. Hydra's going to go through. A couple of extractors getting picked off. We do see the Lurkers there. The Queen will fall. Phoenix pulling back around. Lurkers still in position. Phoenix going to set up. And we will just see the Lurkers going after a few more of those drones. Engaging back on the other side. Just going to be having ourselves the couple more Vipers continuing through. Just Lurkers everywhere right now, causing some issues. We just need detection. And that lack of detection is costing you a lot of the supply at the moment, as Zhuge Liang's supply is struggling along. It's going to ducked off on one of Zhuge Liang's Lurkers, so that will go down too. Zhuge Liang's Overseers have been patrolling near that location for so long, finally actually pulls something over to help out, and that lug can be lifted. So finally gets that dealt with. The carriers continue through. A couple of roaches going down. Because the carrier force is huge. We need a proper answer to that from the Zergs. What is their answer going to be? Currently a bunch of infestors on the way up. So we'll know they already have some Vipers. And I guess just a lot of Hydras is currently the go-to. Showtime getting +3 air weapons shortly. He's going to have himself the... I mean, I think my issue is that if these Hydras have to fight the carriers, but then there's Lurkers to support the carriers, I don't see how the Hydras win. I guess you force the Lurkers to run in, you try and deal with those. I think it's going to be an extremely complicated fight, though, for our double Zerg team right now. I think they're going to have a little bit of issue. We shall see exactly how it goes down. Shots coming out, army coming back around the bottom side. Going to get a cancel on that hatchery already. Picks that off right away. And we run straight up here. Hatchery going to be going down. The Infestor, the Vipers, starting to come across. Zhuge Liang just gets this kill. Can we get these Vipers? The Infestor running in still. The Lurkers is still doing damage. Yakov not taking a pretty fight at all. Meanwhile, the carriers in the top left go, and Lambo is going to have to come up with some kind of miraculous way to deal with that amount of carriers, I think. Microbial Shroud and Hydras is going to be the choice. Is it good enough? One abduct on a carrier. We can target that one down. Honestly, the Microbial Shroud held for quite a while. We're going to have another Infestor showing up. Can that genuinely do enough here? I think it's a bit more of a Hail Mary than anything else. Showtime just settles to kill the base for now. Maybe steps the moment. Obviously, in a way, just kind of waiting for Microbial Shroud to run out of there initially. Now Yakov's going to show up with the Remax of Hydras. You get one abduct off. Into the carriers want to try and fight. They're going to pull away. More abducts. Okay, carriers dying. Showtime taking some losses. To be fair, the interceptors are still doing pretty well, but these carriers are actually in a little bit of trouble. We're going to have to recall them in the end. Doesn't lose much else on the recall. Zhuge Liang is diving forwards during this. Of course, the annoying part here is that you're going to have those Lurkers now in position that you've got to deal with, and that's very difficult to do. Going to try and protect these Lurkers. They are putting in some serious work, and we lost all of the Vipers, so we can't abduct these Lurkers either. GG's get called. Showtime and Zhuge Liang take the win, and that is a huge W. Like mentioned, that is going to really shake up the final results of this group. Nikaract did take a loss alongside Shameless to Spirit and Goblin, which means that Nikaract will be eliminated. Lambo will start in the lower bracket. Yeah, because Yakov has better mouse score than him, so Showtime will go to 5 and 3. I actually think Showtime's going to get... Well, we'll wait for a moment or two. Liquipedia should update in a second. We should see the final standings of Group B in this 2v2 tournament. It's been a lot of fun, guys. I'm not going to be here to cast the playoffs. They don't need me. UTHERMAL's going to be mainstream, and Steadfast has it covered otherwise, so... I'm not going to be here for the playoffs, but it was a lot of fun to cast the groups. Obviously, shout out to UTHERMAL for having me for the group stages. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed. Just while we wait for the groups to update, obviously, appreciate you all watching and tuning in. And obviously, if you have enjoyed, we'll be back tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays. That's going to be a ton of fun as well. Really looking forward to that. Okay, so the groups, or the matches. I feel like the results are like the worst case scenario. So, I'm pretty sure what this means is that Max Pax is going to be with Spirit, which is like the freaking OP team that won every single qualifier for this. So they're going to be a super OP team. And then I'm pretty sure Shameless goes with UTHERMAL. Jumi gets Yakov, and Showtime plays with Trigger. SERRAL plays with a Laser, and Lamblo plays with GG Machine in the lower bracket. So you got Zerg Zerg, a Zerg Zerg, a Protoss Protoss. And then you've got the Mega Team. I feel like that is like... Max Pax and Spirit are like rubbing their hands together. If you go over to the standings, look at this. Spirit, Max Pax, Spirit 5, 5, 5, 5, 3. Max Pax 5, 5, 5, didn't play, 3. Like, that's 4 wins and a second place for Spirit in the qualifiers. Like, you know? Yeah, that's a heck of a team there, guys. That is a heck of a team. So that is looking kind of wild. The main event is going to be looking pretty kind of crazy, to be honest. So Yeah, kind of unlucky that they ended up with all of the Zergs pretty much in that 5th and 6th spot, because that means all the Zergs are going to be teamed up as ZZ, which is pretty sad, because we obviously have talked about of all the mirrored teams to get, Zerg is kind of on the worst end of it, so a little bit unlucky. Anyways, guys, it's been a long day for me. I'm going to get going. I'm going to throw some ads up. We're going to run some ads, and we will run on over to more StarCraft 2 tomorrow. Like I say, it's a double Monday Cup tomorrow. Tomorrow we have WardiTV Mondays, 47, and then we have part 2. So it's going to be 2 $400 cups tomorrow, which will be back to back. We have Twitch front page. So we're going to have a bunch of viewers on the Twitch stream. So if you are around, tune in. It's going to be fun. The games are usually great on the Mondays. And like I say, we're going to have back-to-back Monday Cups. So we have 8 hours of StarCraft 2 coming up for you guys. That starts in about 14 and a half hours. So I'm going to get going and get some stuff done because I've got stuff to do. So thanks so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you all. And I will see you all tomorrow for more StarCraft 2 and for the rest of the week. Bye.